Almost there. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. You can also watch us on the stream. B. Mitch looks great. I'm wearing a T-shirt. Good morning, Brian.
What up, brother?
I did not expect to lead the show with the Miami Dolphins, but here we go.
Huh?
Schefter reporting Miami and wide receiver Jalen Waddle reached an agreement today on a 3-year, $85 million contract extension that includes $76 million guaranteed per sources. The deal makes Waddle one of the league's top 5 highest paid receivers. The money is interesting here. Obviously, what they're paying Tyreek Hill is interesting here. They have a pending quarterback to pay here.
Do they have to pay him this year?
Tua? Yeah, I mean,
can they still be trying to see if Tua's the guy?
If you don't pay Tua this year, you sure get into the old Kirk Cousins franchise tag highway to nowhere.
You get into it, but I think I'll ask you this question. Is it smart to pay Tua right now? We had this conversation about Tua yesterday.
Well, here's my answer.
I said they were going to pay him, but you said, no, I said he'll probably get it, but you didn't think he was worthy of the $50 million. So they're probably doing the right thing.
What is definitively the right thing, and this is what you do when you identify a star player when the contract negotiation window opens, you pay him then. So listen, I'll read you the Schefter tweet one more time, and then I'm going to tell you what it actually says, right?
Okay.
This just in, Miami and wide receiver Jalen Waddle reached agreement today on a 3-year, $85 million contract extension that includes $76 million guaranteed. And then, what do you know? Schefter credits the agency that negotiated the deal, which is also how you get the information.
Yeah.
But here's what we do know. Waddle just finished the 3rd year of his rookie contract.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 more years of rookie control before this extension even gets involved. And that extension, 3 years, 85, but only 76 of it's guaranteed, is really a 2-year, $76 million deal. That's the truth.
So you think it's $38 million a year?
Yeah, but it doesn't hit 24, 25, 26 will be the first year he's making that money.
Mm-hmm.
By 2026, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if Tyreek's not on the team anymore. Or if his contract has changed.
Yep.
2026, we're talking 3 seasons out.
Yeah.
And at the position, you've got A.J. Brown making 32. Amon-Ra St. Brown just signed for 30. Those guys are making that this year. Tyreek's at 30. Devontae's at 28. By 2026, what we say was 76 guaranteed, so call it 37 a year.
Mm-hmm.
He probably won't be top 5. That is smart football business.
I don't know if I don't know if every receiver contract is going to jump up that high.
You're going to have Chase and Jefferson getting deals.
Yeah.
Those are about to reset the market completely.
But still.
It's still great money. It's good for him.
Like, are they saying Tua's not the guy? Or are they saying that we can get any receiver with these guys and any quarterback and they'll work?
That's a fair question. I'm just saying, like, what Miami just did today, this morning, is what you really smart organizations do. You pay the young man. He also gets that money, right? Like, so now he's gotten the bag, as the saying goes. He feels really comfortable. He feels really valued. They're also roster planning for the future. Mm-hmm. And it's good. Maybe he's no. So say he's making 37 and 26. Maybe he is the top paid receiver in the NFL. I doubt it, but maybe.
But
regardless,
at this point,
they're building for the future.
But Waddle has done enough to make you do that. A lot of these guys haven't done as much as him to make you want to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got to at least the player has to also show how damn good he is.
Hell yeah. Waddle's had at least 1,000 yards, 3 straight seasons, including as a rookie. He's relatively durable, missed a couple games last year. Waddle deserves the money, but this, folks, is what you want to do with rookies with young guys that you draft and identify are studs. You get the deal done after 3 years. And especially first rounders, because you got 2 more years of cheaper team control. But if you go look at the Niners, Fred Warner's deal got done after 3 years. George Kittle's deal got done after 3 years because you identify, you set up your roster for the future, and it's both team friendly.
Even in this situation,
it's win-win because the player gets their cash and the team gets
they have to pay
structure.
Tua. they got problems.
No, because
if you have to pay Tua, well, this is his 4th year, 5th year?
He's going into his 5th year, so he's
Okay.
playing on the option.
So if he plays the option, what is that, 30, 20-something, 30 million for him?
I don't know. I can look it up.
It's over 20.
Yeah, it's over 20.
But if they give him an extension,
and his cap number this year playing on the option is 23.
Okay, 23 this year. Next year, if they pick up the 5th year, what would that be?
He's playing this year
so
on the 5th year.
next year, if he's making 50, 45, and then the following year, Waddle's going to be making 30-something, basically.
Not till 26, but yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I said next year, and then the following year after that, 26, you're not going to have a lot of people on your football team unless that salary cap jump up tremendously.
I think a lot can change here. If you look out at the Miami roster, Chubb doesn't have any more guaranteed money. Ramsey doesn't have any more guaranteed money. These are guys with big cap numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. As long as the legs work like they do, it seems like Tyreek sticks around. But Tyreek doesn't have any more guaranteed money, so they have good roster flexibility from a cap perspective down the road. That was just breaking news. I just wanted to point that out. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm fantabulous.
Physically, how do you do?
I'm sore as hell. But I don't mind being sore for what we were doing.
So it was a really cool event yesterday that the Commanders Charitable Foundation put together. Now, it's important to note that they did an entire full day, and they called it the DMV Community Day of Service. From 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., they were at Woodson High School in the district. From 10 to 12:30, they did what they called a Commander's Little Combine at the National Children's Museum, which was a lot of fun from what I understand. We were obviously on the air. We didn't get to go to these things. And then in the afternoon, they did a garden build-out at the Rocket Ship Rise Academy Public Charter School. Brian went to that. When I got off the air, I went over there. And we get there, and yesterday afternoon, the weather was kind of rough.
Yeah.
It was raining in spurts. It was raining hard in spurts.
The sand gained a lot of weight.
Yeah, dude. And so it was, I want to credit everybody that was there. It was B. Mitch, Smoot, Santana, Doc, Hightower.
Josh Morgan was there.
Josh Morgan was there in the morning. But
he was there earlier.
Yeah.
Josh went to both schools, actually.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Well, I think Josh actually went to Woodson. Like, I think that's his
he was there earlier.
That's pretty cool.
Then he came over to Rise.
Okay. But they were doing this garden build for an outdoor learning lab. And basically they had to get this giant, I don't know what you call that, pile, I suppose.
Sand, yeah.
Giant pile of sand into all these like garden boxes. And you could tell Smoot and B. Mitch once upon a time did some serious farming, or like they were from rural areas.
Well, Smoot says he's doing it still today, lying. But he told me he's still doing it. He said he grows stuff at his house. He told Tanner say Smoot brought in some yellow and orange watermelons. And he say he grew them. I'm like, he didn't grow that. He bought that at Wegmans or Whole Foods.
But you and Smoot looked, I don't want to say comfortable, because y'all were clearly busting your ass and it was hot, and you had these ponchos on that were like sweat machines. But you and Smoot looked quite comfortable shoveling, wheelbarrowing, kind of doing the farming type work. My man Santana, I don't think they farm a lot growing up in Miami.
Santana told you straight up. Santana said, I haven't touched one of these before.
Yeah. And then Santana, like, he figured it out. He's like, man, you got to engage your core with this thing, otherwise it topples over. Doc was working hard. It was very cool to see you guys. And then what happened is, as the kids were going nuts, all the rookie class showed up, including Jaden. But you're reminded the rookie class, including the UFAs, is like 25 dudes.
Yeah.
And the kids were all going nuts. We got to talk to Jason Wright. We got to talk to Marjorie Harris. You'll hear some of that. We got to talk to Luke McCaffrey. But before we even get into,
he looks like he's 12 years old.
Dude, I got to take, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to share it with the world. He does look like he's 12 years old. You You know who kind of looks like him? And this is going to flatter this guy, and I'm tempted to not even say it.
Who?
Someone we all work with. And no.
Who?
You got a guess, Jeff?
No.
Landini?
You're going to say Dum Dum.
I am.
I didn't see that at all.
We'll have to do a side by side, but I'm telling you,
I didn't see that at all.
Talking with him yesterday, I mean, I was face to face with him, and
we know you mess up a lot of stuff.
That's true. That's true.
When I saw him, I did not see Ryan.
We'll see. We'll do it face to face. We'll let the people decide.
Ryan probably tell you he can run routes too.
Yeah, he probably can't.
Did Luke also spend $1,300 on a Patrick Corbin jersey?
He did not.
Okay.
He certainly did not. You know what? I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, but I feel comfortable
I'll speak for him. No.
All right, I can see it a little bit.
J-Dog's forever.
I can see it.
You too.
Right there, B.
Well, I'll give B a side by side.
No.
You can see it a little. Or B's just going to say no regardless.
No, I'm going to tell you no because I don't think so.
The event, to spend the full day like that with the owners, I think we need to reach a place, Brian, where you tell me what you think. I think we just call Marjorie Harris part of the ownership group. I don't think it's accurate to say she's the owner's wife when, she is Josh Harris's wife, but, they're in it together. You know what I mean? I just find the actual term we have to use is interesting.
Just say Marjorie Harris.
That's what I'm going with. So for Marjorie Harris to spend the whole damn day, was pretty impressive. And when she talks, and everybody's going to get caught up in the name stuff, and we'll get to that. But
basically, she told you about the name stuff.
But
it's not that important to them.
It's just authentic, and the amount of stuff these folks have going on between owning other things, but just here, they're doing build-outs at the facility, they're doing build-outs at the stadium, trying to re-engage fans. The thing that stood out to me, there was one thing Jason Wright said, where DC is a divided city, politically, economically, a lot of ways, right? And in a lot of ways, sadly, the industry of DC is division. You know what I mean? The government lobbying industry is to figure out how to divide.
Yeah.
But for years and years and years, and one of the reasons I grew up loving the burgundy and gold so much, my dad was a bartender, right? And largely dudes, but the people at the bar just talked about the skins. And it would be a black lawyer and a white dude plumber, and the skins was the bond of the city. It brought people together. And Jason talked about wanting that back for Washington. And then Marjorie talked about, she was asked, do you feel like you're developing young fans at this event? And she's like, maybe, but we're just trying to show these kids they matter and that we care about them. Yeah. And it's not about.
And the thing about it, I've talked with her
both those
enough
answers a lot.
To where I believe she's very genuine in what she's talking about. I've been around enough owners over the years and enough people speaking, and I can weed out the BS. There was none with her. The whole time, every time I've met her, every time I listen to Josh talk, these people care. And I think that's the ultimate thing. So people want to just talk about one thing. Like she said, I heard a little clip from Grant and Danny. She was like, oh, the name question again. They're probably tired of it. Like I am, and I'm sure a lot of other damn people are too. But you purchased a football team that had as much stuff going wrong. You think I'm focusing on just the name? There's a lot of other stuff, a lot of ish that you got to get working to be able to make people be proud of any damn name that you give. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's where they are. We'll get to that eventually. But at this point, that's not high on our priority list. And I totally agree with that.
I do think there's an important, perhaps overlooked part of this. And maybe I should let Landfill weigh in. A lot of people have said the alumni haven't helped enough, and that's why the team has suffered so much. And I posted video of B and Santana and Smoot and Doc. These dudes were out there working. They were sweating. Brian's back hurts. We call these obliques.
Lats.
I think your lats
They're
are
sore. They're not hurting.
Sore, sure. pardon me.
Yeah.
The alumni yesterday, Landfill, were in the thick of it. They were shoveling
The alumni
dirt
did
and
that
sand.
same thing last year and 2 years ago too.
We're asking
Landfill don't know.
We're asking the chief
we
BS
need
officer.
the fans to start coming out doing some
Do
stuff.
you think the alumni are now engaged, Landfill, and perhaps that'll turn things around?
I think it's great that they help the kids, that the alumni help the kids. But I just want to know, when are they going to start doing enough to help the team win? It's the question everyone wants to know.
I think I, as an alumni, I'll speak for all of them. None of us could get on the football field where it matters and help them win.
Here's what I need, B-Mitch.
So,
yeah.
If you want us to help them win on the field, you gotta pay a lot of money for that.
I need you to give me Bakari Rambo's number so I can give him a piece of my mind.
Bakari Rambo? Yes. I mean, Bakari Rambo.
He's not doing enough.
20 years?
Hey,
15
man.
years?
Hey.
Where's Chris Samuels and why is the offensive line so bad?
You need to ask the people that have been
When
coached.
do you think Bakari Rambo last played for the Skins?
Oh, it has to be like 10 years ago?
2014.
10 years ago?
Yeah.
See, Landfill, you have to blame the people that have coached those guys, not the people that played before them.
Now,
this is the problem. We set an example that many coaches would not allow these current players to see.
Can we just clarify something? A lot of people listen that may not be in on this bit. This is a bit because some lunatic called in yelling at B-Mitch that the alumni should help more to help get them to win games. And Landfill has leaned into this bit.
It's not a bit. I think that Doc Walker is at least 50 to 60% responsible for the poor tight end performance.
Listen, Doc, you want more Landfill. There you go. There's your more Landfill. We have a lot to get to today, clearly. Now, Brian, I have to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're having a cookout, 1:00.
Yeah.
There may or may not be a rap battle. Nucci may or may not be invited. It's going to be a wild afternoon. I can feel it in my loins. The steak, the Omaha Steaks that I got my gift box that I'm going to bring in to share with my brothers on this radio program has to unfreeze. What's the word for unfreezing?
Thaw.
Thaw. Thank you. I do not want to get seasoning shamed tomorrow because I got to take all the steaks out tonight to thaw them out.
Why did you take them out today?
Because you're supposed to do it the night before.
No, you could do it in the refrigerator.
Okay, well, I didn't.
Well,
I can do it when I get home.
You just don't know how to cook at all.
I don't want to get seasoning shamed because you guys hit me with the white people don't know how to put seasoning on anything. I cook good steak, but it's going to be frozen.
We never said that.
You say it about my baked beans, patented baked beans recipe.
Off, if you take baked beans, pour them into a pot and heat them up, that's not seasoning.
They're banging. Landfill, would you like some of my baked beans? I get it with the pre-chopped bacon.
I mean, I'd prefer it if B-Mitch made them, to be honest with you.
I'm not making those.
B-Mitch's daughter makes good baked beans, presumably. Makes good potato salad.
So I will pull the steaks out this afternoon when I get home, and I can bring seasoning. I just don't want to get seasoning shamed because you season shame. You are a seasoned shamer.
No, I don't season shame. We talk about you not being able to cook.
I can
when
grill.
Someone say I cook steak.
That's what I do.
Beans. Just heating up something is not cooking.
I don't claim. Listen, I have my baked bean recipe that is famous and patented.
That's not a recipe, dog.
I kind of think
people listening and then people on the little chat. If I open up a can of beans, just throw them in a pot and heat them up, is that really cooking? Or is that just heating up something?
It's serving a dish.
That's why I would never eat your baked beans.
Here's what you should do. Don't worry about baked beans. Worry about steak. And you know what you need to do? Father's Day is coming. You need to order your father a gift box from Omaha Steaks, just like I got. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on your dad's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Go to omahasteaks.com, use the promo code JP at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. They even send you seasoning so you won't be season shamed. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Flavor, variety, and value. They have perfected more than steak, and you can get all sorts of stuff. pork chops. They got air chilled chicken breast, beefy burgers, the best hot dogs in the world that I may not bring in. I may keep those for myself. Go to omahasteaks.com and use the promo code JP to get exclusive savings. They don't want socks. They don't want books. They don't want ties. They want steaks. omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP. Omaha Steaks is America's butcher. Goldsmith, who we've had on the program before, for Cincinnati, covers the Bengals, kind of gave like a snapshot of looking at the receiver market right now. And the first batch of guys that signed their extensions going back a year, you had DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, and Debo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their guarantees are 3 for 58 for Debo and DK, and Terry's was 3 for 54. You look at the guys that signed this year, and you had 3 for 76 for Waddle, 3 for 51 for Devontae Smith, 4 for 77 for Amon-Ra St. Brown. You've got this group that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase. And Chase will be next year, most likely. That joint's about to get reset. It's about to get real expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Now, CD and JJ, you got to pay now. Or you get into a real tricky spot where you're franchise tagging and probably trading somebody. Who knows? It'll be fun to watch. I am going to exercise a tiny bit of authority here. Everybody got caught up in what Marjorie Harris said about the name when, in fact, she didn't say a heck of a lot. But I was really impressed with her comments to a room full of kids and faculty at an underserved part of the city. Now, I got to say, I was pretty impressed by that school, B.
Yeah.
One, just visually, how like colorful everything was. The mission, and people got in my mentions, started arguing with me about charters versus public schools. I'm not here for
Don't
that.
nobody care.
I mean,
I don't
those
care if it's
kids
a
look
charter
happy
school.
and they're learning.
I don't care if it's a charter school or a public school. If they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, I'll call it garbage.
Right.
Private schools, some of them, garbage. Some of the private schools are just there for money, not to teach anybody. So my ultimate thing is if they're accomplishing the goal that was set, then I say that's a good thing.
Yeah.
And I think that school is a good one.
And the principal, when he got up and talked, dude, like he should have been part of the rookie class. He was jacked. he was like 6'5" and jacked. We're going to start, though, with Marjorie Harris's comments to the Rocket Ship Rise Charter Academy.
Look, I think last season, everything was new. Everything. You know, the first day I walked into the stadium, it was new, and every game had a little bit of a different twist to it. So we have that behind us. And I think this year it's about our organization. Last year was a little bit about finding our way and not being able to make the changes that we were hoping to make until we had the opportunity to do it. So now we did, and we have an amazing quarterback, and we have an amazing coach and GM, and we're really putting the pieces together, and we're all really excited about what this team is starting to look like and what hopefully can happen with a little bit of luck and magic and skill and hard work.
I imagine when you're out and about, people talk about the team in a variety of ways. The name always comes up. Just curious, what do people say to you about that? What are your kind of thoughts?
As you would imagine, everybody has an opinion about the name. Some good, some bad, some in the middle. And I think that we have a lot of work to do. And so that name issue is going to be on the side for now until we could get things going. And I mean, quite frankly, I had a whole day out in the community and I kept referring to the team as the Commanders. And you know what? It sounds pretty good to me. So for now, it's the Commanders.
Kind of a mic drop.
Yeah, I think.
Look, this is what we're gonna call it until we change it. If we decide to,
let's assess the name stuff and just allow that to go away. They got a million things working. I don't think they love the name. Maybe it grows on them. I think they would consider changing it again, but they are not going to open up the Pandora's box of, yeah, we're considering it, and then get inundated with all the stuff, right? I have a feeling with this group, if they were to redo the name, they would do it like the Cleveland Guardians did, where one morning you just woke up
and it was changed.
And there was like a video on their Instagram, which is also how I would recommend changing it. The last time was just a disaster. I do think they're going to change it. honestly. Unless, but if they win, if they go 11-6 and Jaden Daniels looks like CJ Stroud, they might just roll with it.
But the elephant in the room is this: it's not very high on their priority list right now.
Right.
They have a lot of other things they're trying to get done, and they're trying to get this thing in a position to where it can have long, sustained success. A name is not going to give you long, sustained success.
Right.
So once we get all the other stuff in place and moving forward and everything is working, then you can go and work on that. But right now, it's not that damn important. It's only people who just want to keep this thing going that believe that that's that damn important. Because let's be real, people are still buying season tickets, right? More people came to the stadium last year than they did the year before, right? So people are still interested in the product, not necessarily the name. But we have a group of people. It's like you put a few rocks in a trash can and you start shaking it up. It's loud as hell, huh? We got a few people that's just like that. When you have the multitude of people who are concerned about build this thing so it could be good for a long damn time.
Yeah, I think you could do two things at once, right? I think people recognize that building the team is what's most important, but they also don't like the name. I think it was honestly kind of bad timing in a lot of ways that, or maybe it was on purpose timing, frankly, but you had that post survey come out the day that Marjorie Harris is going to do some media availabilities because they're doing this Commander's Day of Service.
Told Greenberg yesterday, they don't need to do a survey to know that.
Right.
Okay. But the ultimate thing is, I'll say it, and I listen, that's lazy. That's lazy reporting for me. Hell, you've been knowing that since the name changed. So to go out and just keep drumming up the same old whack stuff, that's not cool in my book. In my book, if you want to talk about something, ask people what's most important for them. Don't just go back to the name. The name is easy. You can always get something drummed up with the name. But if you want to find out what's most important, if someone tell you the most important thing is that they changed the name, then you know that person doesn't give a damn about real football.
The most important thing is Jaden Daniels being the right guy. I do think the name will eventually get there, but I also really liked from Harris there, because this is what we've been saying. Last year they got the team. It hadn't even been a year, dude. You realize that? I bet we're only at like 10 months.
They didn't get the team until July or August?
No, I want to say it was like July 17th or something. You know, like it was I could probably figure out the date. So 2023 camp opened, I want to say July 26th. I bet it was like July 18th. Yeah, because I think my sister got married. I had to fly out to Minnesota. They haven't even owned the team a full year. And they had to completely overhaul the coaching staff, the front office, and the roster. People may not be aware of this. They have overhauled a lot of the business operation.
Oh, hell yeah.
They brought in like all new salespeople, all sorts of stuff. I'm just out of reporting on the business operation now because that was a means to get Dan out. It was just how broken everything was. Now I just want him to run a good business. I'm out.
Yeah. If all the things that we used to report on and talk about and people were so gung-ho about, if that was vitally important for you, and they're doing those things now, and you don't mention them, and I mean, people don't think about that at all, then it wasn't that important. You know what I'm saying? The things that got Dan out, was it that much important to people? Because if it was, then guess what? The people now are trying to make it great. So that should be what's important still, right?
Agreed. Okay. There's a lot to discuss. I recognize this name kind of sucks. I think if they start winning, we'll all deal with it. What I've said all along is that you can't shorten it. There's no nickname. I thought that was the problem then. I think it's the biggest problem now. But that said, win some games. They've got their own people put in place. I think they're in a good position to move forward. And John Keim joins us at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here with Bike to the Beach. Since it's National Bike Month, I want you to come join me as I bike to the beach to support local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and enjoy a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile ride to Dewey Beach. No matter your skill level, ride with me or donate to our team to help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders, so you bring your crew and help us raise funds to support autism and disabilities. Visit biketothebeach.org/bmitch to get involved and make an impact today. That's biketothebeach.org/bmitch.
Something that was quite interesting yesterday was Jason Wright spoke to the media for a fairly lengthy interview. I'll tell you who was there. It was me. Ben Stanek from The Athletic was there, and Scott Abraham from Channel 7 was there. So we got to talk to Jason for a pretty lengthy interview that, frankly, I was pretty impressed by, and we got to touch on a lot of stadium stuff. And there's been a lot of stadium news over the last 6 months between the Montana senator, legislative momentum in the House, and Monumental going to Alexandria and then staying in the city. Like, there's a lot to ask about, and I thought Jason was really pretty forthright about all of it. You'll hear that interview coming up at 12:30. Brian, did you get to talk to any of the rookies yesterday?
I talked to Baptiste, Jaden, and also McCaffrey.
What'd you think?
They're cool dudes. I mean, Baptiste was helping us build
I saw that.
The benches and all. And then just a couple times I was just mentioning stuff to Jaden and also Luke. And I see them as good dudes, but like I'm, how I am. Just like Tanner was telling us about yesterday. Look, man, he told you that.
Yeah.
I really don't care a lot right now about all that stuff that they're doing. I care about football. And when they get on the field, I'll be more concerned. But I think most of those kids were impressive yesterday.
It's easy to get drafted. It's hard to stay in the league.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
There's one very specific thing I want to ask you about, and then I'll ask the boys in the aquarium about. What did you think of Jaden's bucket hat on top of his hair?
The bucket hat on top of his hair?
Yeah.
That's his style.
I thought it was kind of awesome.
Yeah.
I thought it looked cool. Landfill, what did you think of the bucket hat on top of the hair?
I mean, it's a hat.
Thorough review there. Jeff?
My boy got swag.
I thought it was kind of swaggy. Like, I thought it was more than just a hat. I thought it was it was fairly cool. But Brian, being the type of reporter I am, I investigated the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to Mikey Samerstill, the corner they took out of Michigan in the second round. And he claims, per Mikey Samerstill, that he was wearing the bucket hat, and that's why Jaden put one on. And Mikey claims he looks better in it than Jaden does.
Mikey is a character.
Yeah,
I noticed that yesterday. That dude's a character, but he's a ball player.
Dude, I liked when Marjorie Harris got done with her comments. Everybody clapped, right? Like, it was all the rookies were polite and clapped. But Sammer still knows what he's doing. He started going, ooh. Like, he was very encouraged by Marjorie's comments. It was also cool. Dude, she shook every rookie's hand on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not just the 9 drafted guys. There were like 25 dudes there.
Uh-huh.
And it was
this group doesn't just care about the stars. They care about everybody. Remember, the other group wouldn't talk to certain people. You'd be on the team, they wouldn't even mention it, wouldn't even speak to you.
The last group would not have had an owner doing a day of service for legitimately 6-7 hours. And I'm not knocking anybody. That's given a lot. When you're a billionaire, that's given a lot. That's a lot of time, a lot of effort. And who are you fighting with right now?
Everybody.
B's in the chat fighting. Who are you fighting with?
I'm not fighting with anybody. I'm just like, these people are talking about stuff that they don't even have a clue of. So I just like to, every once in a while, let them know that they're wrong. And the dude, John, is always wrong for the most part.
Well, isn't the dude...
Hey, Jeff, isn't he wrong most times?
Yo, Jeff, how much harder is B-Mitch making your job right now where you try to keep the chat peaceful?
Hey, it's fine, man. Look.
All I said, they were talking about certain people, and I said, well, if you look at the things that the person is supposed to be doing, that's what he's done. People don't even know what a job of certain people are. They just complain about everything. So just trying to, help them out a little bit.
Jeff, how much harder is B making your job?
Honestly, my job not hard. As I told people,
it's hard.
Yeah,
I didn't say nothing crazy.
Look, everyone has their opinion, their own thought process of how things should go. As long as they're not verbally attacking each other, name calling and all that, I don't care. I let it fly.
You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not getting caught up in the chat. I leave it off. Actually, I'm going to leave VX up today. Then I
do that.
Then I don't have to worry about it. John Keim joins us next. A lot to discuss with John. Front office overhaul, everything going on with the rookies in town. Plus, I want to talk to John about the logistics of this possible 18-game schedule. Because I think a lot of coaches and front office people might hate it. I think players might like it. Let's dig in. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
Mm-hmm.
this dude. Is it B. Mitch and Finley? 1067 The Fan. About 45 minutes, folks. We're going to be giving away 21 Savage tickets. Not going to want to miss that. Joining us right now on the BetQL guest line is our friend, Mr. John Keim, of course, Commanders insider for ESPN, as well as host of the John Keim Report. Johnny, what up, buddy?
What up, fellas?
How you been? How many people have been bombarding you with name talk?
Oh, I'm trying to ignore that. It was so much fun the last time. I'm, trying to hold on to how much fun it was a couple years ago. Yeah.
Do you?
I'm hoping that someone says they should call them the Redskin potatoes. The first 1,000 times I heard that.
Somebody said that before.
Never heard that one.
Was so dumb.
They always even last time it's like, hey, what about this? I'm like, yeah, dude, get in line with that one. Come on, be better.
Yeah, I'm with you there for sure. I think they're going to change it. I think it's just going to kind of come out of nowhere, and we're not going to have to deal with it like we have in the past.
Well, if they do that, I hope that's the case, because it was, it is a long process, and it's not something. It does take a long time to go through the process. So let's say, because we've always heard they wouldn't do it in the first year or two. Like that was for sure, and we obviously know they're not going back to it. So, and there are a lot of names. The problem is that there's a lot of names that you can't do, whether because of trademark. The trademark laws are so different than they used to be and harder that you could pay millions and millions and then still not get the name, and then what?
Right.
And so there are certain things that are off the table that people say they want. So it's not an easy process. And, but yes, if they did it where it's like, they just kind of quietly are doing that and then just drop it, that's fine by me.
Yeah. I think they will do something like that, John, because listen, you notice last time all the stuff was going through, hell, when they came up with names that would pop up, one guy owned all of them. So they should keep it quiet. And when it happens, boom, it happens.
Yeah.
But we don't need to know.
Even like that one guy, because people think, oh, they didn't want to pay that guy. No, like with the Wolves, it was about the Minnesota Timberwolves. It wasn't about some guy in Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like so it was more about like what other teams have that, and then the logos and this and that, and this and that. So it was way more than like, oh, pay this guy off and now you can get it. But yes, there are but there were definitely other names that he owned that you would have to pay him off. But I don't think that's gonna stop them from going. If they wanted a name and that guy owned the thing, like I believe a deal would be worked out. My
understanding also is that I think people recognize that they weren't picking the best name, but Dan was not interested in engaging in any sort of legal or really even like back and forth with other names that they may have liked that you probably could have cut a check and gotten it done. And I think Dan at that stage where he's about to sell this team, he knows he's selling the team, knows he's clearing billions, just took the path of least resistance.
Well, I don't know if he knew he was selling the team at that time. That was a year and a half before.
No, by the time they announced the new name, I think not when he dropped Redskins, but I think I don't know.
Yeah,
That's an interesting.
When they changed the name,
I think there was still
no selling the team at that point.
At that time, like he didn't know in February of 22. Because that would have been. Yeah, I don't know that he knew at that time he was selling it.
When did the sale became a real thing was when did the limited partners drop out? And when did all that kick up? Like the
that was after the name change.
But I still don't know. Like I don't know that. I still think there was.
Whatever.
I don't know that he knew that at that point. So I don't know if it's honestly like. Here's the other thing. I got PTSD from all this stuff. Like
you too,
know what I mean? Like just it's just. And I don't blame fans for not liking it. Like people haven't warmed up to it. I get it. And I don't blame them for that at all because, I still have to explain to people like, what's, like friends that come from out of town, like, and what's the team name again? The Commanders? Like it's not taking hold the way I think people would have wanted it. I get that, but you know, I hope if they do it, that they just like, you know, you don't make a show out of it. You don't need to do that. And I think it's the other thing is that would be really hard is to say we're going to involve the fans in it. And I don't say that like that, you know, clearly it's a team they want to root for. However, like what fans want might not be legally available to them.
Yeah.
So you don't want to overpromise on this one. I think that's what fans felt bad about felt, you know, upset about last time, that they felt like they're going to be bigger part of that process. And then a name gets pulled that I don't know.
Nobody voted on.
Yeah. So I get that. It's just, it's an exhausting topic. And I understand why people, I mean, again, I tell people, like, I grew up in Cleveland. I was an Indians fan. They changed it to Guardians. Like, I'm not, you know, like, is anybody in love with that name? I don't think so. The difference is, too, whatever they do, bring back the original, the old uniforms. Make it feel like you're watching the same team, whatever the name is. And I, like, as an Indians fan, when I watch the Guardians, I don't feel like I'm watching a different team. You know, like you can get up in arms about the name change, but I don't feel like I'm watching something different. But when you have uniforms that maybe don't look the same or maybe look more like another team's colors, that makes it hard for fans. It's like a lot of change at once.
Yeah.
And it was, you know what I mean? So I think if nothing else, go back and do that. I think that would solve some of the issues. And, you know, the other part of it is too, like, what if in 3 years they decide, okay, you're going to do it, but what if Jaden Daniels becomes this big star and, you know, and it becomes people look at it differently. I don't know if that will happen. Like if they would view it any differently, I don't know. But like, would that change anything? I don't know. I'm not, and I would say this, I'd leave that question's up for the fans, not me. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like that's the team that they root for. I get the emotional hold. And I mean, shoot, when the Indians changed their name, I have a cousin whose dad had just died. And it's like, my cousin lives in Detroit. And he grew up a Tigers fan, but also his dad's from Ohio, so an Indians fan. And he's like, he felt like that was something else taken from him and his dad, right? Like there's that emotional attachment that I get it. But from a work standpoint, oh man, just drop it on us, baby. Just
Please don't make it linger.
Yeah, right. That's the part that, like, if you do that, like, all right, and I, you know, and maybe if it's, because you know this, like, no matter what name is chosen, there are going to be people who don't like it, period.
Totally.
And they knew that the first time. And it's because it's going to be something new, but it may just be that because it comes from this group, they're way more open to embracing it eventually than the other one. I get that.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And you can roll it out and handle it better and maybe make cooler gear and cooler I'm a Tutty fan, but I think you keep Tutty no matter what. But maybe you get a better logo and there's But please, we're moving. We're on to Cincinnati. Okay, talking with John Keim, ESPN. Follow him on X and Instagram at John JOHN_Keim KEIM. Johnny, let's talk Cliff Kingsbury. Let's talk offense. Let's talk no huddle. You were there last week when Brian Robinson said he expects to see a lot more no huddle. Now, some of that is they barely ran any. So if you go from 5 to 7, that's still more. But Cliff, you go back through the numbers for what he did in Arizona. There was a fair amount of no huddle. It led the NFL. Where do you think Cliff is in kind of his second go around running an offense in the NFL? What he's looking to do, how he helps Jaden?
Well, the hard part for us to know is what's the influence of guys like Brian Johnson and Anthony Lim? Because, you know, what is their influence on? He's not going to. Cliff Kingsbury isn't going to just throw away what he's done, but how do they enhance what he can do or what he wants to do with the run game, with the pass game, whatever? So I think that's one thing we don't know yet. And you know what the other part of it is too. This will be the first time he's an offensive coordinator in this league. So what does it look like when he has more time just to focus on this, and as opposed to being a head coach and focusing on the offense? Because one of the things in Arizona that they would complain about is the second half of the season drop off.
Mm.
And what were and there could be a few, one year is Kyler Murray's out, so there's going to be a natural drop off. But that was one of the things that you would hear from Arizona when he was there. And, but you're a head coach doing all this. It's not an easy job. And so what does it look like when he's just got the chance to just focus on this, incorporate what these guys want to do, et cetera? And I know like Jaden has talked about being excited because of what he saw him do with Kyler Murray and incorporating those skills. And it's funny because just because they both come on, they're different quarterbacks. And I think Jaden can be obviously a more effective passer from the pocket. So I'll be curious to see how he does that compared to how he used Kyler, who's really good at throwing off platform and doing different things. And both can run, but they're different. So, but I think how does he help Jaden? I think part of it is knowing that he's a rookie and having gone through that with Kyler Murray and how do you protect a rookie? And part of that is we saw this last year was not how they should protect a young quarterback. And so I think you're going to see a better balance of run pass, but along with that, do they have enough on the offensive line? We still don't know that answer yet.
I tell you what, me and B got to look at Coleman yesterday.
Big boy.
Well, it was interesting seeing him just in person, no helmet, not practice. He's big enough to play tackle, I would say.
He's got the length. The one thing is his height may not he's what, little more than 6'4", and I will say this: when you look at him, he's thicker like a guard would be, right? The difference is he has his arm length. At the combine, he was in the top 10 in arm length for tackles. He was in the bottom third or bottom several for height, but he has the length. So that's the big key. It's the length. And he has that, and he has really good footwork. He was a basketball player and a good one. So that does help. And so I think they're certainly going to give him that chance, but we don't know when does he mature to become a starter, right? And what does it look like when he does? We don't know that yet. We don't know the answer to that yet. So, he's got that length and he has good footwork. Those are two really good things for a left tackle.
Hey, Rashawn Slater, what was his size? Because when you look at him, he doesn't look like a typical tackle. He looks a little bit more stocky. And I see him whip a lot of people's ass consistently.
Yes. No. I don't think. I just
listed
think that's
6'4", 315 for Rashawn Slater.
Okay, about the same size, right?
Right, exactly. And so that's my point. My only thing, though, in saying that is, I just wonder if that's why people look at him as a guard because of that. But when you look at the measurements and the footwork and the athleticism, it's more tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. They certainly think he's a tackle, and they are confident in that. What do you think? Mitch and Tischler had this debate the other day, and B and I kind of talked about it. Who do you think has the bigger impact this season, McCaffrey or Dotson?
Oh man, I still think Jahan can play, right? And I mean, it sounds like who took McCaffrey?
Mitch. I took Dotson.
I'm sticking with Dotson because
maybe, this was a straight up yardage thing. But
I'm still sticking with Dotson. I think McCaffrey can. I don't know what he's going to do, but I think he can become, based on what you know. And listen, I think that kid made a lot of progress in 2 years as a receiver after changing positions. I think he's, obviously good football genes, but it's more than that. It's the way you work, the way you approach it, good quickness, all that helps. But I think Jahan, and I think he's one guy who's probably as looking forward to this season as anybody after how maybe what he could or couldn't do last year or how he felt he was used or et cetera. And he's talking about looking forward to going back and being a route runner again. That's his strength. And it's not like you're not running routes, but what are they allowing? And I don't this is a general statement, but sometimes is it how are they asking you to run your routes, right? And one of the things I go back to is that play he made the other day in training or OTAs, whatever it is.
Dude, that was a hell of a catch.
It was a great catch. But the big thing was what Terry McLaurin was so excited about was how he used his hands at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And if that's improved and he's getting away quicker, he's really good at the top of separating. And like that's where I think he can be more effective. So that's why I think the kid's got talent. And I haven't given up the belief that he can have a much better year.
I just think that last year when they started figuring out a few things about him, you got to be able to try to come with an adjustment, and that goes on the coaches that are setting up the game plan and also on the player. But a lot of times the scheme can help you out, but you got to also work on some things because defensive players are watching every move you make, and if you don't have some type of counter to it, you're gonna get caught.
Oh, and you know this, like that's why to me it's always interesting to see if a guy has a good year, you know that the offseason is spent trying to take away that thing by another team. So how do you adjust? It's just like a hitter in baseball. Like, okay, oh man, I'm just hitting the hell out of these fastballs. Well, now we'll start throwing you some outside, some sliders or whatever.
Curves.
Yeah, can you hit that? Like, so if you're, but that's the adjustment. So, but I think that's for him is if he's better at the line of scrimmage, creating a little bit of separation, that's going to really help him. And Jaden is good at throwing that. Really good at throwing that slot fade, man.
He is.
We saw that. So, like, if he can create some separation on that, like, I still think that he can be a good part of this offense. I haven't seen reason to not think that. I know he hasn't had, I know he had some drops, but I do think that he's still, when you watch, like 2 years ago, watch him get open, like there are a lot of times, like he's not getting the ball, but he's getting open. And my thing was always, is he getting open? The answer was yes. And there were definitely times last year we saw it, not as, I think obviously had better numbers in his rookie year, but like not to what you thought it might be. But I think this will be a big year for him to show, like, yes, he can do this.
I think it's obviously a huge opportunity. Dude, what are you hearing about this 18-game schedule? Because it seems like it might be happening.
Feels inevitable, doesn't it?
It sure does. And I'm just curious, how do you, because I was talking with Stanek about this yesterday, how do you think they would break it all down? Would it just be, because what coaches and front office people want is to get that long break. And right now they get that long break in the summertime where they can actually, for a month, be a part of their family. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can put media in that group as well.
I know.
They can do that now early in the year.
Yeah, but kids are in school. That's what summer. That's what the advantage of summer.
They do have two different points in the spring where you have summer vacation. I mean, you have the spring vacation and all that.
Yeah, here's the hard part with that though. Like the league likes to occupy every month.
Right.
They will always have something that will make it difficult for people to do that. But listen, I'm not, that aside, like people listening aren't going to care about our social schedule, whatever, but like or theirs, but I do think they're going to have the Super Bowl going till President's Day weekend. And if you're in that, like it makes it really hard to do any of that. So, but I think you have to have 2 bye weeks, right?
If you go to 18,
you have to have them.
That's the plan.
So, yeah, and I could see, like, if they did the summer thing, I could see a ramp-up period where you take, like, for example, this year where you have, like, they reported in, April 2nd to here because it was a new coach, but, like, let's say it's April 2nd, and you go till mid-May where it's just, like, a slow, like, you're working out, you're conditioning, you're doing some walkthroughs, and that's all maybe behind the scenes without us there. Now, it's not good for the workers in the building for that because they're the ones who get kind of screwed in this. But from a player standpoint, like you understand, I'm sure for some, they say if you're going to have us play 18 games, we need more time for our bodies to recover before we get back into that period. And Brian, you can talk more about that. Like how much time? What's the realistic time to get that body feeling okay again to ramp back up? That's
it's different times for different people. Because and I'm not trying to make myself into something special. I never had a problem when March came to be getting ready to go. Actually, Art Monk and Darryl Green both told me take a week or 2 off and then start doing something. and your body will never, ever get out of shape, and you won't have to worry about weight coming on. And I started doing it because the first year I left here, I gained 25 pounds. The following years, I never gained that weight again.
Yeah, and I think some of you guys are built differently, with mentally and physically. But I think mentally, just you guys are different. That's why you lasted as long as you did. But I do wonder about that, like, because I can't speak to that, and like how much of that is what it is, and then it's like, well, quit making it basically a voluntary, involuntary situation, and just make it. You have to come here, but it's from this time of the year. And is that going to be the concession the owners grant in order to get that 18th game?
See that, and I think if I'm the players, I don't think that's enough.
Oh, I don't think it'd be enough either. But it's like that would be part of it. What else do you think they would need?
It has to go about cash and the percentages of what we're getting.
Okay.
Because just think about this. I remember when players were mad because they couldn't work out at certain points of the off season because you wasn't allowed in the building.
Right.
Now you just tell them don't come at all until like in June.
That's why I'm saying I don't think it'll work.
That don't make much sense to me.
Well, I wonder if because I think for some, a guy like John Allen's in town. So like, would a guy like that be allowed to go to the facility and work out because he's in town? I don't know.
It used to not be like that before, but we'll see what changes.
I don't know. But I mean, it is. I don't know when that will happen. I know they're talking about for maybe next year. That feels kind of fast, but because like nothing's even been agreed upon. But it does. We are certainly seem to be headed toward that 18th game.
Yeah, sure does. Johnny, thank you for your time, brother.
Appreciate it, Jay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That's our guy, John Keim. Give him a follow at John_Keim. When we come back, we like to just go around the league and talk about random football teams, kind of what we do. Plus, the Wizards got a new head coach. Landfill, what the hell are you playing?
So what happened was there was like 2 seconds left before he came back from break, and I realized I hadn't picked out a song. So I just grabbed the first thing that I saw, and it was this.
To the alumni, producers, and board ops are not helping Landfill.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. If the alumni were helping me pick out songs, this wouldn't be an issue.
I'm talking about your alumni.
Who or what is this song? Natasha Bedingfield?
I think it's called "By 10,000 Maniacs."
10,000 Maniacs. Okay.
I've been around that many at one time.
That's a quiet afternoon in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Um,
Hanging out with Maniac.
Or one Chris Russell.
let's try to never play that song again.
Try.
Let's just at least try not to. Jeff, could you play that one at the club?
Not at all.
It was either that or "Bye Bye Bye" by NSYNC.
Oof.
I'm glad you chose that one.
Thank you.
Are you?
Yeah.
I could go either way.
Bye.
Baby, bye. I'll sing it for everybody just in case.
No, please don't. Please don't.
I just did. Oh, here we go. Ooh, a little violin to start. Jeff, I bet you have a better chance of playing this in the club than
Yeah, if he play that, he better
Natasha
duck.
Bedingfield 10,000.
If he play that, he
joint.
better duck.
Actually, for like the younger crowd now, they actually like hearing this. Like,
Younger crowd when you were doing which one?
hey, go to a college crowd right now and go to your throwback section and play this. I guarantee you'll get a reaction.
What is
He
younger?
might get
for
a
you?
reaction. I don't know if it's gonna be positive all the time. Depending on
It's
what
like
college you at.
When I was in college, when they play like Bon Jovi, people thought it was cool, even though it was 20 years old.
So I say you got people getting hyped to like, the classics still. Like the kids listen to the classics. This is considered a classic.
One thing I noticed when my youngest sister-in-law was in college, that they just had like Biggie songs remixed, and they thought that was like old school. But they liked Biggie, but as long as it was like in some DJ's remix. Does that still exist?
Yeah, the mashup thing
The mashup thing.
is going crazy, especially in the DJ world, because it's something called Serato stems now, where you can isolate the vocals from different songs without having to download just the instrumental pack or acapella pack.
Is that AI?
No, it's not AI. It's just a feature on if you have like a certain board to DJ off of that just help you make your job way more simple.
How about that, B? Helps you make your job way more simple.
I gotcha.
Wizards hired a new coach. We're going to talk to Chase Hughes about it in about a half
New
hour.
coach or same coach?
Wizards hired a coach. I don't know if you go from interim.
He was interim to the coach, so he was there already.
Does that count as a new coach?
Wasn't he on the staff? Then they moved him up, and then he became the interim. Now he's a head guy. Now he's got it. They kept him on.
That is correct.
Yeah.
What was really funny is I was talking with Standig yesterday at the Commanders event, and he was saying, he's like, it's kind of weird. Nobody's talking about it. The Wizards just haven't done anything. Like, we've all been hearing this JJ Redick stuff. How about JJ? Did he get the Lakers job? Is that official? No, right?
I don't think he has.
If you're LeBron, do you think you make JJ the coach because of your podcast?
I mean, listen, bro. You could work in one aspect of life with somebody, and then it'd be totally different in another aspect. So they do a podcast together.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean they can work together.
true.
Or unless he knows he's gonna be able to run JJ.
True.
Because no matter if it works or not, if things go well, it's LeBron's reason. It's LeBron's fault. And if things go bad, it's JJ's fault. We
Right.
know that's gonna happen. So.
That is certainly going to happen. In less than an hour, you're going to hear from Jason Wright. I got to talk to Jason along with some other media folks yesterday at the Commanders event. Really interesting stuff on stadium search and logo thing with the senator from Montana. I think you guys will enjoy that conversation. We do need to run through Landfill today. B wants us to talk about the Los Angeles Rams. How do we feel about the Rams? What do the Rams got? We'll do that next. It's Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, championship futures, live bets, and so much more. There's no better place to bet all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 18 years or older, present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537.
for the Bullets. Bet. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, folks, it is that time. Caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to go see 21 Savage American Dream Tour Sunday, June 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live with special guests JID, Nardo Wick, 21 Little Herald. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Phone number is 800-636-1067. You can win those tickets.
Remember the first time you ever read that and you say Little Harold?
No, that was the last one. That was like the 2 Chainz read.
But you say Little Harold.
It feels weird for me to say Lowell. I'm not going to lie to you.
You say Little.
I can say Harold. That's this dude I used to play basketball with in high school. All right. Now we're going to go to the BetQL guest line and welcome in our friend, Mr. Neil Tucker, talking about Summer Madness this weekend.
What up, Neil?
Neil, what's up, dude?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing?
We're good, man. We're good. We're good. What you got going on this weekend, man?
Man, it's our 5th annual event, Summer Madness. It's a showcase that highlights community activity, basketball, workshops, and our mission is to stop gun violence. So this year we're having that at Bowie State University.
Ooh,
we
Jeff.
have 12 of the top teams playing this year basketball. It starts today at 6 p.m. We have some state champions, some D.C. champions, some title champions, and we have Baltimore, D.C., Virginia, and Prince George's County playing as well.
Who's favorite? Who's the top dog?
You trying to get me in trouble. I say,
okay, who do the people say is the top dog, not who you say?
Who the people say right now, the fan favorites right now is Gonzaga. My man Steve Turner, that's who they picked to win. They have 2 guys that are top dogs who want to play for USA basketball.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
So is it full high school squads? Like, how does it work kind of out of season? Is it limited or is everybody there?
The whole team is supposed to play. Now, some guys that get invited to like USA or Nike camp, we understand that mission. But to get into Summer Madness, you have to win something, whether it's your state championship, your title, or your city title. You have to be a winner. So most guys that are playing, most of these teams are champions. Some teams that just couldn't make it, we replaced them, and some of those didn't win. They might have been runner-ups. But that's the premise. If you win, you play. It's only 12, so we try to pick the top 12 teams, 4 from each region. 3 from each region. And they get custom jerseys that are designed by our sponsors. We have some great sponsors this year. Pepsi, Wegmans, Chick-fil-A, Tropical Smoothie.
Wegmans and Chick-fil-A are like 2 of my most favorite things in the world.
Yeah, man. So we love to have y'all come out one time, man, to support the cause.
Yeah, it sounds like it'd be a lot of fun. Do people buy tickets? Is there a website? How do you get there?
Yeah, so to buy tickets or get tickets, you could pull up on campus. It is a cashless event, so you have to have a card or Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, or you can go online at thehuddlefoundation.org, go to events, and you'll see Summer Madness there, and you can purchase your tickets there.
What is the state of DC high school hoops right now? I mean, it's always known as one of, if not the best around the country. Where are the studs right now?
Yeah, it's still here. This is a melting pot of sports, football and basketball. The top schools right now, I would say PVI, of course, they were ranked number 2 this year.
About 4 miles from my house right there.
It's crazy that that has become the powerhouse.
They got like coach? They got like a damn near college campus over there.
Yeah.
It's the new school is crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing real well. Gonzaga will probably be ranked in the top 10 this year. From the county side this year, it's pretty open. Most of those teams are rebuilding. Y should be pretty good. Bowie is always solid. Douglas is coming back with some great teams, but Largo actually won it, and they are returning Keim. So Keim is their star player. He was Maryland Player of the Year this year.
And
so
he's not going to a private school?
Season. No, that's crazy. He stayed home, and he put everybody on his back, and he brought Largo, a PG County team, a championship.
Where is he getting recruited by?
Everybody, probably.
Everybody. I mean, from Syracuse to down south to out west, Midwest, Georgetown, Maryland. He's getting all the recruits, and he's a great kid. His parents are good.
It's pretty rare for a kid in that situation to just stay at his local high school, right?
That is very rare. And I think that's why he get a lot of praise for staying. All the privates wanted him this year, and he stayed home, and he brought him a chip. So I think he's going to try to do it again and return next year.
What's his last name?
Cameron Ward.
Cam Ward.
I am now a fan of Cam Ward. And so what? He's
Absolutely.
only
Hey, that's like that old poem from back in the day, "The Road Not Taken." He took a different direction than everybody else do.
and he's only a junior.
He's a junior. He was ranked as a ninth grader. He came in. He had the best season as any ninth grader at Largo. He probably break all of Largo's records. And he plays for Team Durant right now, which is Kevin Durant's shoe brand, their AAU product.
Dude, as the AAU world has become just so much more important, does that not make it more possible for these kids to just play for their local high school?
Well, the way the NCAA is setting it up, AAU is just as necessary as high school basketball at this moment. The way that the coaches get in front of these programs when they're traveling, whether they're on a Nike circuit or Adidas or Puma circuit, the coaches are allowed to see these kids. And that's just the raw truth behind it. So if you get a good team and you go travel and you're on that Nike circuit and you're playing against the best in the world, the coaches want to recruit the best, so they start there. But then what's important for the high school coaches, that's really where you see their character and their skill, their development. So it goes hand in hand.
Yeah, one doesn't outweigh the other.
Puma has a
I
circuit?
don't think so.
People are wearing
Yeah,
Pumas?
Puma now has a circuit.
Wow.
Who's wearing
People wear
Pumas?
Puma in the NBA?
Oh, yeah, you have a couple cats wearing Puma right now.
That is news to me.
I'm serious. 'Cause when I think of Puma, what do you think of, like tennis?
I think of like skaters, like Puma Kings, were like maybe soccer.
There's a
What
lot
about,
of new
is New
stuff out
Balance
there,
still a
man.
thing?
Yeah, I think it's under the Rock Nation brand as well. I think they're being funded by Rock Nation. Or
Is it
promoted
Puma
by
or New
them.
Balance?
Puma has a circuit. New Balance has a circuit. Adidas, Nike.
I looked this kid up. This kid has offers West Virginia, UVA, Villanova, Texas A&M, Texas, Tennessee, Syracuse, Providence, Mississippi State, Marquette, Iowa, Georgia Tech, Georgetown, George Mason, Arkansas,
Your brother
Notre
write his
Dame,
own ticket.
Michigan State, Maryland, Marquette, Kansas State, Florida State.
Yeah,
Hey, can you do me a favor, though?
absolutely.
Can you get a message to my friend, Mr. Cam Ward?
I sure can.
All right.
He's trying to recruit from Maryland.
As a matter of fact, I am. if he's so like the idea of staying home, playing at Largo, and winning a title, imagine what that would feel like at University of Maryland, doing the same thing.
Hey, you never know. He is a kid that loves to stay at home and go against the odds. And then they just got Dirk signing over there, Mr. McQueen. So that's going to be a nice powerhouse over the next couple years.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. Tell everybody one more time where to check out the event this weekend and the website.
Summer Madness 5 is at Bowie State University at the gymnasium. It starts today, 6 p.m. We actually have Largo at the first game. So if you want to come see Cam Ward show at Bowie State, 6 p.m., you can get tickets at the door, or if you want to go online, go to the Huddle, HUDDLE Foundation.org, click event, and click on Summer Madness and get your tickets.
Well, good luck on everything
Yeah,
this
man.
weekend,
I hope
brother.
it goes great. Neil, do you know my buddy Mark from Capitol Hoops? I think you guys know each other.
I know
right?
Mark Stern, yeah. That's a great friend of mine, yep.
Yep. So me too. We grew up together. I probably not gonna make it this weekend, to be honest with you. But I will. I'll get Mark to bring me to a Largo game this winter because I want to see this kid. I support this kid.
That sounds good. Are you on the greens with B. Mitch at all? I shot the guys a couple last summer. Him and Leon.
I play golf with B. Mitch, but we're rarely on the green at the same time. we're often on the tee at the same time. The tee, yes. The green is very different operation. Thank you for the time.
Hey,
Neil.
man, our prayers and thoughts are with you too, brother.
Okay, thank you, man.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
Check out the Huddle this weekend. Seems like it'll be a really fun event at Jeff Walker's alma mater. When we come back, big news for the Wizards. They got a coach that they already kind of had, but now he's the coach. Don't go anywhere.
an excellent job overseeing the development of guys like Bilal Coulibaly and Denny Avdia and Corey Kispert. So the Wizards want to see that continue. And they also like his ability to hold players accountable. Like once he got promoted to the interim role, we asked players like, well, what does Brian Keefe like? And they said he's like very direct to the point and like very honest. Like he'll just come into the locker room and tell you like straight to your face in front of everyone that you're not doing something right. And the players like that. And I think that's part of the type of culture the Wizards want to build. And I think him moving Jordan Poole to the bench was a great example of that, because Jordan Poole was a tough adjustment. He admitted that in retrospect, but it ultimately brought the best out of him. And so I think those types of moves the players appreciate.
Is that something that young players like? Because you get more veteran established players. How many of them are going to take that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say most of the young players really appreciated it. And it's funny because, you know, maybe the average person isn't used to that type of leadership style, but you find when you ask young NBA players, well, like, you know, how do you deal with someone just kind of calling you out? They say, oh, it reminds me of my dad, or it reminds me of my high school coach or my AAU coach. Like athletes are kind of like professional athletes are kind of used to that. So I could see what you're saying. Like a veteran player who's more established, who, you know, might have a big contract or something, might not want to take that type of communication. But for the most part, the players are used to that type of style.
You know, B and I talked about this. I'm cool with them promoting Brian Keefe or keeping him. I thought, just from a visual perspective, as somebody that watches a lot of Wiz games, and for me, a lot of times by the time I get the kids to bed and everything, I'm usually watching the second half to fourth quarter. I think the first half of the season, you saw him dog it. And I feel like when Keefe came in, you know, it's not like they won that many more games, but they seemed like they were fighting till the absolute end. And maybe that goes hand in hand with your accountability stuff. I kind of buy a lot of Wiz moves I haven't really bought. I feel like it was a status quo move. But since the Winger Dawkins takeover, this one kind of adds up to me.
Yeah, and I think you make an important point, because when Winger and Dawkins made the move, they said the reason why was because they wanted to see more competitive basketball. Like under Wes Unseld Jr., they thought the young players were making strides and they were happy about that, but they were getting blown out in too many games. They weren't competitive enough on a regular basis. And they said that's what they wanted to see from the team under Brian Keefe. And it took a little while for him to get there, but I think by the end of the season, they did reach that point. They got some of their best wins of the year, and they did so in some cases while missing a lot of their regulars. So I think it's in some ways a credit to Dawkins and Winger for sort of keeping their word on that, because they set some guidelines. Brian Keefe met them, so they rewarded him by removing the interim tag.
This, just redoing or remaking this team is going to take about another
hell.
year
Even
or so.
Ted called it a rebuild. We can call it a rebuild.
This rebuild, okay, this rebuild is going to take a little more time. How do they basically judge him moving forward?
Well, in the short term, I think it's consistently competitive basketball, and of course the development of young players. Like whoever they draft second overall, that guy, they're going to want to see some success from early on, and Brian Keefe will be tasked with that. In addition to, you know, the continued development of Bilal Coulibaly, Denny Avdia, guys like that. I think you're going to continue to see, certainly next season, probably, you know, maybe even the year after that, just wins and losses not really being the criteria that they judge success by. So it'll be the development of young players, but certainly at some point, wins and losses are going to be part of the equation. So I think the hope would be, as you see oftentimes with rebuilds, is that you hire a coach that can develop the young players and also, you know, develop on their own and grow as a coach, so that by the time the team is ready to compete for bigger things, so are they.
You know, with this team, hold on, I got to ask you to confirm something for me, Chase. This is breaking news here on the Fan. Brian and I just had a guest on that runs a high school basketball tournament. And he told us that people are still wearing Pumas playing basketball. And a dude in the chat, what's that?
Kyle Kuzma.
A dude in the chat says Kyle Kuzma wears Pumas. Is that accurate, Chase?
Kyle Kuzma is a Puma guy. Yeah, he's I don't know how many NBA players they have, but they definitely have Kyle Kuzma. And he's I would say some of the shoes he's worn are pretty nice. I will give him that.
I mean, it's wild the amount
When
of
I
dudes.
think basketball, I don't think Puma.
No, you know what? I have more breaking news on the Fan. Apparently, R.J. Barrett, Michael Porter Jr., Marcus Smart, and Scoot Henderson are also wearing Pumas. Who knew?
There are a lot of companies in that. I mean, there's like several Chinese companies that have players with signature shoes. Like, it is all over the place. It's not just Nike and Reebok anymore.
Puma also makes a signature shoe for 2023 WNBA MVP Breonna Stewart. That's
Hey, man,
cool.
Let me know. Let me
go.
find out that basketball and the shoe game is turning out to NILs.
Yeah, dude. Everybody's got a shoe deal. Dude, can I ask you something totally off topic, Chase?
Sure.
People want us to cover the Mystics. Well, they're 0-7. Like, what the hell is going on with the Mystics?
Oh man, I think they got a good player in the draft in Aaliyah Edwards.
Yeah.
But clearly the Elena Deladon situation, I think, is taking its toll. I mean, they had an all-time great player. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows that answer, but they had an all-time great player, and they had an aging roster in general. And I think you're seeing them, as we're seeing other teams in town, just kind of go through the cycle. But they've got smart people in charge. Mike Tebow, of course, constructed a title
Isn't
team.
Winger
They're going
kind
to
of
have
in charge of that too? Didn't he take the mantle for like all of Monumental Hoops or whatever?
I thought he was over all this stuff.
He did. He oversees the Mystics technically, but he said on a couple occasions that he feels like they're in good hands because they've got Mike Tebow, who, of course, has already won a championship and then moved into the front office. So they've got draft picks in the future. So I think just like with the Wizards, it's going to take some time, but maybe they get Paige Beckers in the draft next year and things can speed up.
Yeah,
He can play.
At least they got a title too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And Deladon, I understand if that was a lot of their cap and a lot of their resource use because she was awesome before
damn good.
Whatever the injuries started. All right, we're talking with our friend Chase Hughes here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him at Chase DC Sports. Check out his content at on the Monumental website. Let's go to the draft because we're getting closer now. It's about a month out.
Who are they picking, Chase?
Yeah, what's the plan at number 2?
As of now, I think it'll be either Alex Sarr or Zachary Reese-Shea, two French players that are just continuing a wave of talent from the country of France that is pretty incredible. I mean, it was not just Victor Wembanyama and Rudy Gobert and Bilal Coulibaly. Like, they might have 3 top 10 picks this year. And the two guys that most people expect to go at the top of the draft are both French. Alex Sarr is like a 7'1" center known for his defense, who's also pretty athletic and skilled on the offensive end. And Zachary Reese-Shea is about 6'8". He's a very fast wing from baseline to baseline, might be the best shooter in the draft. And he's also a really good defender. So, one thing about the top 10 of this draft is the Wizards are evaluating prospects that is standing out to me more and more the more I study it, is that a lot of them are good at defense. And I think that's kind of contributed to the narrative about this draft class not being as good as other years, is that there's not like the obvious offensive talent you usually see. So I think it's tough for teams to project that when you've got a guy who's really good at defense, but you don't know how skilled he's going to be offensively. Some guys never figure it out. But the good news is there are good players available, and I think if the Wizards are trying to build a good defense, they're going to have some good options.
But that's the thing, though. The NBA, you better be able to play offense.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think you go get a guy, he's a defensive guy, he never pans out offensively. You don't draft him super high, do you?
I mean, that's one of the hardest things to predict in the NBA draft. These guys are 18, 19 years old. Sometimes you feel good about their defensive potential, but you just have no idea if they're going to end up scoring 5 points a game in their career like Michael Kidd-Gilchrist or turn into Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler was all defense when he was in the draft, didn't score all that much in college, and he's turned out to be a great two-way player.
So we had David Aldridge on a couple weeks ago about the number 2 pick, and he thinks Klingon makes the most sense there. Klingon, Topic was the other dude he discussed, the real point guard out of Serbia, I want to say. And then the kind of combo guard that was at UConn the last 2 years. You think any of those guys has a chance at number 2, or is it going to be whichever French dude doesn't go 1?
I think they do have a chance.
I mean, Castle and Klingon are two of the more raw offensive players in the top 10. Like, they're really, really good defensively. But, shooting is an issue for Stephon Castle and Donovan Klingon. I don't know if he's ever going to be a great offensive player. So that will have to be weighed if you're thinking about the second overall pick, because as B. Mitch said, like, in order to justify that selection, they're going to have to do more than defend. Topic is a really good passer. He's like a 6'6", 6'7" point guard who does have some injury concerns now. He was playing overseas, and it was during the NBA draft combine that he hurt his knee. It wasn't a serious injury, but that's something that's going to have to be factored in. But I think Sarr and Reese Shea, when you add it all up in terms of size, athleticism, and skill set, they've got more of the stuff that you can't teach than the other guys that are in that conversation.
I'm cool with these French young men because, I mean, I really like Bilal over the course of his development. Wemby's obviously a complete freak show.
Yeah.
What is the length of an NBA rookie contract? Like, how long do you get these guys?
Well, it's 4 years, but you have basically the option to sign them to an exclusive extension after that. So you can pretty much get these guys for I think it's 8 years to begin their careers. You're not often going to see a guy who's good on their rookie deal, if they're a first round pick, not reach a second contract with their first team, because they can pay them so much more money. And they've got, it's set up to basically encourage players to stay with their teams.
And do you think Sarr and or Reese Shea would come right away? I remember back in the day, these guys used to stay in Europe for 3 more years, but it seems like more and more now they're just playing.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're drafted that high, you're coming over right away. And I think given where the Wizards are in their rebuild, whoever they pick is going to be playing a lot of minutes and have a very large role on their team. So, I think with those guys, the question will be, are they going to play in the Olympics? That I don't believe they're in the player pool for Team France, but France has gold medal aspirations. So, maybe they'd be in that mix, as Bilal Coulibaly is, but if not, you'd see them in Summer League. And then from day one, basically be handed the keys.
Hell, you draft somebody that high, if Wemby came, they better come.
Right.
I mean,
that's a great point. Yeah. If he can do it, you can do it. All right, Chase, we got a game tonight. Mavs, T-Wolves, 8:30. This series has been really good. T-Wolves are now up 3-1. I'm sorry, Dallas is up 3-1. What do you think happens tonight? What do you think happens in the series?
I think the Timberwolves win the game tonight. And I'm saying that for one reason in particular. It's because Anthony Edwards guaranteed a game 6, and to the point where he asked Micah Parsons, who was sitting courtside, what his shoe size is, because he's going to bring him some of his signature shoes to game 6, which would require a win in game 5.
It's kind of tough to act super hard about guaranteeing a game 6. You're down pretty low when you got to act tough about a game 6.
If you guarantee a game 6 and you get there and you mess around and win that one, then the pressure's all on Dallas.
Pressure goes there. I agree. And you go back to
But
Minnesota.
I'm still taking Dallas in this series. Luka and Kyrie, they got something special going right now.
Who you got for the whole thing? We all know it's Boston on the other side, but they have not had the road it would take to get out of the West.
I'll go with Dallas. And I surprised myself by saying that, because they did not even look like title contenders at the trade deadline. And then they brought in P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford and became a juggernaut. And I thought the Timberwolves were going to win this series. I thought they were going to go to the finals. And the Mavs going up 3-0 on them said a lot to me about what they're capable of, because they've got peak Luka and peak Kyrie right now, and it's completely unstoppable at the end of games. They're so athletic. They can defend. They're deep. They look like a very, very good team. And I think they're going to be too athletic at the big man position for Boston. And I think Luka is going to be the best player on the court.
Well, dude, the other thing B and I were saying about Brian Keefe that we liked was, he took over basically after they traded away Gafford.
Mm-hmm.
And you see how important Gafford is.
Gafford's good.
Right. Daniel Gafford, I mean, we knew he was good here, but he found the absolute perfect fit for himself playing with Luka and Kyrie.
Totally.
And it was, they traded Gafford, and then the guys they brought in to replace him all got hurt. And yet they still improved their defense at least a little bit. and knocked off some really good teams down the stretch. So I think if you consider all the context of what Brian Keith did, it was a very impressive job. And, there were a lot of players that sang his praises at the end of season press conference. Tyus Jones, I think, had the best quote. He was like, I think you saw it on the court that we were more competitive, but in the locker room, you could feel it. Like it just felt different once Brian Keith sort of, caught his rhythm as a coach down the stretch.
Chase, we're about to play this interview yesterday with Jason Wright, Commanders team president, but you are so locked into the basketball world nowadays. People probably, maybe they are aware, but because we've all worked together for so long, I know what a big Skins Commanders fan you are. Just as somebody that I know watches all the moves they make, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling optimistic. I mean, I really, really like just the idea of Adam Peters. And I know we've been down this road before where like they hire somebody who takes over and like there's reason to believe it's going to work. And odds are, most of these guys don't work out. They never leave on their own terms, right? Even Bill Belichick did not leave his job on his own terms.
Right.
But I like the idea of hiring a guy with a scouting background like Adam Peters. Having been around a lot of GMs and executives, I love the way he goes about his business. In press conferences, he just seems like all football. Like he doesn't really seem to put too much stock in like controlling the narrative or focusing on things that a lot of executives do. He's just going to have an eye for talent and pick the right players. And obviously, like most people, I wish they did more to the offensive line, but I don't think he could fix everything in one single offseason. So I believe in him and, all the decisions he's made, I'm kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt.
We agree with you. We
Totally.
agree with you. Chase, thanks for the time, bro. Maybe
All
we
right,
do
Chase.
it once the finals get set up.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it again. Thanks,
All
guys.
right, bro. Thanks, man.
That's our friend Chase Hughes. You can follow him on X at Chase DC Sports. When we come back, you're going to hear Jason Wright speaking with the media yesterday. But you know who I have been speaking to a lot, Brian?
Who's that?
Garv Galati from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. My lease is up, and I'm going to just tell the true story here. I leased my truck in, what would that be, 2021, a 3-year lease, right? Interest rates were very, very low then. It was
now.
It was a very advantageous time to lease a truck. Now, with my truck due in July, is not an advantageous time to lease a truck. And you know what Garv told me? He's like, dude, I can run you the lease numbers. I know you prefer to lease, but you're going to get your ass kicked. He's like, at least let me run you the buy numbers. That's the kind of people you work with when you work with Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They're going to be honest. They're not just going to try to sell you the most expensive thing. They're going to try to get you into the situation that is right for you. Currently, considering the interest rates, my situation may be a two-door Toyota Corolla. That may be the best situation for me.
You're not doing that.
We'll see.
Nah.
But you can check them out online at oarsmanva.com. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia. All the brands you need: Buick, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, GMC, Kia, Lincoln, Toyota. They've got it all, man. They take good care of you. They treat you like you would want to be treated. They've got great financing options, a huge selection, new and used cars. They'll buy your car. Brian, what kept you going back 8,000 times to Billy and Chantilly is that Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that Oarsman Lifetime Edge comes with $1,500 in extras. Also, they would give you a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and that Oarsman Lifetime Engine Guarantee. I always have to say this, JP. You've been working with Oarsman this long, you're going to be taken care of. You're a great customer, and they always take care of their great customers. You can also, if you want to sell a car, you can take the Oarsman. They'll give you 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, and regardless of its make, model, or year, it's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. JP's been happy. He's going to continue to be happy. So take it from us. 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
Jason Wright is the Washington Commanders team president, and yesterday he spoke to the media. There's been a lot to talk about for a team president perspective. People asking questions were Scott Abraham, me, and Ben Standing. Want to make sure everybody gets their credit for the questions. Let it ride, Landfill.
How nice was this stage, Jason?
Oh, it's awesome. I think events like this remind you like the power of football, and especially in this town, the power of this team to unite people and to do real good. Like these kids, they felt so much esteem for themselves because these guys are coming down here that they've seen on TV and that they see in uniform or like paying attention to them. You just see like their self-confidence raise. You know, that's not even talking about the stuff that we did in the garden and like beautifying the facilities here. It's just what the kids get out of these guys paying that time and attention to them is amazing. And that's actually how lifelong fans are created too. You know, there's really beautiful moments.
I was just going to say, it's part of the process of, hey, yeah, you want to help the community, you want to help this school, but also, hey, maybe they become Commanders fans down the line.
Of course. I mean, that's hopefully the outcome of us doing genuine good in the community. I mean, that's what it was before. This team was winning championships, certainly, but they were also so present in the community while those championships were being won. And if we can get back to that, where we're showing up every day in people's spaces where they live, work, and breathe, and make them proud on the field, like we're going to be good for another few decades.
You said something in your remarks there about how this is a city that's divided a lot of different ways, right? I mean, it's based on politics among many.
Yeah.
But when Terry McLaurin catches a touchdown, people can high five from across different lines. How much momentum do you feel for this team? And how different does it feel for you considering everything you've gone through?
Yeah, I mean, it's markedly different than it was. And certainly there's a degree of unity that hasn't been there. I think people see what Adam and DQ are building, and it's because they do it without pomp and fanfare. They're just in the grind, building culture, making smart, sound decisions, being disciplined in how they build the team. And I think people are starting to build trust there. And then they're seeing what Josh and Marjorie are doing through their community efforts, the way that they're representing the franchise on the big stage, and it's consistent. And so when you're consistent, trust can build over time. We have a long time to really build that trust the way it once was, but we're well on our way, and I feel it. I absolutely feel it.
What's some of the work? I mean, Josh was clear that he's going to invest the money at the time.
Yeah.
What's some of the work going on now? I mean, I see the construction at the facility and at FedEx, right?
Yes, that's the biggest thing. I mean, there's a ton of breakdown and build up right now, both in the physical facilities and you'd argue just across the team. The same thing they're doing with the roster, reshaping the roster. The way they're constructing and building that is exactly what we're doing with the physical facilities. And so, yeah, for me, a lot of my time is spent on managing the projects across Commanders Field, and it's complex. There's a ton going on that we got to get in around concerts and before the season starts. But I think the fans will notice a measurable difference. Again, just like here, there are things about the stadium that you just fix because it's about basic dignity and telling your fans that you care about them in the small ways. And so I'm excited for even the small things when people come in this year and see seats fixed and, leaks fixed and toilets fixed and all the basic stuff that actually says something about your dignity and your value and your worth, not to mention some of the cool clubs and all that. But I'm just excited about being behind something we can be really proud of.
With the stadium stuff, there's been so much legislative momentum towards RFK, and now there's somebody from Montana potentially throwing a hurdle in there. Where does that stand with you guys and with the Wetzel family?
Well, I think so. First, on just the momentum behind an opportunity in D.C., for us, it's always been about what's right for the city. So irrespective of whether the Commanders are there or anyone is there on that site, D.C. should have its own autonomy and its ability to decide its own economic destiny on that site, right? And I think that's something that everybody across all parties can get behind, and I think that's why it has been so well supported, and there's been a lot of momentum for it. And everybody believes in the power of business to transform neighborhoods, right? So I think everybody can get on that, either side of the aisle, whatever it is. And I think the Wetzel family have been great partners to us. We've been talking to them for a while, and we're excited for what we can do.
Ideally, there's a resolution coming there.
There definitely is. Yeah. There certainly is. The Wetzel family has been so collaborative, and they've helped to educate us. And we feel like there's several different great ways to honor the family. And I think that's what Senator Daines was saying even today in his letter to the editor in the Washington Post, that he feels really confident that we're on the right path, and I think we are.
Good. Been on the stadium talk more than anybody at this point.
Yeah.
Because it's been so up and down, what yard line are we on? Like,
What yard one are we on? Ooh,
how far along in the process to making a decision?
And what down?
right. Down, distance. Like, which way are you leaning? Which way
Where's
are you
the
facing?
wind?
Is it north or south? Like all that. I will decline to comment on any of that. I'll just say like there's a lot of momentum behind that as well, and we are deep in the trenches, so to speak, with Josh, the broader Harris Blitzers resources that they bring to bear, and certainly my team that's on this every single day, really focused on no matter where we land, that we're going to have massive economic impact there. And also that we're going to be present across all three jurisdictions irrespective. Like we're going to be physically present and driving economic impact across DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Because we belong to the whole area and we represent the whole area. And so like we're really focused on plans across various different places that are going to drive meaningful economic impact, transform communities, build jobs for folks, and do the good that a big project like this can do, and even the projects that surround it can do.
Jason, as you know, you can't please everybody, but the team name continues to be in the news.
Yeah, I saw the article today. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you gauge all that?
It's not something we're looking at right now, right? So we're focused on three things: building a championship roster, having the guest experience be right, both now and in the future, and being in the community. And so as we make progress on those, and as we get to ground on those, other priorities can emerge. But for now, it's just not something that's gotten to that level. But it's something you pay attention to, certainly.
How does DC government giving Monumental the financial money to build, to do some things there? How does that affect what it is you guys like?
I mean, we're excited for anything that's good for the city, right? And that area, certainly, like if Monumental had left, there would have been challenges to continue to have the economic activity growth, the real multi-use community that had been built there around Chinatown, right? And so it's great. It's great for Monumental. And like, I'm not one of those people, and I don't think we're one of those organizations that looks at other people's gain as our loss. We expect that if there's a good decision that makes sense for everybody in a smart way, there's always a way to make it work.
Flip side of that, is it a little more reluctant to maybe really feel like you can get a stadium built in Virginia?
No, I don't think so either. I think at the same time, it's sort of in the same breath. Every situation is unique, and if there is a good plan that is beneficial for citizens of the Commonwealth or the district or the state of Maryland, and it makes economic sense, it's going to do some social good. Like we have really pragmatic leaders in this area. We have really smart business people in this area, and everybody. The thing that kind of unites this area, one of the things, is this sense of like greater good. No matter what it is you do, like so many people came here because they were on some sort of mission, and that pervades the leaders of this area too. So I have no doubt that if we have something that works for everybody's good, everybody will find a way to make it happen.
You obviously have good perspective on this because you were, the Snyder family and now the Harris family. Yeah. Going on almost a year now with the Harris family. What do you think of just the overall direction of this franchise and where it's at right now?
I'm really happy about it. I think the optimism that the public feels is not misplaced. It's really not misplaced. Josh and these guys make great decisions. There's a high bar for the quality of information you bring. There's a high bar for the pace of work. We're trying to get stuff done in a rapid manner. It's not a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. But in that process, when you feed Josh and this broader ownership group good information, they make fantastic decisions. And they follow through to execution. And so I think everybody's confidence that they have right now, the optimism they feel, the momentum that things have shifted is not misplaced. It's for real.
It's about, as a former player and somebody who's been around players, Jaden, what have been your thoughts so far seeing him adjust to the spotlight?
I always want to call them kids. They're not. These are grown men, right? But I'm just old now. So it's like my way of trying to stay young, I suppose. But these guys are really impressive. I think college now and the spotlight in college is helping them come here with a level of maturity that certainly guys in my day did not have. They're able to balance all the pressures that come from you guys, the immense psychological pressures that come from being on social media all the time, right? I don't even know how I would have dealt with that as a player. But they are also so focused on the task. Like these guys are diligent. They're getting in early. They're working the long hours already. And it's not even close to the season. And I think that is a really good indicator. Just the foot traffic in the building, the hours getting put in when they don't have to be put in, are an indicator of what you're going to get from Jaden and the rest of these guys. It's a completely different set of things, and I think the vets are setting the tone for that. So I feel really great about what's happening, even though I'm way across the other part of the DMV in College Park. Every time I'm over there, it's pretty remarkable what's happening.
In the DMV, it's about 5 o'clock and it's raining. How excited are you for this ride home?
I'm fired up, man. I'm fired up. I'm going to get some email done.
Commanders team president Jason Wright right there. Now, he did clarify he was taking Uber home, so that's why he was able to send his emails. I feel like there's a lot of good information in there. Where they're moving forward, they're keeping all their options open, but they're obviously having conversations, and it does feel like it's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and when you go around, like he said, a lot of things are going on at the same time.
Right.
It's like before, when one thing happened, everything shut down.
Right.
Now they have multiple things going on, and they seem to have it all under control.
Absolutely. You know who else has it all under control?
Who's that?
Paul Henry.
Does he?
If you're looking for new windows or doors for your house, or if you just want to get his perspective on other types of work and home improvements you could do, call Paul Henry. I can't stress enough how much of a difference he's made in my home. Brian, I know you've experienced the same. You're working with a family-owned business. When you call, you talk to people that have worked there forever. You talk to Katie, and then Paul comes to your house, and then Brian comes to your house.
Yep.
Like I know these people. I send them a Christmas card. That's just the kind of vibe you get when you work with Paul Henry's window installation. And if you work with them now, you get $100 off every window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
Well, Paul came over on several occasions and worked in my house. First time he came over, he did all my windows, and I felt so good about it. I asked him to come back. I had to get some windows and doors done in my detached garage, got those done. And then I went over to his place one time to do an appearance for him. And I saw all the extra stuff he did. So now I have Paul coming back to do some more things. I need to reach out to him throughout the day and talk to him about some of those things. And this, like JP said, is a family-owned business. They really, really take a lot of pride in what they do. And when they come to your house, they want to impress you. They don't want to come in and have you calling them back to redo something. They do it right the first time. Reach out to Paul right now to receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and up to $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Windows and tell him that B. Mitch and Finney sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
of a spokesman. Isn't it your tournament?
It's Marquise and I. Marquise handles all that stuff.
Yeah, but all
But
right.
see, I never talk about those things. We had Doug on here to talk about that, and Doug did it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to help.
You know, I'm a nice guy. I just show up and
The other
give
thing
my
you can
time.
do is just put the link in the chat for the people that are looking at it. Okay, I think I got you.
Well, I was talking directly to the guy.
rmhcmaryland.org is the website. Hopefully I got that right. It'll be fun. I also wanted to discuss something. I was on the news last night trying to dribble a basketball with about 9 kids guarding me.
Hey, you shouldn't have started it.
I think I did pretty well.
I think you tried to go through your legs and it hit your butt.
Hey, listen, man, I was holding a microphone trying to tag out of a segment. Like it was difficult.
It was very, very good for you to do it that way. But you can't just turn over the ball like that at the end.
I did turn it over. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let the
The
boys.
little girl stole the show, though.
She was great.
The little girl stole the show.
She was awesome. I'm going to drop this in. So you saw it.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure the folks at Rocket Ship Rise Academy got in there because they were such a big part of the day. This is on my YouTube page if you want to watch it. Landfill and Jeff, go to like the last 15 seconds of this video, and then you can both tell me what you think of my.
Next time I'm bringing Landfill and Jeff to help me push the wheelbarrows.
Seriously. The 145 mark of the video, Landfill and Jeff. I just texted it to you both. Jeff, have you already seen this? You saw my handles.
You might just be the most unathletic news anchor in the DMV area.
That is completely unfair. I'm holding a mic and the ball
I
is kind of
actually
flat.
did see it with someone, and they were like, he's not very athletic, is he?
It didn't look great.
I say he told me he led the nation in three-point shooting.
That's a fact. That's
They
a
say,
simple
well, he
fact.
didn't have to dribble to get there.
That's a simple fact.
I mean, you were kind of demolishing the kids until you got cocky.
I did get a little cocky trying to go change pace, go between my legs.
Mm-hmm. You don't have the skills for that.
Not while holding a microphone and against 8 kids.
Yeah.
You know, you know what? Frankly, at 42 years old, I may no longer have that skill. It may be gone.
Was that your stained shirt that you were wearing?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
I had the long sleeve on, but it got hot, man. It got very hot. Now, watch the video. Does it look stained? It looks totally fine. I blotted it. You left. Or were you here when I got the stain?
I think
I asked you for a shirt on the phone.
Yeah.
But you didn't notice it?
I was working hard, JP. I wasn't thinking about your shirt.
You were working hard.
I like your strategy of getting defeated by 8-year-olds at basketball to distract from the stain on your shirt.
Yeah, see?
Now, in my defense,
I didn't lose to the 8-year-old I had a competition with.
Generally,
Remember at the golf tournament?
I hope
I sweat more that day than I did yesterday.
I hope at B. Mitch's golf tournament on Monday, he gets challenged by another child to a dancing contest. What on earth does Jeff need? Yes, Jeff.
JP, that was a signal for B. You wasn't supposed to bring it over the air, man.
Okay.
There's people trying to get spots. That's why I was.
That's what
trying
I've
to
just
flag
tried
you.
to address. I tried to address that.
I'm about to put it on.
Like somebody just put it there at 12:53. JP, this was after you did that.
Right, but B said, I'm not here to talk about that.
Well, I will. I'll put it up. I'm trying to see who put it up there.
In my it's Seymour Butts. You want Seymour at your golf tournament?
No, Seymour Butts, I don't know if he's serious or not. I don't know if he's serious or not because every other thing he puts is a joke. Or a slander on somebody.
Speaking of slandering somebody.
Now I'll put it up there.
So typically in television, shorter is better. Like time is always of the essence. So me dribbling around and playing like that took about 25 seconds, which is really long for what is called a tag, like the tag out of a package.
Uh-huh.
So I gave them another one, Landville, and this was my new strategy. I realized because they were all young children, I was significantly taller than them. So I just held the ball up in my arm and did it. And it only took like 10, 11 seconds.
And then you had you sweat a lot, dog.
No, I wasn't pitting out.
You wasn't?
Because that shirt's very
yesterday?
airy. That one would have worked, but Heather decided to do the one where I look like I can't dribble.
I think that's the one she should have done.
I mean, it's the most honest one.
It's certainly honest. That's what we're here for. Honest coverage. What we're also here for, it's that time of week, people.
Uh-oh.
We'll open this might be the first time the phone's been open all week. We are going to open the phones up here.
I sent you a picture, B-Mitch.
Sent me a picture. And we're going to open the phone lines up for a very specific reason.
We sent the picture from when I came into Westfield.
Oh my God, you were sweating like Patrick Ewing. You were sweating, dude.
You defeated a
That little girl
6-year-old.
wouldn't quit though. She kept. You want some of this? I'm like, yeah, I want some of that. This little girl had to be 6 to 8 years old.
This is straight
She
up
was
dance
dancing.
contest.
She challenged me. So I'm backing down from no challenge.
You defeated
I
a
think my heart rate
6-year-old.
might have got up to 150 when I tried to drop it. Like I tried to drop it low and come back up.
You were
So
moving.
I said, this little girl is gonna run me crazy.
You beat a 6-year-old in a dance competition, and then you ran to the radio to brag about it.
Hey, bro, whoever challenged me, we got to go for this.
To all the 6-year-olds out there, I'll let you win. Don't you worry.
I'm not letting you
want
win.
to play me?
I want you to understand life is hard.
I will let you win. Speaking of life being hard, speaking of maybe the 6-year-old that B-Mitch beat in the dance contest should call in. The next segment is Bleep You Thursday. Whatever has gone wrong, whoever you're mad at, whatever speeding tickets you got, anything. Did a acorn crack your windshield? This is the time for you to be mad, and you can share it with the world. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Phone lines open next for Bleep You Thursday. But you know what's open right now? Offenbachers. And summer's just around the corner. Time to get outside again. Whether you want to host a barbecue this weekend, we're hosting a cookout tomorrow. You just want to chill out in the sun. Offenbachers has got you covered with the highest quality outdoor furniture. Offenbachers has the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the DMV, a ton of styles and everything in between. How about this? Now they are running a hell of a promotion. Up to 50% off on a huge selection of outdoor furniture to celebrate Memorial Day. And this one's even better. If you've been thinking about spending the money to put a pool in your backyard, think about a swim spa. You can swim, play, and work out year-round at the water temperature of your choice and at a fraction of the cost of a pool. And for the Memorial Day sale, Offenbachers can take discounts on these swim spas up to $10,000 with free financing for qualified buyers. Visit Offenbachers.com or step into any one of their DMV showrooms, Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville, and let one of the Offenbacher outdoor specialists help you create your perfect backyard. Don't forget to tell them JP Finley sent you. Love you, mama. Go digger. Driving around town with the girl I love. All right, once a week we come together as a group, as a congregation. I usually like to open with the phones, but I'm just going to open. Landfill, is that all right? Do you mind? All right, thank you. Brian, yesterday we were lucky enough to be at an event that saw a lot of kids, a lot of excitement. There was a lot to like at the Commander's Day of Service yesterday. As I do, I was kind of posting some videos, some pictures from the event throughout the day. And I don't know. It's kind of what I do. I like to be eyes and ears for folks that can't be there. And the ears are big. And it was very cool that Marjorie Harris, Josh Harris's wife, part of the ownership group of the Commanders, was there and happy to talk to the media and just cool, right?
Yeah.
And at one point, I tweeted out a video of Marjorie, and I said, Marjorie Harris on the team name, and proceeded to give her quote, and then there was a video that followed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to be crystal clear. I said Marjorie Harris, because that's her name.
Yeah.
And then there's a video, so you could identify who Marjorie Harris was.
Yeah.
I bet I got a dozen, maybe 20, way too many replies of people telling me I'm a jerk for interviewing a woman that is very clearly controversial, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia that is a controversial person. I interviewed Marjorie Harris. I'm going to read you. This is from Hughes. This is from Hughes, Hueski. He replied to my video that said Marjorie Harris with a video. He said, "You interviewed that POS or times that hard, JP?" And I said, "What the bleep are you talking about?" And I'm telling you, I got a ton of those. And people, please don't be so blinded by your political rage and hate, whatever it is,
That you see stuff that's not there.
you can't even read a name, you morons. I mean,
Jay, you have a lot of problems on there. You got to learn how to do this whole game of social media, man, because you're always on it. You always have problems with it.
all righty. Let's get to the phones. Pick a direction, B. North, south, east, or west.
Let's go south.
Let's go south. I'm not an expert, but I believe this is south. Waldorf, Maryland. Jason, what up, man?
Hey, what's going on? I can't believe I just made it through, y'all.
What up,
Oh, my
brother?
goodness. Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just want to say a bleep you. I'm DoorDashing right now until I can find another job, and I just want to bleep you to all the people who decide that they don't want to tip. Not even $1. It kills me. Like, just $1. Just tip us. We pick up your food. We bring it to you. I do a good job. I'm always on time. I do exactly what they ask me to do. All I'm asking is even 50 cents. Just give me something.
That's crazy.
Oh, man.
You should get a tip.
Yep.
But I'll tell you the problem, Jason, also, though, is the fees on this delivery stuff is so outrageous now that
Yeah.
people
It's
probably
DoorDash is
feel
really
like
the
they're
problem.
tipping.
No, and I get that. I know the fees are high, but my thing is like, all right, this might be bad thinking or whatever, but my thinking is if you are able to pay for DoorDash, I mean, you should be able to at least offer up $1. I mean, that's just my belief. If you already know that, you're ordering through DoorDash, it's going to be at least $10 more than normal. Just give the person who's bringing you your food at least $1. That's all I'm asking.
I'm with you, Jason. You have my complete support on that one. Thank you for calling, buddy. Good luck. Our guy Los is in Severna Park. Los, what up, man?
Yo, happy Thursday. Hey, listen, you guys heard about that news that they're combining the MLB stats with the Negro League stats, right? You guys heard about that news, right? Yeah. Well, listen, everyone's up in arms saying that, these players aren't better than these players, this and that. Well, guess what? A big bleep you to all the people that think that those players' stats are still relevant to today's stats. JP could be a 10-time All-Star batter, better than Babe Ruth. I guarantee you that Babe Ruth has never seen a damn Dominican pitch at him. These players are way better than what the players were back in the 1930s or 1930s or 40s. They were playing against chain smokers, steel workers, you name it. Players' stats from the 1930s should not be added or compared to today's players and all that. Thanks for venting. Letting me vent, guys.
Thank you,
I
Los.
understand what you're saying, Los, but if those stats have been there for all these years, why on earth has nobody broken them?
I think a lot of things, man,
'Cause,
it's
like-
hard to compare eras.
No,
and-
it's hard to compare eras, but let's get one thing straight. The pitchers may have more pitches. The ball wasn't the same. The bat, the wood probably wasn't exactly the same.
the ballparks were way different.
Were different. So it's like you can knock these, you can support these players, you can knock those players, but they were still good. And look, I was in the locker room with a lot of guys that chain smoked and drank and did everything they wanted. I drank too. I'll put my stats against the players today.
People want to know a secret.
What?
I don't know. Should we tell them?
Yeah, who what?
Players are still smoking and drinking. Like, are you crazy?
I don't know, man, but
I know. I promise you, I know. Let's go. Oh boy, everybody ready? Landfill, you sitting down? Commander Tequila's on the line. Hello, Commander.
Hey, you guys, how you doing?
Hey,
What's up,
buddy.
man?
Hey, I got a big bleep you for Jeff, Jazzy Jeff.
Ooh, I like
He
this.
he needs to start reading his ex messages because I got a big bottle of tequila for you guys.
Hey,
you know, just send it to me and JP. Don't worry about Jeff. Jeff don't seem to want to be respond. He gets none.
Because you gets none of
see
these
that. I know,
at ease.
I know JP and B Mitch responds to my messages all the time. So I don't know what's up with
Landfill,
Jazzy
see if
Jeff.
you can get Jeff's attention because he's on the phone with somebody.
Jeff hating on
Jeff has a lot going on right
Commander
now. He's got
Tequila,
the
man.
stream. He's answering the phone. But Jeff, we need you to address the Commander's on the line.
Commander's mad
and
because
he's mad at
he
you.
got a bottle of tequila for us and you're not responding to him, Jeff.
Bro, I barely checked my Twitter DMs. It was an accident. My bad. All right, let me get back to answering the calls, guys.
You barely checked my Twitter DMs.
Do you feel satisfied, Commander
How does he know
Tequila?
all the girls that be sending them DMs then?
Instagram.
Landfill, I'm sorry, Commander Tequila, do you feel satisfied?
Yes, sir.
All right, bro.
All right,
Appreciate you.
thanks, buddy.
Be good.
Landfill, I don't know if we actually resolved Commander Tequila's issues there.
I mean, I barely know what happened.
Mike's in Glenmont. Mike, what up, dude?
Yo, JP, B Mitch, Dr. Landfill.
What
I
up,
got a
brother?
question for y'all. If JP ever goes to politics and interviews politicians, what's so bad if he interviews a bleach blonde, bad built, butch body lady? You know what I mean? Anyways, bleep you to any Washington Commander fan who's complaining about the name still. The ownership said they're not looking into it. Just move on from it. You know, it's the past. It's a great name. Redskins was a great name. A lot of history to 3 championships, 5 world championships. I get it, but we're in a new era, and it's time for us to move on and just let it go. Appreciate y'all taking my call.
All right, brother.
Thanks, Mike. T is in Greenbelt. What's up, T?
Hey, what's up, JP and B Mitch
What's up,
and everyone else? So it's funny. JP said something about acorns and windshields. So
correct.
I park under acorn tree for my disabled parents. I'm a part-time caretaker, and so I come in about 2 nights ago and bring the food in from the groceries that I shop for them, etc. And then Mom is like, "Well, son, you forgot the water." I said, "Oh no, I didn't." So I go back out to my hatchback, and I go out and I grab the water from out of the trunk, and I have spondylitis and stenosis, arthritis of the spine, basically. And so I can't throw the 35-pack of water on my shoulder like I used to. So I take 2 hands and lift and close the hatchback. Well, I come back out a day later and I see my windshield is shattered.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, they're cutting the grass out here. It's a bunch of rocks where it's at. Oh yeah, a rock must have hit my windshield, and I don't see a shatter point. And so I'm like, blah 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 blah, and then I kind of discover, wow, it's dry rotted a little bit because the car is kind of old. And then I just figure, oh, I must have done it.
Akon got you.
No, I think he slammed it too hard because it's a hatchback.
Oh.
Sorry. So are you bleeping yourself, T?
I'm bleeping myself in
Thanks, buddy. Sorry, man. That sucks.
Sorry about that, bro.
That sucks. Sorry. You're too strong. Stop pumping so much iron. I do want to open the floor, gentlemen. If anybody has a bleep you, Jeff, Landfill, B.
I have a bleep you. For JP.
Why?
Sat there yesterday and watched me push that damn heavy wheelbarrow and never offered to help. He started laughing. Ooh, you really working, B. You sweating. Never helped out at all. Just started commentating. I don't need no damn commentator.
That's not. All right.
That's exactly what happened.
That is relatively factual.
100% factual.
All right. So when we got there and when it was raining and you guys were kind of under the tent outside and I was inside, I offered to the people in there. I was like, hey, does anybody need any help? Just hang on. I was like, does anybody need any help? And they're like, no, we got it. So then we were outside. Like all the commanders, like film crew and stuff, is filming you guys doing this stuff.
I don't care.
It seemed like they didn't want the media to be involved.
Let me ask you a question. Did you ask Santana, did he need help?
No.
How about
I
Fred?
stuck a microphone
How about
in his
Fred?
face. I could have helped.
How about Fred?
I think I asked Doc if he needed help.
So you asked Methuselah, do you need help?
Ask the old guy.
All right. He didn't ask Fred. He didn't ask me.
But I don't know that I was supposed to help. It seemed like they just wanted you guys to do
They can't tell
that.
who to help if they're not doing the damn work.
I could have helped.
Yeah. Bleep you.
I do got one, and I got it. It's from the chat. I have to agree with this one. What is it? Lacrocivis? I don't know how to.
Lacrocivis?
Oh, that dude with the hella name?
Yeah. He said, bleep you to mega corporations that have removed any possibility of reaching a human to resolve issues.
Hell yeah.
No
I'm with that.
automated system ever could handle. That is the tweet. That is the.
I love that.
The comment of the day.
Because you call damn DMV and they send you through all these places and then they hang up on you.
Yo, but it's at least the DMV is a government service that we're just forced to deal with, so they can just do that. What about companies
How
you're
about
paying?
they just hire a person?
What about your bank? Like, yo, you make money off me. Help
The
me.
government service makes money off of you.
Sure.
So give me a person to talk to and let it happen. Don't just have me talking to. Listen, every time I call DMV, I talk.
Well, you were calling
I
a couple.
push, I wait, they hang up. So if the machine can hang up on me, I'd rather damn have a human being hang up so I can find out his or her name, so I can go in and I can tell them what I feel when I see them face to face.
I did feel very awkward not helping you, and I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. I'm serious.
I'm gonna bleep you more for trying to lie right now.
I'm not lying. Yeah, that is a fair bleep you. That is fair.
He had to save his strength for playing basketball against the 9-year-olds.
And then still turn the damn ball over.
Yo, Locked On Law had a very good response to Jeff and Acrosivius, the complaint about not being able to get a bleep a person on the line. Said, if you'd like to be bleeped in English, press 1.
That was a good one.
I don't really know what this is about, but James Stanfield says bleep cottage cheese.
I agree with that.
Cottage cheese kind of gross looking.
Yeah, it just don't look right. It don't look like something you should be eating.
No. Landfill, did you need to bleep anyone? Any self-bleeps? Have you done anything wrong?
No, I don't make mistakes. I do have a bleep you for whoever decides that they got to do road work during rush hour.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing in the
Seems
world.
like a smart play. Can we've said this before. How about a bleep you to the entire GW Parkway refurbishment industrial complex? Because it is messing up everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
It's not
driving down to what's called Tuesday to Bryce. It's rush hour
Out
at that
66?
time. Yeah. So we leave at about 4 or so. Get to a point. Two of the 3 lanes blocked. I'm like, you couldn't do this stuff earlier? Added a damn another 50 minutes to my ride.
And B-Mitch never hits traffic, Landfill.
I hit it that time.
All right. Lock the phones. We'll take these last three.
I still got there for the first drinks and serve.
D is, I believe that. D, you're in Fairfax. Who you mad at?
Man, I was leaving what's going on, fellas, by the way?
What's up,
What's
brother?
up,
I was leaving Pop's house last night. I put the umbrella in the trunk. I go to my driver's door. I got a silver car. I'm looking at all these black marks on my car, and I'm like, what is? And I see my mirror is hanging on by a thread. I got side swiped at Columbia Heights. Now it's like a million scooters up there. So I'm 90% sure that one of them Bama's done it, man. So mother F you to whoever hit my car, and to the first guy who's a door dasher, here's a tip for you. F you as well, Jason.
Bleep you.
It's bleep, dog.
You gotta say bleep. We can't say
bleep. Bleep you to you. Trying to get us in trouble. Jay is in D.C. Jay, who you mad at?
Hey, you on, brother?
Joe, I think that's the alien that took over Russ Wilson's body. T is in Texas. Close us out, T.
What up, T?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I got a quick bleep you real quick for one EB, Eric Bickle in the Junks. This man stood up here this morning and tried to defend Dan Snyder of all people, saying he had nothing to do with the name being changed. Now, one, yes, he did not want the name to change, but don't sit up here and tell us that he had nothing to do with the name changing. It was a manhunt because of everything else he had done. I didn't want to talk about the dang name anymore until he brung that up. But yes, bleep Eric Bickle if he doesn't think that.
Hold on, man. If you're going to say bleep you to EB, you got to call his show and say it. You can't just call here. Let the man stand up for himself. Call the Junks and let him know you're mad.
That's this time of the day is for bleeping people. Can't nobody else defend themselves.
That's true. That's true. Here's what we're going to do. Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
Made my wife.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Every Thursday, we are lucky that Mr. Peter Rosenberg joins the program. Peter, what up, man? How are you?
Man, I got a pep in my step after hearing that theme song. I'm ready to fight.
See? Landfill's finally delivering for you, dude.
Oh, man. Happy belated birthday to the DOC, by the way.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
He's
man.
one of a kind.
Turned 77.
Wow.
Nah, I'm joking.
My God.
He's just 68. 67 or 68.
68. No, he feels 77. I've been listening to Doc my whole life. KP, I swear we've been listening to him our whole life.
I mean, yes. I don't know that there's anybody I can think of that I've listened to more over the course of my life than Doc. We've done this before. I want to give you a minute to appreciate little Benny Harley. I saw that on your Twitter feed, and you're very good at this stuff, at letting the world know why they should appreciate somebody that's unfortunately gone too early.
Yeah, Lil Benny was just when there are certain names that, like, when you think about DC sort of lore and history, that are super duper important. And obviously, there's certain easy ones that everybody, like even outside the city, would know, like your Chuck Browns. But then there are people like within the town where you got to kind of know their importance. And, a Big G from Backyard, for example, and a Lil Benny, who was just sound-wise such an integral part of the fabric of the DC sound and the go-go sound, man. Just an icon, man. And I hadn't, honestly, the truth is I hadn't heard his name in a minute. And I saw the tweet, I guess it was the Rare Essence account tweeted it. And I realized I hadn't thought about Lil Benny in a minute. And yeah, so I was just struck in that moment, because back in the day when I was on the radio in DC, you're talking about going back now to the early 2000s. I was on PGC in like 2000, 2001, 2002, wow. When he was still around and active. He was just such a common name. And I was like, oh man, Lil Benny. So yeah, just one of those names that should be remembered when you talk about the fabric and the sound of DC music.
Absolutely. Glad we were able to do that. All right, let's move forward to something that is much more exciting for you. Your Celtics are now in the finals. Are you worried that because they don't play for seemingly a month, they're going to slow down?
All I'm worried about is, am I going to get tickets to the game? That's what we have to focus on.
You got to an Eastern Conference game, right?
Well, I didn't get one. My tickets were for Game 5.
Oh man.
So the real question anybody wants to know about is, will the Celtics entertainment staff push my tickets off to the finals? We'll find out. In terms of their readiness, listen, I'm not used to the bye week in the NBA. It's not something I'd ever planned for previously, but I think they'll be good, man. I think the main thing that you worry about is, not enjoying that conference finals win too much. I took a lot of pleasure in seeing Jaylen Brown get his flowers and seeing him get to soak in that moment. And then at the same time, you're like, well, hey, let's not soak this in too much. You got to go win a championship. And I think Joe Mazzulla was very much on that page. But this is a team, they're in a really high pressure situation. Mm-hmm. They lost their last trip to the finals against one of the greatest teams of all time at the end of their dynasty in the Warriors. And now they get back a couple years later, and everyone sort of thought they had this clear path to a championship. And all of a sudden, Kyrie Irving has become like this dream version of Kyrie Irving, where all he's about is his performance on the floor and his teammates. There's no problems with Kyrie Irving. There's no chatter about things that don't matter. This is just a guy who's doing what he does, which is, when he's playing, is probably a top 5 basketball player in the world and having the time of his life. So I kind of feel for the Celtics, because I do think that matchup presents problems. Though hopefully with a healthy Kristaps Porzingis back, I think he presents a problem for the Mavericks.
Will he be back the whole time, or will it be only for a few games? Because you know him. That dude, man.
Totally. And will he be back for game 1?
And blow out a hamstring.
You guys know that better than I do. He could be, listen, the way he played in Washington is the reason that he's in Boston, right? I mean, this is what led him to getting this opportunity, but that is the frustration with him. I would think he's had so much time to rest. And listen, I don't think they're going to try to listen. They don't have to put that much on him, right? Like, you don't need 40 minutes from Kristaps Porzingis. They're playing well without him. They just need him to be able to contribute and be sort of the weird, freakish unicorn that he's supposed to be. So, no, it's a good question, B. Mitch, but I do think they need him. I think Dallas is too good a team for the Celtics to get by without Porzingis being available.
Well, and I think it's the perfect example of getting hot at the right time, and Dallas is, and I think that's also what makes them so dangerous and why you probably do need Kristaps, especially like a guy like Gafford, who's just been everywhere. I want to switch to the puck quickly. How's the Mecca feeling coming back from Florida tied 2-2? Panthers-Rangers game is tonight, I believe, right? Or is that tomorrow? Yeah, tonight.
No, it's tonight. People are feeling nervous, to be honest with you. You guys know what it's like. Well, in Washington, we only know what it's like sometimes. But when you go to the playoffs, every team that's there at the end is generally supposed to be. So you start getting caught up on what your team's supposed to do and the championship that you're supposed to win. And then you remember, like, oh, yeah, this other team that has, like, the same record as us, they're really good, too. And I think that Rangers fans have been dealing with that with the Florida Panthers, just how good a team this is. And the biggest problem with the Rangers is their stars have not been playing. I mean, playing well, that is. They're playing. You just wouldn't know. I mean, if you were to just sort of jump in and watch the games in this series, you would be very unimpressed by Mika Zibanejad and Chris Kreider. They just have not gotten the best out of their star players. Well, if you know what, and that's probably the best point, JP, is that let's always remember who their top star is, and that's Igor Shesterkin, and that's the reason this series is 2-2. I think that guy has a record of something like 87-0 when the Rangers score 4 goals.
That's great.
Like, he literally does not give up more than 3 goals. Like,
has Panarin been quiet?
Insane.
Has Panarin been quiet too?
Oh yes, Panarin, Kreider, and Zibanejad have been quiet. It's really been about. It's been weird, man. It's been Barclay Goudreau. It's been Lafreniere. It has not been the guys that are paid to be the stars on this team. And also, I mean, listen, sometimes, I don't know how often you guys talk to hockey nerds. They start talking you in circles with so many stats. It's like baseball on steroids. It's crazy. Sometimes you just can believe your eyes. You need to put the puck on net in the playoffs to win.
And Florida's, I feel like it's 5-1 Panthers Rangers just in shots.
Dude, when you watch that series, B. Mitch, if you throw that series on tonight, the third period of the last 2 games, there were like 15 to 17 minute stretches where Zabrowski, the Panthers' goal, did not face a shot.
Wow.
He's just standing there. So that's a very tough way to win games. It's back at the Garden tonight. So I would love them to keep winning. Listen, the longer the Rangers go, the less I have to talk about baseball. So I would really like the Rangers to take this thing all the way.
Yeah, but dude, if they like the longer this series goes, the tighter the butt cheeks get. I feel like New York has the pressure and Florida doesn't.
That's true.
I wanted to either ask and or tell you something else, and I've been meaning to do this now for 2 weeks. I listen to Scott Van Pelt's podcast called SV Pod. It's him and Stanford.
Oh yeah, sure does.
It's him and Stanford Steve, and I enjoy it. Do you know that there's now a running bit on their podcast that includes you?
No.
So apparently SVP, something's wrong with his phone that he can only hear if the phone is on speaker. And so Stanford Steve has been trying to get him to get a new phone so that when they're in the car together or they're flying, that he doesn't have to hear the whole conversation. And the reference point for this is that every week those two are traveling for Monday Night Football during the football season. And that
I know where we're going now.
They have a weekly hit with your show on ESPN New York. And Scott always said, Steve kind of is like, dude, I get to sit through 25 minutes of you explaining to those guys the Giants aren't making the playoffs. and Scott is always like, yeah, but don't you like to hear from Michael, Don, and Peter? And he says it every time. So just know that that's happening in the podcast space about your radio program.
Well, shout out to SVP, who is a hell of a guy, such a proud Terp. That dude is so cool, man. He didn't win the Emmy this year. I think he still hasn't won the in-studio host Emmy.
That's nuts.
And that is nuts. Like that. I
Who
know
wins
these
it,
things
Ernie
don't
Johnson?
matter. Ernie won it again this year for the second or third time.
That's just like
listen,
living in the day of Michael Jordan.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But like now SVP's, hopefully he'll get it in the coming years, depending on what happens here with the Turner stuff. He's the best, man.
All right, last thing, Peter. Do you have plans tomorrow around 1:00?
Plans tomorrow around 1:00. Friday, 1:00.
We're gonna have a cookout here on the radio show, and you're invited.
Now, am I virtually invited or come to Washington? You're saying
come to Washington?
Yeah,
you can't eat. You can't eat a steak virtually.
Peter,
right.
Peter, hold on. He hasn't defrosted the steaks yet. Thawed them out.
That's true. I have not defrosted the steaks yet.
Well, where are you guys gonna have the cookout?
We're gonna bring an air fryer.
We're on air fryer right here in the station.
No, I'm not coming to Washington for this trip.
for frozen air fried steaks.
Last year I did the steaks, and they lost their minds.
They were good, man.
Really?
Yes. Because I know how to season stuff. JP doesn't.
See, you're a seasoned shamer. The steaks are frozen. It's not
First
my
of
fault.
all, Peter, if I go to the store,
he's a seasoned
buy
shamer.
a can of baked beans, open them, pour them in a pot, and heat them up. Is that cooking?
That is not cooking.
We're not talking about baked beans.
That's all
We're talking about steaks. So, Peter, should I mark you as a no for the cookout?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you have to mark me down for a no. And by the way,
Jeff, bring the what's called. Bring the George.
How do you serve baked beans?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I'm Jewish. I don't serve baked beans. I'm not a big baked bean guy, to be honest with you. But in all fairness, Mitch, be easy on JP. There's levels of whiteness, and with whiteness comes a lack of seasoning.
I season my meat. I know how to season meat. I don't want to be put in the super white category of that dude doesn't even. He eats his steak with ketchup. I'm not in that category.
He can cook a steak well.
Thank you,
Baked
Brian.
beans,
That means
anything else can't do.
Landfill, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but if you don't play back the audio of JP just yelling, I know how to season my meat, you're not doing your job well.
Yo, thank you, dude. We always appreciate you making time.
Brother.
Later, guys. Have a good weekend.
That's our guy. That's our guy, Peter Rosenberg. Follow him at Rosenberg Radio.
Oh, man.
When we come back, we're going to lock some things up for the cookout. Namely, should there be a rap battle? Is Wildcard Scotty invited? Before we go, got to tell you about our friends over at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul's done a ton of work at my home. He has completely transformed my back porch into the room that I basically live in. I sit out there all the time. That's my spot, and I owe it all to Paul. If you call Paul, he'll give you the same family service he gave me and Brian. And if you do it this month, you get $100 off windows with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors.
Well, I guess we got to blame Paul for you watching Below Deck all the time.
I like Below Deck, and I know how to season meat.
I wish we can get Paul to come in here. See this window right here? Probably can help us out a little bit.
Paul can do a lot.
We got to look at this.
Paul can do a lot in here.
At Landfill and Jeff. But no, Paul does a great job. And, we talk about it so much, I guess people think, oh, no, y'all doing it. No. We mean that. And I've been around him. I talk with him a lot. It's not that we help each other out with charities and different things like that because we become friends. And I think when you have a person that does the things they say they're going to do, the way that they say they're going to do it, you start to respect them and you push them for other people. I've had people in my neighborhood ask me about Paul, and he went and did some work for them too. So if you want to be just like JP and I, reach out to Paul right now and receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and up to $500 off each doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Join us. Great and Danny coming up next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you a rap battle.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's Thursday, May 30th, 2024, and you are listening live to G&D. We are broadcasting from our Half Street Studios downtown in D.C., and we're taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight on the Fan. Daniel, how are you?
I'm very well, my friend. Gorgeous day today. I've been shucking and jiving, doing things. Kindergartner concert this morning for my little guy. I had a couple meetings, some phone calls. I got a workout in, hanging out in my, you can see it on the stream here on the old YouTubes. I got my bright tennis ball colored Under Armour shirt on just in case tennis breaks out. The ball will be camouflaged if it approaches my person. Other than that, good to go, my friend.
I'm excited for this show today because I'm excited for the day ahead in sports. It's going to be a very, very good one. And I'm particularly pumped for tonight where we've got action in the playoffs. An NBA game possibly going to decide the Western Conference and set the stage for the NBA Finals this evening. We've also got NHL activity tonight as a conference final continues in the East. And the Nats are in action, looking for 3 out of 4 against the Atlanta Braves. First things first, 8:30 East time tip tonight for the Mavs and the Timberwolves. I think Dallas wins this series tonight. It's a gentleman's sweep. It just kind of feels like Minnesota's right for the taking after they got their win. But their two best players were a lot better in their fourth game, and all of a sudden, a little oxygen being pumped in to their organization. But in the conference final round, we've never seen 3-0 erased.
If Minnesota wins tonight, I'm just saying it could get very interesting. It becomes a lot more intriguing. I'm with you. I've got Dallas. I think they had their kind of teetering moment where they didn't play great. Minnesota played really, really well, especially down the stretch.
The hourglass started. Like the sand is dwindling, and the question is how fast does it go? Is it tonight? Is it game 6? But nobody's going to win 4 in a row at this level against a team that you'd lost 3 straight to. I just don't see that.
You would, and you wouldn't think so. But again, I'd love to see the theater. I'd love to see what happens. Love to see some puckering. I'd love to see some tightening. I'd love to see this become a series if Minnesota wins. But yeah, I've got Dallas tonight.
Meanwhile, in the NHL, I know, Danny, that while I was out, playoff hockey caught a little shrapnel on this show. Some birdies were.
It was just minding its business. And I tried to use it as an example, as a gateway into explaining that I just really can't get into it. It's not its fault. They're just playing their games. They're doing what they're supposed to do.
I know a couple of guys will be fired up about the game tonight.
Yep.
Jake Irvin, who was on the show yesterday.
That's right.
27-year-old pitcher for the Nationals, who's apparently a big hockey mark and loves watching the playoffs. So he'll be DVRing and watching, I'm sure, this evening. Panthers, Rangers, Eastern Conference. You do generally have strong feelings, though, about whether or not to root for the team that eliminated you. I don't remember which side you're on.
You never do that ever, with the rare exception. I mean, unless like if they're playing Pittsburgh or,
I thought you
or
did
whatever.
a thing where like it made you feel better if the team went deep.
No, I mean, there's a hierarchy of rooting. Like this is one of my dad and I's most fundamental sports disagreements, where he would root for the NFC East team once Washington was eliminated, like in football, because it's something about your division stronger, like some kind of thing. And I go, no, I hate them. I hope they lose every game they play. Always, forever. And I hope everyone, gets jock itch who is associated with them or likes them. So the priority is teams that I hate, root against them at all times. Secondarily, if it's not a team I hate, then it's okay. Like when I guess when they were the WFT that season, maybe they were the last year of the Redskins. I can't remember which. But when they lost to Tampa Bay and Tampa goes and wins the whole thing, you go, oh, that's cool. I don't like Tampa Bay. Right? That's fine. I'd rather them do it than the dumb Cowboys or Eagles or whatever. So if there's no hatred prior to the series, and I do hate the Rangers, they can go to hell, then you can kind of say, okay, I feel a little bit better because that team advanced and went further. Does that make sense? Does that quantify the view?
Sure it does.
There you go.
I am rooting against the Rangers because I hate them. Very, very simple.
Simple and easy. Yeah, it's clean.
Florida is not all that likable, but I don't have nearly the same amount of venom or vitriol for them. But this has been a really entertaining series. Overtime games every time you turn around. So that'll be good tonight. And then you got the Nats taking on the Braves. And I get fired up to take 3 out of 4 in Atlanta.
Wouldn't it be nice? I'd have fun.
That would be juicy. Trevor Williams on the mound. There was a time not that long ago when that was bad news. Trevor Williams on the mound has become good news. 2.29 earned run average and a 4-0 record for Trevor Williams. And the Nationals trying to continue what has been a great stretch. I posted a tweet last night I thought was kind of fun. It was a ranking of where the Nats stack up in a lot of different categories. And I don't know that people know this. Like, their pitching staff's been excellent.
Yeah.
to the point where now their rotation ERA is 6th best in the NL. But then I did the math without Patrick Corbin.
Why? Does he hurt the average?
The non-Corbin rotation numbers for the Nats, they're the number 3 ERA in the NL behind the Phillies, who right now are favorites to get to the World Series, and the Dodgers, who have that unbelievable payroll and all the good players. And then the Nationals, when you take Corbin out of it. Pretty amazing. Welcome back, Lane Thomas. 3 hits, 2 stolen bases, and a big old 3-1 home run last night.
And now the right-hander's ready. Schwellenbach with a pitch. Thomas swings and hits it in the air to deep left field. This is way back. Going, and gone. Goodbye. Off the back wall of the Nationals bullpen in straightaway left field. Bang! Zoom goes Lane Thomas with a 3-run home run, his 3rd of the year.
Charlie Slows, as heard right here on the Fan yesterday. We should let people know. A lot of people have been asking about the interview we did with Josh Harris's wife, Marjorie, who is the chair for the Commanders Foundation, who was out and about yesterday in the community. We're going to replay that today right at 6 o'clock. So if you missed it in the first half of our show yesterday, no problem. Don't worry about having to grab the podcast. Just be in the car or around your radio at 6 o'clock tonight, and you'll hear that interview in full. Want to make sure people catch it because she was really entertaining. She threw the ball around with us, and it was really good. Talking about Josh buying the team and what it's meant to their family, but also the potential of a name change and some other bigger picture issues as well.
Yeah, she was great. Really good conversation. So that was a lot of fun. It was cool to do.
Speaking of the name, very much back in the news thanks to the Washington Post poll yesterday that found that 54% of local sports fans dislike or hate the name, and 58% of local Commanders fans dislike or hate the name. Maybe more telling that essentially the exact same number of people that disliked the name or hated the name when it dropped originally still do. There isn't a whole lot of progress being made. I wanted to get into today if people actually think this conversation is going anywhere, or is it just noise? You get the difference, right? Are we actually talking about something that is possible to inevitable? Or are we just screaming like the old man standing on the beach looking at the water with our fist out? Because there is a very legitimate possibility that this ownership group is essentially doing the business version of putting their fingers in their ears, rolling up their sleeves and getting to work on the stuff that they think they've got to do. But the longer that you allow the name to hang around, the more it becomes part of the fabric. And maybe little by little, year after year, it gets a little more synonymous with the team. God forbid you have a good year, or a couple of good years, or if you win, all of a sudden people start caring, right? I was texting with a buddy earlier today, and they said, go look up the history of how Baltimore Colts fans felt initially when they were getting a team back as the Ravens. And I think it's different, right? Because you lost a team, you got a team back, versus just having this thing ripped away from you. The team's never left, but now the name that you liked is gone. But the point was, initially there was a lot of pushback, or people made fun of the name, or they didn't like Ravens, or they didn't like the colors, or whatever. A couple Super Bowls later, everyone's painting their faces and going to games, filling up the joint in Baltimore. And so there is this, if you build it, they will come feel to the current name here. And we're kind of seeing, until we figure out what their actual plan is, them play 4 corners on this a little bit.
So what I think the plan is, and you just touched on it, is you get the refrains from people, and I want to throw these folks into the sun, who go, just win. That's all that matters. Okay. You go somewhere else and yell that at somebody else. The adults will have a conversation. Usually what happens in an organization, there are football people like Adam Peters, who's deciding who the quarterback's going to be, who the coach is going to be. They'll do that. Now, sometimes organizations are dumb, and Ron Rivera is sitting in on meetings going, oh, like Commanders are really dumb. Okay. No, thank you. Okay. For the rest of us, for the business folks, you're trying to appeal to a fan base that's fractured, that's less than it's ever been. There's not much interest for a team that hasn't been good in some time. You're trying to build a brand association. Here's what I believe they are doing after hearing from Marjorie Harris and talking to the expert that's quoted in the Washington Post story, George Perry, I believe his name was, who joined us yesterday, a professor, Christopher Newport. Here's what I think they're doing. They are doing the wait and see approach. And that sounds simple, but here's what it entails. They're actually incorporating the just win, and that's all that matters, people, into the conversation. they believe, I think, that if they do win, there will be some increased brand loyalty, some increased interest in the team. You'll be able to move the merch after all. And there's no need to change this thing because the change and undertaking to rebrand is expensive. It's time consuming and it's challenging, and it may not have the upside that you want. So they're hoping that they just turn it around and have a good general manager and a good organization and win some football games and build the new association, and we'll just stick with that. I think if they stink and it doesn't work, which it might happen, by the way, because it's hard to win in the NFL, even with the correct process, when they move the new stadium, which I don't think is going to be anytime soon, by the way, I think we're now well past 2027 for the target date, then they might consider it. If it's bad over the next handful of years, they'll consider it. If they're good, if they start winning on a consistent basis, 9, 10, God forbid, 11 wins in a season, and they start moving some jerseys that say Daniels on the back and Commanders on the front, I think they're going to keep the stupid thing. And I'm not thrilled about it, but that's what I think's happening.
So here's where my mind has changed on this a little bit. When this new ownership group took over, and starting with that initial press conference, Josh Harris didn't really say Commanders. And when he wore gear, it was just kind of natural burgundy, no gold W, nothing team issued. It didn't seem like. I looked at everything as a sign, but maybe I was just looking for something and there wasn't anything there. I'm trying to find some 400 level literature class meaning in every prose, every sentence that's written. And maybe it was just hopeful, right? But yesterday was a little bit of a pendulum swinger for me. There was some cold water, both with Marjorie Harris, Josh's wife, coming on and saying, I've been in the community today. I'm using the name. I don't mind the name. I think she went as far as to say, I kind of like
it's
the name.
Growing on me.
Yeah, that's what she said. It's growing on me. A little bit of cold water. Now, she's not calling all the shots necessarily, but they knew the question was coming, presumably, if they're going out in public to do interviews. They think about what they want to say, and her answer was that it's growing on me. That is telling in some way. Not a full endorsement of the name, but it's the closest thing we got from anybody who matters, right? I would go to the George Perry interview, which you just referenced as well, where he said, it is disconcerting for the team that people don't like the name, but it's not alarming. This is very common and normal. This is baked into the expectation. And then when you go back, as he cited to the early comments of Jason Wright, Jason essentially said along the way, it's going to take some time. Like the first few years, it's going to have to grow on people. You are the first player to come after the legend. You're the first coach to come after in a lot of people's minds, right? The greatest coach of all time. Whoever the next guy is going to have to deal with that and wear that cross. That's theirs to bear. And I think that's the majority of the problem for Commanders, maybe, and less just that the name's not that good, although both are probably true. I don't know. I feel like if we're asking, is the name going to be something different in 5 years? As soon as Harris bought the team, I would have said absolutely. As recently, maybe as the start of this offseason, I would have said unequivocally. Like last year, I thought it was a lock they were going to change the name within the first couple of years. And now it does seem like maybe their non-answers on this are not to be taken as a lack of an endorsement of the name as much as they really just don't want to deal with it right now. And how long does that go before, like, where are you at on this? I thought if you're changing the name, you got to do it quickly. Because if you wait 5, 7, 10 years, then it makes even less sense. It's kind of dumb to have gone for like a decade with the name. Like you're saying, if you get it in the new stadium and you've won a little bit and it's still not resonating, then maybe you change it. But to me, if you're doing that, why do you wait? Like the sooner the better.
Yeah, you gotta
do
rip
it
the
right
Band-Aid.
here and right now.
Take the short-term pain for the long-term gain. That's the idea. I mean, you mentioned the Wizards, and I think it's an important comp. There was a beloved association, even though the Bullets hadn't been good since before I was born. Still, through the 80s, there was still some nostalgia, still some brand loyalty, et cetera. The name never should have been changed, and it was. And I still hate Wizards. It's not good. It was never good then. It wasn't one of the 5 choices with the poll in the Washington Post or whatever. None of the Sea Dogs or Dragons or whatever the other stupid names were all bad. It was never going to be as good as the original thing. But here's what happened. I gave up yelling. I eventually stopped yelling about it. Now, who was I yelling? Because I was a kid, yelling at my dad or one of my neighbors or kids on the playground. But I stopped fighting it. I accepted it. I don't like it. It's never grown on me. It never feels good. I don't like it at all.
But you now say Wizards.
But I say Wizards
mid-sentence and don't think about it.
Exactly. And that to me is the best we can hope for, that I can hope for this stupid name that I hate.
But I think that will happen.
Eventually, I suppose. I'll stop fighting.
Is just going to be a word where eventually, you know what I'm going to comp this to? My favorite scene in the movie Swingers. If you ever go through a bad breakup or it's painful when you break up with someone, you need to watch the movie Swingers. I'm just telling you right now.
100% correct.
Incredible.
Yep.
In that film, there's a speech where he's talking to his buddy who was going through a breakup. And he says, every day when you wake up, you're going to feel a little bit less pain and a little bit less pain and a little bit less pain. And then one day, it's going to be a while, but one day you're going to wake up and you're not going to feel the pain anymore. But the great line as he goes, and then you're going to miss that pain.
Then you'll miss the pain.
Which is hilarious. But the point is, like, the further away you get from the trauma, so to speak, goes away a little bit more and more and more. And I think the name will be that way. Like, right now, to me, when I say Commanders, it feels cheesy. I don't really like saying it that much. I don't go to the extent that you do. But I still don't enjoy anything about Commanders.
Right.
I think a year from now, a little bit of that goes away. And it just becomes more normalized. And to your point, if we did a poll, how many people like the name Wizards? I would guess it's a pretty low number. Fair?
Yeah.
But people just say it. It's part of the furniture. It's kind of ubiquitous with basketball in town.
Yeah, wore me down. I got defeated.
And I think Commanders will.
And
I do believe that.
And my counter to that is, wouldn't we just want to fix it now? So that's not the best case scenario for people, right? Where we're going, hey, it might grow on you. You might hate it less later. Like, that's not what I want from my teams. That's not what I want for my sports franchises. It's not what I want for the teams that I want my kids to go to their games at certain points. You know what I mean? Like, you'll hate it less later. That's not an endorsement, right? And I understand there's no silver bullet. There's no great solution that's going to satisfy everybody. I know that initial polling data years ago that either the team was doing or they were helping out with, the Commanders wasn't one of the leaders. It was Red Wolves or Hogs or Red Hogs or something like that. Those are doing fine. There's still going to be people that don't like it as much. I understand that. I think you could do better. And if we could do better, then let's do better. Dan Snyder was never going to do better. This group is with it, and they understand things, and the bar and the threshold is better than, you might hate it less after a while. That's not good enough to me.
In an effort to reel this into a tangible, accessible conversation, pretty easy to hit on the phones, right? With the theme of the day on the name. Are we having a meaningful, legitimate conversation in town, or are we just shouting into the sea? I think the best way to ask the question is, will the team's name be Commanders 5 years from now? Will the team's name be Commanders in perpetuity? Two different questions. Do you think the team name will be Commanders in 5 years? Yes or no? And do you think this name is now the name for as long as we're all enjoying the team? You know, or this ownership group, right? Like decades into the future. 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant, the NBA We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. Yesterday, the Washington Post dropped a pretty big bombshell on the development of support for the name, I'd say, on the continuation of whether or not this name's going to eventually take hold in D.C. Local sports fans, 54% of them dislike or hate the name Commanders. Among local football fans in town that claim this team in D.C., 58% dislike or hate the name. Only 16% of Commanders fans think they should keep the name. That's pretty crazy. That means that right around 84% of people think that they should get a different name, whatever they believe that name to be. And we've done that, and that's not fun.
Nope.
Do you know there were actually people who suggested the old Redskin potato bit in the Washington Post poll?
Oh, yeah.
There were 2% of people who said, do the Redskin potatoes. If we're still doing that in 2 years, you and I should both just step down from this show. Like, if we're lucky enough to still be doing
I
the
might
show,
go after the roop and step down. If it's the same thing.
Right.
No, thank you.
That's a long step
No,
down.
thank you.
We need to stop doing that. We should all root for the end of the Redskin potato shtick as a society. Will the Commanders be the name of this football team in 5 years? That is the question.
Yes. I've come to grips with it. I'm disappointed. I think it's wrong. I think they should announce today that they're planning on changing it. They'll get to it as soon as they can. They have other stuff to do. But they're not going to do that. I think they're doing my plan, which is not my plan, but I think I've deduced what their plan is. Take the air out of the football, so to speak, and just wait. And if there's any kind of success, they're going to take the strategy of, now that the team is good, people will buy in. And then they'll say, well, then it's not cost effective anymore to change it. I think they're looking at that undertaking of a rebrand with this dread, right? This idea, we don't, that's too much to take on. We don't want to do it. We don't do it. And I think it should be a priority. They clearly don't. And that's fine. That we're allowed to disagree about that. But I think because they're not prioritizing it, the longer this goes, the more you either beat people's will down, the more people accept it. And maybe potentially if they're, 10-7 this year, more people kind of get behind it. So I think they're sticking with it. And I'm really disappointed in that, but I think that's what's happening.
As of yesterday, I think they are too. And the George Perry conversation we had, you guys should listen to that, by the way,
Smart.
at some point. Former VP of marketing for the team. Opened my mind up to some thoughts on basically that they shouldn't be alarmed, that a lot of this should be expected, that all of this takes time, and that the evidence we have, I'm misreading. Like, I'm looking at the fingerprints and seeing one thing, and he's going, not necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
And he opened my mind up to that. Like, in other words, I think them saying nothing is a direct reflection that the name's going to change. And he's saying, no, they're potentially kicking the can down the road and just, there's no reason to come out and say definitively anything because you're annoying a lot of your constituents you're trying to get back on board. But by saying nothing, just keep not having to deal with it for a while. And eventually you'll wake up and the pain's gone and people are starting to go, maybe instead of 15% hating it, now it's 12. And you could say it was 17, now it's 12. See? It's going in the right direction. So I actually am going to say that Commanders is the team name in 5 years. Zach's in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. Do you think the name will be Commanders in 2029?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. You guys got the best show in the DMV.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
I don't think it will, and I think that's primarily because think about the brownie points Josh Harris could win with the fan base by changing it, and regardless of success, too many people are in favor of something else. And my other main gripe with the name is we can't shorten it. All the Mandos, the Manders, it was always who your favorite team, the Skins, the Caps, the Wiz, the Nats. I mean, there's no shortening of it that it makes it appealing or palpable in any way. So I really hope they change it. And also, how about we allude to our history of the burgundy and gold? I mean, I don't know. There's no semblance of preserving that history, which really bothers me as someone born in 92, 93, millennial. So take care, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I'm 100% with that. I mean, my point here is I don't like it's good enough or it's fine. I don't think that's the way this Harris group is going about most of their business, right? That's not it. Like how often are we going to settle? We settle on this. We settle on the next thing. Do we do a 6 out of 10 job on the next thing? That's not what they're trying to implement here. Cost cutting, corner cutting, workarounds. Yeah, buts. We'll just do it this way. That's Snyder. That's not this group. So to say, we'll settle. I really wish they kind of felt this pulse, I think, from enough of the people. And I understand what George Perry was talking about.
Well, I'm
and
sure they
otherwise.
feel the pulse, but as Perry said, they have so many things to do. He's like, that's not just words they're saying. It's true.
It totally is true.
He's like, there's a lot to be done. The books are in a bad spot. The fan base is cratering. People don't care about the team anymore. Ticket sales are a disaster. The on-field operation is stunk. You can't possibly just pick this and really sink your teeth into it the way you need to.
Which I understand. And this isn't a perfectly drawn analogy, but if you're going to do a kitchen renovation, that's probably also a good time to do the addition. Do you know what I mean? Like, if there's already construction crews, they're already tearing up your floor and your windows and knocking down walls and stuff. If you're going to do a whole big thing, don't piecemeal it, right? Like, go through the chaos, go through the hell, come out the other side much stronger.
Let's go to Jeff, who's in Rockville. Jeff, what do you think? You think the Commanders will still be the team name in 5 years?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Dude, so I'm an interesting caller. Ready?
I'm ready.
My wife just became a limited partner with the Atlanta Falcons this past week.
Who's your wife?
Dominique Dawes.
Oh,
Dude.
my God. You realize this is awkward. I have such a crush on your wife.
No, come on, man.
Sorry. That was when I was young.
We got 4 kids.
I don't know her anymore. I haven't seen her in a while.
Or Danny, if I had $1 for every freaking time I heard that.
Probably like a couple $100.
You'd be doing okay, man. But first of all, congratulations.
I'd be over 10 grand, dude.
Congratulations on some ownership of the Falcons.
Yeah,
and
how about
also, having a great life, probably. That's very cool.
I appreciate it, man. Dude, we listen to you guys. You guys are awesome. You know, Grant, real funny story. So a good buddy of mine, Kenny Wood.
Yeah.
And I were out to lunch about a month ago, and James smacks a homer against in preseason, and he gets a text right from you. And he's like, "Do you listen to these guys?" I go, "Hell yeah, man."
That's funny.
That's great.
Yeah, we're
But I
rooting for
love the fact
James.
that
I
you
want him
guys-
in the big leagues.
Oh, we'd like him in the major leagues.
Dude, well, I was so happy last week you guys spent, and I calculated it because I'm a nerd, 18 minutes just talking about James Wood.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at Jeff.
I love it. There is no show on the James Wood beat like the Grant and
There's
Danny radio
numbers to
program.
prove it.
Rest
You guys,
assured.
but no, you guys are absolutely correct. The kid's a great kid. I've known him since he was a little boy at Landon. And, I mean, there's no he's a Darryl Strawberry in the making. He's Dave Winfield. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, but I didn't realize Dominique bought in on the Falcons. How recent is that?
So this came out a week ago yesterday.
I love that. So cool.
So, yeah, so Arthur Blank, Mr. Blank, the guy's a complete gentleman. And fun fact, in this Mercedes-Benz Stadium, every beer is still $5.
Yep.
He's
a hero as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, the concessions stuff that they do, there's so many
They get
things
it.
that they do right. So my dream is always to be like a minority owner for a sports team. You basically just you get to have the kids' birthdays in the suites. You get your own box probably. You go there on Sundays.
Like
right?
Kyle Pitts is holding the pinata.
Yeah, well, you know, so we own a couple of gyms called, you know, I'm going to throw it out here, Dominique Dawes Gymnastics and Ninja Academy in Rockville and Clarksburg. We're going to open one in Columbia. But my point is, she also owns part owner of the Washington Spirit. So.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, but no, we're not going to be able to throw birthday parties. But I've converted from the Redskins Commanders to a Falcons fan. But to answer you guys' question, let's get another bird in there, man. You got the Ravens, the Cardinals, the Falcons, the Eagles. Why not do the Red Hawks or the Red Tails, whatever?
Red Hawks, I could get behind. By the way, that the opposite of like the Jason Wright. It won't be a random ass bird. It's like let's just do a bird.
Let's do a bird. Hear me out. Bird.
Can we clap it up for Dominique Dawes?
Dominique Dawes.
American hero.
American hero.
Gold medalist.
Thank you. I will let her know, my friends. But yeah, and like I said, man, I'd love to get together with you guys with Dominique and the Woods, Kenny, when James goes to the
Let's
big
do
league,
it.
we'll all get together.
Let's get
This show would be
lunch.
steamed up for that.
Yes,
I love
we
it.
would. By the way, she will not remember this, but when I was, I don't know, like probably 15 years old, I interviewed her in Aberdeen at Ripken's baseball complex during the Cal Ripken World Series while calling the play-by-play live on air. So I was a blonde-haired, bull-cutted, nerdy kid. That would be the nerd, like the clues. She won't remember that at all, but you can mention it.
No, she's got a very good memory, man. She's like you, dude. You're a statistician. She loves it.
All right, very cool. Well, I'm rooting for her Falcons then, so that you guys can strike some gold. Let's do this.
Well, I appreciate it, man. And fun fact that she's the last gymnast, U.S. gymnast in the last 70 years. Simone will be the fourth. She's the last gymnast in the last 70 years to make 3 Olympics.
Three different teams. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So is Biles will be there this summer?
Yes.
Yeah, Gabby Douglas just bowed out. She would have been the fourth, but she's no longer. So I mean, the fifth, but Simone will be the fourth. Dominique was the third.
What about is it Suni Lee?
Yeah, no, she's made one.
But I mean, is she the star of
Part
the
of the
team
team?
this year? Who are the main
Simone,
stars?
man. Simone.
Simone's back. Okay, I'll take it. I guess she wasn't. Thank you, Jeff. By the way,
Good
She wasn't
informative call from Jeff.
That's right. Jeff knew what he was talking
So,
about.
like, usually we're like, dude, you can't become a fan of another team. If you own it, it's cool.
Right,
I think.
He's like, I've moved on. I'm a Falcons fan. I'm not going to tell you shouldn't.
Yeah, I get that. You got a financial stake, bro.
Should I not have said that I had a crush on his wife?
I think it was fine. He took it in good. He took it in stride.
Do you think it's the first time he's heard that? As
I
he
do
said?
not think it's the first time.
Like when you marry Dominique Dawes, you kind of know. There's a couple of guys who at some point had a poster of Dominique Dawes. You know what I mean?
I do. Yeah, I see what you're cooking there.
Excellent gymnast.
You know why those balance beams are not very less than your foot, bro. Less. And she's doing the flips and the
I did
handsprings.
interview her.
I believe you.
She would not remember that. You don't know who I interviewed her with. This is actually Radio Insider. There's like 7 Grant and Danny listeners that will find this entertaining. Who was sitting next to me calling that game at the Cal Ripken Baseball World Series? And I'm going to guess this was around maybe 2004, 5.
Oh, 4. All right.
So just as a timestamp, I met you 5 years later.
Yep.
106.7, The Fan becomes a sports station 5 years later.
Yep.
2004, Aberdeen, Maryland, in the booth. Me and some other person are calling a game, and we interviewed it was crazy. Michael Phelps for an inning.
Yeah, but people
Dominic
stopping by.
Dawes
Yeah.
for an inning. Cal Ripken for an inning. Who was I calling the game with?
I'm gonna start the guessing.
Okay.
Frank Hanrahan.
Wrong.
Damn. Craig Heist.
Wrong.
Pete Medhurst.
National broadcast.
Oh.
Wrong.
Oh. National.
Yeah.
Joe Buck.
I'm just going to tell you. Holden Kushner.
Come on.
Holden Kushner.
National broadcaster.
He of Holden and Danny fame.
So basically, everybody I've ever done the show with, except for Bill Rowland, was in that booth at one point.
I think so.
Was Bill there too?
I don't think Bill was there. It was on Sirius XM.
That's amazing.
Yeah, there was a kid that played for the Hawaiian team named Kalani Lagak Crawford, who punched out 14. He looked like a mini CC Sabathia.
Just filth.
He was just
People
mowing him down.
One of the best teams I've ever played was from Hawaii, with Shane Victorino, Dane Sardinha, who was a second rounder for the Tigers. Had
believe that.
Best throwing arm I've ever seen.
There's a catcher at Cal right now.
Yeah.
Who's got a chance to be the first catcher off the board who grew up in Hawaii. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Will the Commanders be the name of the team in 5 years? That is the question. Good sports day coming your way tonight. NBA, NHL playoff action. Nats looking to take a third out of 4 from the Atlanta Braves, thanks largely to the gem from Mackenzie Gore last night.
He was filthy. Unearned run early, pulled his neck, got out of it, only gave up, I think, the one, which was an inherited runner that scored. He was good. And thanks for coming by, Lane Thomas. I'm glad he took an extra day or two, missed his bobblehead, but he looked the part last night. That's as fast as I can remember him being. He was quick as all hell, going stealing second, then stealing third a couple pitches later.
I think he's got something like 13 steals in 35 games this year with a couple swipes yesterday. But just a reminder that the Nats didn't just win the Soto deal, but it is a massive victory as they revitalize the whole organization. Gore pitching like an ace right now in the front of the rotation. We're both in agreement, it sounds like, Danny, that in 5 years, in 2029, the team name will still be the Commanders. Now, there's a secondary conversation at some point we should have, which is, if that's the case, then shouldn't people just start warming up to it and move on and figure out a way to be okay with it? Because the obstinance of how long do you do that? It's kind of exhausting.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the timetable it took me for Wizards, but that's the most similar comp.
You just woke up one day and it was the Wizards.
And I was like, you know what? Everybody uses it. It's just it's harder. I sound like more of a horse's ass when I'm like, there's still the Bullets to me. I'm just fine. It beat me down. I mean, it took a while, dude. It took years.
I just still don't like saying Commanders, but I'm not, if I can say, like, wherever you are, I'm not there.
Right.
I'm not going full Rouye. Like,
you never want to do that.
Name, change the name, all that stuff. But do I like saying it? No, not really. Do I try to avoid it with Local 53 or something? Yes. I don't want to be the guy that calls them the Hogs when they're not the Hogs, but that might be the route to go. I'm not really sure. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on G&D. What's up, Chris?
Call of James Wood. By the way, I really enjoyed Dominic Dawes' hour on the Grant and Danny show. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
None of us did today.
You know what? She deserves it. Gold medalist, friend.
She does deserve it. She does. And I think we discovered Grant's type based off of his affinity for crystal ball and Dominic Dawes. It's athletic women in Olympiad sports with a strong mind.
Olympic athletes who are helpful in the community. Good people.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say a couple things about the name. Grant, I totally agree with you. If the name is still the name in 5 years, that's the name.
I think it's the name.
The name they're going to keep with. All right. And Danny, you said as well. First of all, another thing too, this whole notion that the name needs to be something related to the city is really kind of preposterous. The most famous teams in all of them, North American sports, many of them have names that have nothing to do with the city they're located in. First and foremost, the Los Angeles Lakers, the Utah Jazz, the Memphis Grizzlies. The list goes on and on and on. Those names are now considered sacred because of the longevity and the success of the team. I personally can't stand the name because I think it's just banal and boring. And like, what is a commander? Like, what does it even mean? Even the military community doesn't know what to do with that name. I say, why not name it a random ass bird? That would be more fun. Are there any penguins in Pittsburgh? No, but it's still a great name.
It is a cool name.
Just call it something cool and be done with it.
Yes, I mean, there are cool names. Wolves grew on me. Red Wolves was fine. I still want to go with something that is able to bridge the old and the new. Like you're saying, it doesn't have to be DC, which I agree. You don't have to call them the monuments or the I-66 bound traffic.
Right, yeah, like Utah's not known for its jazz scene, right? Because that team moved from somewhere else, but it's just now part of the furniture, yeah.
But his first point that he made, I go back to, which I think is worth a discussion at some point, Danny, which is, he says, if the name is still the name in 5 years, if it's still Commanders, then it's over. And I would be curious to ask people, is that true? Could they change the name in 7 years, 10 years, after they get into the new stadium? Like, in their mind, they might be going, our priority right now is get fans back, win football games, and figure out what the stadium situation is. We'll worry about the name after that. And maybe they get into the new house and then they go, all right, now let's figure out this name thing. It's possible. I don't know that it's likely, but 7, 8, 9 years, now you decide it's time to get to the name. Seems like a long time out, but maybe 4, 5, 6 years from now isn't that crazy. Let's go to Kevin in Lanham on G&D. Hey, buddy.
Hey, I love you guys, man. We had this discussion last year, Grant and Danny, man, and I told y'all, I said, I'll be pissed if Ron Rivera and everybody gets fired and we're stuck with a name.
You were correct.
No. I don't like the name. It's burned in my heart. I've been a Redskins fan all my life. This is the last two Horcrux. This is Harry Potter. This is the last two Horcruxes, the stadium and the name. To kill Lord Voldemort Snyder, we got to get rid of these last two Horcrux. Okay?
What is a Horcrux? This guy is speaking Potter.
That's the perfect
level.
analogy. The premise of the Horcrux were in order to truly kill the evil presence that was the malevolence over everything that was ruining all this different stuff. He split his soul into 7 different things with some crimes against humanity. These are the final 2. That's the perfect analogy. You've killed almost everything else. This is the last vestige of the Snyder influence. Whether he made it up or not, it's under his watch.
Do you
and
care
it's his.
that he almost certainly didn't? Like, I think wherever Dan Snyder is right now, on some yacht screaming about a Trump movie that went poorly for him or whatever. That was the last thing we heard about him, was that he paid a bunch of money for a Trump movie thinking it was one thing and it's another thing. I think that he hates the Commander's name more than the rest of us, because he wanted to change the name less than 99% of people. That doesn't matter, though, and your point is because it changed while he was owning the team.
Yeah, so one, I do think he said just Commanders, whatever, military, and wanted the protection, so nobody wrote mean articles about him anymore. And then everyone had to pretend and do this dance. That's what I believe. I think that's reasonable, by the way. But to me, it's the same thing as, well, it wasn't the president who actually came up with it. It was his top advisor who had this plan or whatever that didn't work. It's under his watch. It's Dan Snyder's ownership, and these are the last parts of it. So to me, it's all associated. And that's all I can think of is him. Him just going, I ruined it. Peace.
We got tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC at 4 o'clock today ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We will replay our interview from yesterday with Marjorie Harris, Josh's wife, and the chair of the Commanders Foundation, coming up at 6 o'clock on Grant and Danny. Next, though, beef on the streets, literally, after someone tried to get a picture of a celebrity. We'll give you the details. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by our friends, the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, and probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention that we referred you so that they will give you a discount. kmlawyers.com if you want tickets to Old Glory Rugby DC against New England. We've got a pair to give away coming up in 1 hour at 4 o'clock. Danny, have you seen anywhere this thing all over the internet the last couple of days of Jason Kelce and his wife kind of getting into it with somebody on the street?
So I hadn't until you brought it up before the show. It's not something that's been on my radar.
So I don't really know exactly what happened, but here is what is being alleged. There is a fan or just some person that notices them. Obviously, the Kelces, even Jason, not just Travis, have become immensely globally, certainly nationally, very famous all of a sudden. They've always been famous in football circles.
Yeah.
But if you're Jason Kelce, you're a center for the Philadelphia Eagles. When you're in another state at the beach, going in to get a food or whatever, you probably for most of your life have just been able to, there might be a football mark or two that might bump into you on your vacation and go, hey, are you Jason Kelce? But my guess is you can mostly live a normal life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's changed a little bit, I would guess, as the Kelces have become like the new Mannings, the first family of football, and the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce thing went everywhere. And next thing you know, Jason's in the box with her with his shirt off.
Yep.
Anyway, so they are on vacation, it looks like. Best I can tell, they're walking around, and a fan comes up to them while their family's like walking on the street. And it looks to me like they've got either her parents or his parents, like a group on their vacation. And somebody comes up to try to get a picture. Sounds like they politely decline or say no. And then this person really gets angry and belligerent. They start screaming and cursing. For whatever reason, Kylie Kelce gets into the face of this person or vice versa. Maybe they got into her face. She starts screaming back at them about how she can smell alcohol in their breath. There's like this whole viral video that went. Now, it seems like everyone is pro Kelce in this. Okay. My first reaction was like, please don't get involved in this spat. Jason, by the way, doesn't. It's very funny. He's just kind of standing in the back like, my wife can handle herself. I'm not engaging in whatever this is. I'll be over here. And then the wife is like angry and yelling. And I don't know that she did anything wrong. She probably didn't. But less of those kinds of viral clips, the better. I would say just for the brand, the image, and also your life. That kind of consternation is not good or healthy. But it seems like there's a bad guy, at least based on what we're seeing being reported. This person wanted a picture, gets into it, starts yelling at them, and then they're the good guys. But I bring this up because it has launched a conversation on social media that I've seen about asking for pictures from celebrities. Something that I'm not sure you and I have talked much about. But in a know your co-host way, I would assume you're very anti-bothering anybody. Like you would never, if you bump into someone out and about, go up and ask them for an autograph or a photo. Fair?
Correct. That is correct.
So then maybe this will be a short segment. But
I got plenty of thoughts.
What I wanted to talk about is, I guess first and foremost, your thoughts on approaching celebrities or getting pictures with someone that you find interesting or whatever. And then are there good and bad times to do that? Is it always a full stop, don't do it? Like, thought we could get into that a little bit.
So a number of things. It sounds like just from the video that I watched and descriptions therein, if you're drunk and boorish and obnoxious, you're never the good guy. Okay.
Totally.
Right. So I want that said. People are going to forget that I said that in about 2 seconds. If you open up the whole world to your world, you can't be surprised that someone might want to participate in it. I didn't know who his wife was before this year. I never, anonymous to me. I've watched football. I know who he is, obviously, and I care about him as far as hoping my team beats his, but I absolutely know who Jason Kelce is. I know who Travis Kelce is. When you do the full 360 panoramic and let people into your universe and share it, there are trade-offs to that. People are going to want to then be part of it because you're inviting them to be part of it online. It might spill over into the real world. And
that's not to say I don't think that you're saying she's asking for fame. Or I think it's just part of the territory. You're his wife. They do a podcast. Now she's like reoccurring and hops on their show from time to time. I'm sure there's interview requests for her. I don't get the sense she's like publicly out there trying to, be the focal point and the face of the operation. But to your point, heavy lies the crown a little bit. Like Jason Kelce's become a superstar. He's about to benefit from that as he's named the NFL Countdown on ESPN. The whole family's kind of coming along for the journey in a way, is what you're saying.
So partly, but also nobody's requiring you to jump on a podcast. Landon Dickerson's wife isn't famous, right? Another guard on their team. Now, I didn't have the cachet that Jason Kelce does, a future Hall of Famer. But if you'd like to remain anonymous, remain in the background, it's easily controllable that you do that, right? You can ask the networks, like, hey, please, don't just keep showing my wife in the stands or whatever. I'd like to keep that part of my life private. They didn't. They opted into a totally different universe. They opened themselves up to public scrutiny, public approval, and it's done very well for them. But to me, the thing I always go back to is there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. This is part of the trade. Now, again, doesn't mean you deserve to be treated unfair. Doesn't mean this person gets to be belligerent to you.
To your point, real quick, I just looked it up. So she's got 2 million followers on social.
Yeah.
And she's doing her own like ads and stuff.
Absolutely.
So obviously, very much now public facing, more so than I realized. But I'd like to reiterate, just because I know what's coming, that you started this by saying they're not the bad guys.
Correct. If you're a drunken, boorish person that's overbearing and obnoxious, you are not the good guy in this situation. I don't know that there's necessarily a bad guy when it comes to the Kelces. I guess my point in general is it's something that has always rubbed me the wrong way when famous person, whatever they are, reality show, movie star, TV star, whatever, they would like to use public forums and media when it's convenient to them and then can't possibly be bothered when there are repercussions to that.
But where do you draw the line on that? Because as I think about it, I remember hearing an interview with like Matt Damon. Matt Damon is an unbelievably successful A-list celebrity, millionaire many times over. Every movie he's in is a blockbuster hit, right? But he's also lived a pretty private life.
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine he's known as like one of the best guys in Hollywood. Like if you just saw him at a restaurant and you went up and took his picture or something, he would oblige and say yes. But I remember listening to an interview where he talked about essentially the idea of I just want to be a normal guy. Like my job makes me famous.
Mm-hmm.
I am a celebrity. I am famous. But when I'm not on set, when I just go home, I'm just dad. I'm just a husband. I'm just the guy picking up the pizza at the Domino's. And I would say, I don't know this, but now I'm arguing like I'm Matt Damon.
Mm-hmm.
He would say to you, I don't agree with that claim. Like, because I'm in movies and on TV shows and I'm on Jimmy Fallon doesn't mean that I open myself up when I walk down the street for someone to annoy me.
So my response to him would be, Mr. Damon, that's exactly what it means. You are relying on fans to come and support you and see the projects that you put out. Otherwise, you're a student filmmaker, independent Ivan, who's got no following and nobody cares. There again, that is the trade-off. Again, it doesn't mean you should be harassed. It doesn't mean you deserve to be mugged or pickpocketed or something like that. But my point is, people pay attention to you because that's what you are. You're famous and you're again using the public to support your lifestyle. Nobody's coming to see Billy the bricklayer. Nobody's coming to see the construction guys that are building the condos right outside because they don't have the same cachet, the same fame, the same platform. That's the trade-off, right? They're anonymous. They get to go home and be dad and have walk down the street and have no one recognize them, but they don't get the millions of dollars that you get. Again, it doesn't mean that you deserve to be harassed. There's a clear line here for me.
But it does mean, it sounds like you're saying that you got to deal a little better when someone's bothering.
Absolutely does. It means people are going to pay attention to you and asking them to shut that off based on your schedule. I'm sorry, that's not how the world works.
Right. This idea that like, no, I'm just a person on my vacation.
Respectfully, you're not.
You know, we're all in this thing together, but don't come up to me and bother me while I'm on my vacation. You're saying you don't get to hit that switch.
Right. And never be bothered. And again, I'm sure Damon, I have no idea if Damon's had run-ins or whatever.
But he was just one guy I thought of because there was a juxtaposition of, I'm trying to remember who interviewed them, but it was Damon and Affleck.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about how different their lives are. Matt Damon, and I could have some of these details wrong, but I'm pretty sure he married someone who was not a celebrity, who was like out of the public eye, who nobody knew.
Whereas Ben Affleck doing the Jennifer Garner and Jennifer Lopez.
J-Lo.
Yeah, totally.
And they were kind of joking about how different their lives are.
Mm-hmm.
And Matt Damon was saying, I can't, what he goes through, like this heavy lies the crown, you know, this cross to bear, you know, the pictures, and everywhere he goes, there's cameras. And Matt Damon was saying, like, I don't typically deal with that because I live in I don't live in Hollywood where all the people are. Like, I go to my little town and everyone knows me as Matt. And I go into the store to get the rocks I'm going to lay around my driveway that day. And it's kind of like Dave Chappelle.
Yes.
If you're for people
lives in rural Ohio.
Dave Chappelle, for the record, is one of my. I love Dave Chappelle. I every time he puts something out, I want to see it. I don't always agree with everything he says, but like I think he's massively important and oftentimes insightful. But I'm a Chappelle guy. So anyway, long story short, I watched one of these specials he did in his like community in Ohio, where he's like walking around and everyone's just walking past, and you can kind of see him notice him or nod or whatever. But he lives in random middle of nowhere Ohio, where he's from.
Yeah,
he just walks around and he's Dave. Whereas if I bumped into him outside here, like on Half Street, I would be like, oh my God, it's Dave Chappelle. It's like seeing, basically one of the greatest stars of all time when you're not expecting it. I always consider, like, when I bump into an athlete, or if someone's like, well, you go into the locker room all the time. It's like, yeah, I'm not shocked when I see a fish at an aquarium. It's like when I see a fish, like on someone's couch, I'm like, oh my God, that's kind of weird. There's a fish on your couch.
Yeah, like when I saw former Nationals reliever Ryan Matthews at Ted's Bulletin, it was like, it was like seeing the greatest star of all time.
Probably now been several months, but I was walking on the street out here, and I get to the stop sign, and there's like this really tall dude with glasses next to me, and I look over, and I'm like, damn, this dude's giant. It's Jake Irvin.
It's Jake Irvin.
And we start striking up a conversation. We're 4 blocks from the ballpark, but now this is cool. If I saw him in the clubhouse in front of his locker that's at Irvin,
Jake, how are you, buddy?
I'd be like, oh, there's Jake Irvin.
Jake Irvin
at his locker. So when you see a celebrity in the wild, as I call it, it's just so different.
Totally.
And here's where we'll disagree a little bit. And you know this about me. I'm a celebrity guy. I mean, I am such a mark for a celebrity sighting. I'm across the street just to get a peek guy. If you tell me right now someone's sitting over at, Walter's Sports Bar, I'm probably going and peeking in the window just to get a look. I love it. I'm in. I'm the kind of guy, I will never bother someone. There are times where I wouldn't. I would never bother someone while they're eating. I would never bother someone if they're dealing directly with their children or even like family, whatever. Right. If they're alone, it's kind of different, walking in an airport or something. But I definitely am an ask for a picture guy. I haven't asked for an autograph from anyone in probably, if I had to guess, like 25 years. It's been since I was in low grade school, maybe. I used to love autographs. Me and my buddies, that's not true, because when we had our licenses, we would go outside the Orioles player parking lot, try to get like Miguel Tejada.
Guys coming in Humvees.
Melvin Mora. We would have our balls and our signature, we'd hand them the baseball through the fence links or kind of break a fence a little bit to shove a Sharpie through. So I did that probably when I was a teenager, now that I think about it. But at this point in my life, I will go the rest of my life, I'll never ask for an autograph. It doesn't do anything for me, but I get sized for a picture. I get really sized. Sometimes just a funny picture. It's like a guy that maybe I don't like this person, but it's hilarious for me and them to send to 7 friends and be like, look who it is.
What's Darius's favorite show of all time that he loves so much? That's always on True TV. It's NCAA Tournament and Practical Jokers. So we did that bit where we opened for them, but we didn't really. We went over there and said, hey, they're coming on in 30 minutes, and then left. But
that was the old time, and it was fine. It was a fun thing. I'm glad we were asked to do it. Nothing's ever been billed differently than what actually happened.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. Are you ready to laugh in 30 minutes when they come out here? Okay. See ya. Bye.
Anyway.
Yeah. Any hoodles.
What does that have to do with it?
So we're in the hallway, and like, I'm just, nice to meet you guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks, whatever. And they go, do you want a picture? Yes. They asked for the picture.
But what if you said no?
Well, because
that would have been tough.
Well, of course, that would have been ridiculous. There was no reason for that. It's a small, tiny bit of storage space on the phone. But I wasn't going to be the one to be like, can I get a picture with you guys just to prove that I was here? Like, I just, even then, when we were supposed to be there as like the radio guys opening up for the Impractical Jokers, even then, I wasn't going to be like,
I think most of the time my pictures I go for are more ironic. Like, just because it's funny.
Okay.
What's the last celebrity? The last good one I got was, again, this one, everyone, I hope everyone's okay. All right. This delves into politics.
What'd you do?
Okay. I don't endorse this candidate. I just thought it was really funny. So I'm in.
Oh, I remember this.
I'm in line at a train. I'm at the train station in Newark. I'm coming back from Army Navy last year, and I'm behind a very heavy-set man.
Yep. Big dude.
Big guy.
Pretty big guy.
We're at the Jersey Mike's line. And I'm kind of like just scrolling my phone, whatever. And the guy turns around and he like looks right over me. And it's Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey, who was a presidential candidate.
At one point, he was on the debate stage.
He was on the debate stage. Now, this was before he was on the debate stage.
Yeah.
But what would Danny Rouhier have done? Nothing. I don't think you would have said anything to him. And I know you wouldn't have gotten a picture or anything.
No picture for sure. I might have said, hello, governor, if there was eye contact and he's next to me in line, just to let him know that I know. But I would never bother him asking for a picture.
Got his life story, right?
We sticked it up.
We had a lengthy
in Jersey Mike's waiting for your special.
So I'm like, Chris. And he like turned around. I'm like, you're Chris Christie. He's like, hey, how you doing, man?
How's it going, young man?
Exactly. And I'm like, what are you doing here? He goes, I'm getting something to eat. What are you doing here? I said, I'm getting something to eat.
Same.
Too. And I said, you taking a train somewhere? It was like a Dumb and Dumber line, right? Like, those your skis?
We're going to the airport for
both of them?
Flying somewhere.
And so after all the awkward, like, this is dumb, we had a conversation for about 10 minutes, and I'm asking him all about New York sports teams and all kinds of different things. And we get to the front of the line, whatever, and he gets his sandwich. Butt nice guy, by the way. And so, we kind of keep chatting, whatever. I couldn't tell you at that point. Like, I found out more as he became a presidential candidate, like who he liked, who he didn't like. I knew he was a Republican governor, but I didn't know much more than that. So I said to him, I'm like, hey, I hate to do this. And the reason I did it is because it's just butt funny when I send it to my friends.
Yeah.
But I'm like, can I get a picture with you? He's like, oh, of course. Yeah, no problem. And I just take a quick selfie of me and Chris Christie.
Just you, Chris Christie.
And that is like what I'm talking about with the ironic photo. I'll probably never look at it again. Like, I don't get sized for Chris Christie.
But in 27 years, when you go, I met Chris Christie at the Jersey Mike's in Newark. No, you didn't.
Right.
Look at that.
But
Bam.
it was funny that we were at Jersey Mike's. So, like, that's in the background. Because, like, someone would think I'm making that part up.
Because you're in a Jersey Mike's in Jersey.
Right. But also, like, the governor of Jersey's eating at the Jersey Mike's.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. The whole thing's funny. But then I just thought it was, my buddies will be like, what's the story on that? Like, why are you and Chris Christie hanging out?
Remember what you got at the Jersey Mike's?
Of course, I've gotten the same sandwich at Jersey
Mike's.
Don't
You vary it up all the time, don't you?
1,000 times in a row. It's a number 6. It's a roast beef, provolone cheese with mayonnaise, salt, pepper, Mike's Way with pickles.
That is correct. That is the number 6.
That is the number 6.
Yeah. You're not a guy that changes.
Big Jersey Mike's guy.
Yeah.
But that's my last one. But I am such a celebrity picture mark. I've got some other good ones I could bounce off people. But I think we should open up the phones on when is an acceptable time to ask for a picture and when is not. Are you team never ask like Danny Rouhier? Or is there a time when it's okay? And what is your best, I got a picture with that guy once story? Who's your best celebrity picture? 800-636-1067 is the number. MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067. G&D on the Fan. G&D on the Fan. The Kelces were vacationing. A fan tried to get a picture. It led to a spat between Jason Kelce's wife, Kylie, and some belligerent drunk person, allegedly. It was a jerk. We're talking about whether or not it's okay to approach celebrities for pictures. I do think there are plenty of times where you can. And I'd go as far as a celebrity Mark, who likes a picture with a celeb, to say you should, and you can. Danny is a 100% out all the time guy.
Pretty much, yeah. It makes you seem desperate. It's like you're the guy at the strip club that wants to learn her real name. You know, like you think you're different somehow. Like my 2 minutes was different than the next 2 minutes he's going to spend with the other random loser that comes up to him and demands something. That's what I feel, and it's too uncomfortable for me. So I'd rather have like a nice chat and leave him wanting more potentially and go on my merry way.
Do you have a celebrity pick?
I don't think so. I mean, the closest I would say is I'm sure there have been pictures taken, like for example, over the years hosting the Zims event at Nats Park.
I don't count that because I'm thinking
it's
celebrity in the wild.
No,
like we have pictures with people presumably that have come into the station,
right?
Where we
had like Pac-Man Jones and a couple other guys. Yeah, so heavyweight champions of the world, Deontay Wilder, like stuff through work, but nothing outside of work. No.
And there's no time ever that you think is appropriate if you see someone out and about to go up and get a picture.
Not that it's inappropriate, just how it makes me feel.
Gotcha.
Where I would go, I can't get down with it.
So you're okay with my philosophy, which is leave people alone if they're having a meal, leave people alone if they're with family, doing something, specifically family time type stuff. But otherwise, and especially if they're alone, like no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
If they say no, cool.
Then that's that. Yeah,
Who
like if
was
they're
the,
relaxing.
A-lister or the B-lister that was playing tennis the one time with you, or at the
Woody
same
Harrelson.
place. So like when Woody Harrelson was there, Yaroslav Halak, I would have tried to get a picture.
Which would have been awful. Like that would have been terrible if you walked across multiple tennis courts, interrupted his tennis game. Mr. Harrelson, how are you?
A time and place.
Yeah.
I would have had to wait till he's not playing. I would have just kind of, here's my play there. I go to the common area, wherever that is. So like when we're done, everyone walks through.
So you're just going to wait an hour for him to be done hitting around?
Absolutely.
Wow.
I'll wait.
I had to come do the show. You would have been late.
If I had to work, obviously no. But assuming it was like early in the morning, middle of the day, part of your, your time doing your pickleball with friends or something.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing that day.
Right.
I'm waiting for this guy, and we're gonna take a picture. I'm gonna say, "Hey, big fan of yours. Any chance I get a pic?" And see what he says. If he says no, okay, then I won't like him as much moving forward. It's kind of the end of that.
Yeah.
Big picture guy. Let's go to Chris in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. I was telling, first of all, your show's great. Thank you. I was telling the call screener. I have 3 different celebrity interactions, and I acted differently each time. So I don't know if I can answer your question.
I like it.
I was in New York City one time, alone at like around 2:00 at the bar at the top of the DoubleTree, waiting for a friend. I remember it was the year 2000 because it was the Mets and the Yankees World Series. And Dan Patrick walked in and sat down next to me at the bar. And I had in front of me some beer nuts, and he asked the bartender for some beer nuts, and I just went, "Take these," and never said another word to him because he was on his own. So I felt like I should just leave him alone. You would think I'd be more mature as I get older, but I went with my wife to the Birchmere to see Kevin Costner in concert. He was there with a band playing music. And at the end, he said that he would stick around for autographs, and then all the old ladies at the concert got in line.
Yeah.
And I like Kevin Costner. I didn't want to wait in line, so I kind of snaked my way through the ladies and got up and then snapped a selfie without asking him of he and I. And then I poked him in the chest and ran away because I said I wanted to say that I touched him. Because if I've touched him, then all the famous people he's touched, I'm like one touch away from all of those people.
That's
okay.
tough. You said that to him?
I don't love that one.
I'm out on that one.
And then the third time, we were out in the plains where my mom and dad live. And it was in the fall, and we were at a corn maze kind of thing.
Okay.
And the most famous celebrity that lives out there, and my favorite actor of all time, is Robert Duvall. And he was there.
Ooh.
And I had to ask him, he was with family, and I had to get a picture of him. He said he wouldn't take a picture with me, but he would take a picture with my daughter. So he bent down and picked up my daughter, and I snapped a picture of
That's
the two
great.
of them. And I show people that all the time. It was wonderful.
So that's interesting, though, because to say I won't sign an autograph for you, but for a kid like for an athlete, I totally get. To not do a picture with you, but I'll take one with your kid is very weird to me. Not to say it's like weird he's taking a picture with the kid at all. I'm not going that way. I'm just saying they're not a fan of yours, bro. I'm the fan of yours. I'm the guy that's watching the movie and paying for the ticket. Is that a little strange?
No.
Like either don't take a picture or do, but it's not an autograph. I guess it feeds from the same trough in his mind. Where
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
I'm not signing for a grown-up, man. You're an adult.
Yeah, you should be over this adult, but if a kid has some wonder left, that's fine. It's why the adult doesn't sit on Santa's lap.
But they're so different to me. That doesn't make sense to me. Anthony is in Calvert. What's up, Anthony?
What's going on, guys? How
Hey, buddy.
y'all doing?
Good, man.
Good. I got a couple of them. So I don't know if it was the first, but it's the first I ever saw. And I give my uncle the credit for inventing the selfie because he walked up to Joe Gibbs circa 91, I think, and right in the employee parking lot, put his arm around him, said, "Hey, Coach, how you doing? You mind if I get a picture?" He said, "Sure." Click with the old, the old style cameras.
Polaroid.
That's the first time I ever saw that, and that's pretty cool. I remember Brad Edwards drove a white Toyota 4Runner. Personally, I went to the Sean Hannity Freedom concert. This is probably 15, 20 years ago at least. And I got a selfie with, it wasn't a selfie because his body wouldn't fit from my arm length, with Charlie Daniels and Oliver North. And Charlie Daniels is a huge dude.
He's massive.
That 10-gallon hat looks small on him. I mean, he is a big dude. And then lastly, my brother, and I forget his name, not my brother's name.
I was going to say, you forgot your brother's name? It's an issue.
But the old black guy that was in the stands, he was the Redskins.
Chief Z?
Yes, Z, yes.
Chief Z.
He was a self-appointed, fan mascot.
Yeah.
And we got a couple of them.
But if he's in the crowd, that's not really in the
Thank
wild.
you, buddy.
You just went to his office.
Mm-hmm. That's right. You saw him
knew
at
where
work.
to find him, right? It's a little different. Let's go to Will, who's in Stafford, on Grant and Danny.
Hey, Will.
Will, when are celebrity pictures okay?
Hey, boys. They're okay as long as they're not eating, talking on the phone, or with their kids, man. That's that I think any other time's good to go.
I like that.
Grant,
That's a
I
nice
just want to say real quick, Grant, I love your affinity for the beach and pancakes. I think we should call you either Grant High Tide Paulson or Grant Hotcakes Paulson. I think that's
First of all, Hotcakes is a hell of a nickname.
Hotcakes ain't
Hotcakes is a
I don't
great
mind
nickname.
Hotcakes. Hotcakes Paulson. I love your affinity for short stacks now. But Danny, go to Fogo de Chao and get the honey cheese. One of the best appetizers you'll ever have.
Oh, it's joy. It is so perfect.
Yeah, but I'll say real quick, two interactions. In Chicago, visiting my brother-in-law and his family at Bill's Pizza. It's a hole in the wall, 80s style arcade in there. I turn around, I hear a voice. It's Vince Vaughn standing behind me with his daughters. He says, you guys got any quarters?" And I was like Jim Brewer when he saw Nicholson in the elevator hold the door. I said, yeah, And Vince Vaughn was great. I told him Jamie O'Hara should have gotten more playing time in Rudy. I thought that was his best role,
That's a great
And then
bet.
Vegas, for my bachelor party, my buddies and I are at Topgolf, and in the stall next to us is Martavis Bryant and Macklemore. And we had a round of shots with those guys and took pictures with them. They were real nice. But I just want to say real quick, man, my buddy Matt Fleming in Dothan, Alabama, listens to you guys every day on the stream. He's a Virginia transplant. He moved down there with his family, gave up his season tickets, and I've been trying to convince him to fly up here this year to any game he wants to go to. He loves you guys, though. He listens to you guys every day at Dothan Dodge Jeep. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, brother. Odyssey app, wherever
There you go.
are,
You can do
listen
that.
to the show. A little piece, it feels like sometimes when people leave the area
Uh-huh.
of home still. They
Yeah.
can listen, they hear little anecdotes about what's going on around town. They get the latest on their teams. Good way to do it.
All about it.
Let's go to Dan in Stafford on G&D. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing very well.
Great. So I had an encounter with you, Grant. It was about 5 or 6 years ago out at the Hollywood Casino during the Super Bowl.
Love that.
And I was that awkward fan, and I'm like, uh-oh. I go upstairs to get some food. Danny's over getting food or something. I turn around, and you're sitting behind me with an adult beverage. So I turned around. I said, "Hey, love the show." talking with you, but it was really awkward. And of course, I didn't ask you for any picture.
You could have. You should have.
I know, I should have. But however, we had a lot of adult beverages.
Yep, it was a good
I
time.
felt very awkward talking to you in the first place.
No, you should not have felt awkward. I'm team picture. No problem with it at all. When we go out, really nobody's ever going to come up or say or do anything unless we're at a game. Again, like you fishing in the aquarium, like sports fans were there, and someone might say, "Hey, what's going on? I listen to the show or whatever." But the wife and the kids, they know, and not to say we're like celebrities,
Not at all, yeah.
But it's completely cool, and people should absolutely do that. To go circle back to your original point, where you talked about you've opened yourself up in a lot of ways. I think twofold on that. Number one, and this is what I always tell my daughter asked me one time. They're like, why do people come up and say they listen to your radio show? And I'm like, well, it's a nice thing that they say.
Yeah, it's very
if
nice.
They don't listen to Daddy's show, then you ain't going to, school this week. You know what I'm saying? Like, then we're probably going to make some changes on some of the toys.
We'll be staying with grandma for a while.
Exactly. So that's number one. But number two,
Yeah.
like you guys do make it possible. And so I think there's
100%
to what you're saying.
Yes.
But the second part is this platform is the best. I've done television, I've written, and we've both done radio for years and years. And this one is the best because if done correctly, fair or not, I've never met Will, who just called in. I've talked to the guy 100 times probably now. I feel like if me and him went to a game, we'd be boys, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And, like,
Yeah, for sure.
I think a lot of people come up to me, they're like, how's Fiona? Like, where'd you gotten any good wings lately? I mean, same conversations I would have with my friends from high school. If done correctly, it's just kind of like we're hanging out every day, and you guys kind of are our friends. It's a one-way relationship a lot of the
We
time.
don't get as much feedback from you guys as often. It's smaller windows, but the point taken. Yeah, it's a thing.
And that's not, it's different than an actor or an actress or these A-listers that are real-life celebrities. But I feel like I know Vince Vaughn decently. I've seen enough interviews with him. I've seen him talk to Kevin McCarthy enough, when he's not on a roll or something, that when I saw him, I would be like, hey, that time where you did this? I did that too. And maybe he doesn't care. I don't know. But I do.
Yeah.
I wish I had a Vince Vaughn story. He's one of my favorites. One of my favorites.
Supposedly like the coolest guy in the world. I mean, that's kind of what I've heard. So like people that I know who've like brushed up against him, whether it's comics or my one buddy who was an actor in LA forever, just said he's like that all the time. Like the reason he's famous is because he charms everybody all the time and then just does himself on TV.
I was in the same bar as him at the Super Bowl in LA one year, about 10 feet apart for like 10 minutes. And I was kind of waiting my time to move.
You're
make a
biding.
move. And I just kept looking and checking on him. And then I turn around and he's gone. And I was like, I'll never meet Vince Vaughn.
That's it.
It's over. But he was with a couple people, like time and place.
Yep.
We're only going to get
Sometimes
one
you
shot.
miss your chance.
We're going to get one shot at this. Let's make sure that I don't go up at a bad time. And now Vince Vaughn might have been a jerk to me for a second when he's the nicest guy in the world because I came up at a bad time. I got to time this right. I'd rather not have the experience than a bad experience.
Ooh, I like that philosophy. That governs kind of my whole approach to it, where I'm like, you know what? If we strike up a conversation, that's fine, but I'd hate to make it awkward and then it's bad, and that leaves such a terrible taste in my mouth. Almost not worth the risk to me.
G&D on the Fan, our double play and our blitz right around the corner as we take you up to 6:30 tonight and a chance for the Nats to take 3 out of 4 in Atlanta. Pregame at 6:50. In 12 minutes, top of the hour at 4, we're giving away those Old Glory Rugby DC ticks. They're playing New England over the weekend. G&D with you on the Fan. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
GP, you and I are both pummeled, but dads out there, listen up. New study finds having kids may shorten a man's life, a groundbreaking study reveals. Choosing to become a parent can end up shortening a man's life. A groundbreaking new study reveals that fatherhood may take an alarming toll on men's heart health as they get older. Researchers from Northwestern University and Anne and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago found that cardiovascular health tended to be worse for fathers compared to men without kids. The researchers theorized that added responsibilities and stresses that come with parenthood make it more challenging for fathers to maintain a healthy lifestyle through habits like exercising regularly and eating nutritious food. Simply put, having kids can stretch a man's time and resources thin.
This study's about me, isn't it?
It is not. It's about dads and all of us. We're all going through it, dude.
Look, it's an easy enough excuse. A lot of people do it. I sometimes, though, I see these silly dads, the hot dads, these super fit guys, and I'm like, how does he do it? How does that hunk do it? I just don't get it. And I want to give you a lot of credit because you have, now that your kids are in school or whatever, you basically like play pickleball for 6 hours.
I got to do something every day.
You like exercise for 4 hours every morning. I don't know how you have the time or how you do it or why or when, but God bless you. You're pulling it off and you're fighting the good fight.
Because that's what it is. I'm not improving.
I just don't know how anyone has the time.
Yeah.
I shouldn't make this all about me, but like I only have a few hours every day with my kids because you and I work until I don't get home till after 7.
Right.
They go to bed about 7. So I got to be home with the kids. They're at an age where my daughter a few days a week is at school. So I don't even see her that time. But my son, it's a couple hours in the morning. I normally leave by 11:15 to come into the radio station, get here by 11:45 noon. And then you're at work, just like every other person listening. Some people are 9 to 5. Some people are 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. and have it way worse. Some people work 3 jobs. Some people leave for months on end in the military and don't see their families. And I don't know how they do it at all. Like, that's incredible to me. And I admire their not only ability to do the work they do, but I thank them for the work that they do to make it possible for a lot of us to have our circumstances. But I just don't know where the time comes. Like last night, I felt silly. You know why I felt silly? Because like I was some Frank the Tank character. I took my dog on a walk at like 10:40 at night when everyone was asleep and all my work was done for the night. And I was like, Fiona, let's go for a walk. And I walked around my neighborhood. And as I was doing it, I was like, I got to get into a habit of just doing this every night. But that's my time generally to do my thing.
Right.
Whatever that is.
But think about that. That's 11 o'clock at night, basically.
Right.
It's when you have the window. And
now someone might say, well, you're watching the Nats game. You're just being a slob watching the Nats game. Yeah, it's kind of work, man.
It's part of our thing.
I do, 5 hours of basically Nats content a week when you count the podcast or whatever. Right. So like, I got to watch every at bat. I got to watch every game. So like, that's part of the gig. And I do a national baseball show. So when the Nats game's over, I got to flip around. What are the Yankees doing tonight? What's going on? This guy's making his big league debut. So it's kind of work. Now I listen to a lot of that on MLB at bat or something. And I can go walk and do that. I just don't know how people have the time to do anything.
Well, think about this. Our schedule is unique. We're fortunate enough to now, we basically, once my kids are at school, I have a quote unquote morning free. That's not normal. I've had 9 to 5s before. I worked in multiple different offices. The last real job I had before, kind of starting this journey was as a government contractor. So I would get to the office at 8:30. I'd leave at 5:30. I'd have enough time to eat some dinner and then go out and do stand-up at night. You notice I didn't include in there workout, do something physical, try to take care of myself, anything other than kind of going through it. And that's where all the really bad personal habits happen. That's not kids. That's just me living, right? That was just a normal 9 to 5 thing. I don't know how anybody has the time.
Here's the difference, though, I think. I could always, like before kids, which are a net win, obviously. Like this study doesn't also say it's the most fulfilling, amazing thing that can happen. And
they didn't get into that part. No.
It changes your life in the most incredible way. I will both agree that it is probably bad for your heart and stress and whatever else to have a child, and also say that I'd rather deal with the ramifications and have the kid. It's also bad for me to eat a bacon cheeseburger. I'm going to eat the damn bacon cheeseburger because it tastes pretty good. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
But at the same time, before kids, I feel like there's just more time to do the bad thing and the good thing. Like, I'm going to the bars with buddies and I'm eating out or doing whatever it is I'm doing, but there's still enough time where I go, "Ugh, I really got to get to the gym, or I really got to go for a jog, or whatever it is." People that are good at this, that are healthy,
Yep.
they take the little bit of time that I choose for me, that's the bad stuff, and they make their time the good stuff. It's like somebody's listening who's one of these hunk dads, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I have about an hour free every day. That's when I work out and eat my my slushie.
I pay my taxes and start a new company.
I know,
and,
but my
yeah.
leaves and I eat my leaves and I do my. I don't like when I have a little bit of time. I'm like, okay, can I? It's a Sunday and the kids are all napping. Can I go get wings at Glory Days and watch 3 innings of a baseball game? That's like my free time. Can I just go unplug and sit at a bar and have a Diet Coke? What I need to do, and I think what people need to do, it sounds like from this study, is rewire your habits so that your downtime and your mental health stuff is the good stuff, not the bad stuff. Too many of
That's
the
right.
bad stuff is my outlet is let me go get popcorn, a cola, and a movie at 10 p.m. at night, once every 2 months, or whatever it is. Whereas what it should be is let me go to a 24-hour fitness and get on the treadmill.
And do something.
But like,
Seriously, seriously. Yeah.
I've never. Everyone does this. Like when I work out, I feel amazing. I need to work out.
Yeah, that's wrong.
I've never had that feeling one time. I shouldn't say that. There's a couple times when I feel accomplished, if that's the feeling they're talking about. I'm like glad I did it, and I'm like, oh, that felt good. But I don't do this whole like, oh, I'm happy.
The endorphins.
The endorphins are hitting. My dopamine's right. Like, no, I feel tired and sweaty.
Yeah, I'm tired all the time. That's the part to me. The time thing is a huge thing, is a huge deal. But for me, here's what I don't understand. I'm so tired. With children, I say this again. I'm so tired. It's never just I got home, everything was fine. We ate dinner, we all did our separate things. Everyone listened to the first thing that dad said or the first thing that mom said. Everything's a fight. Everything's exhausting. I'm so tired.
You know who the real ones are, and I'd like to see a study on, is the stay-at-home parent. So this can be a mom or a dad. So my wife stays at home with our children. I don't know how she does it. Like, kids are the best, but they can simultaneously be like the cutest, most amazing creature ever, and like you just want to scream.
Nothing's more exasperating.
It's
nothing.
like,
Where it's like we have to go, and then he's just standing there looking at you. It's like you know what I'm saying.
Shoes on, man. Yeah. Shoes on, man. Shoes on.
Want to be a pal with the shoes on?
An hour and a half, 2 hours in, you're like, okay, this is stressful. I need a breather. I need to like just walk outside by myself and stand outside. And it's just like all day, every day for a stay-at-home parent. God bless them.
Seriously.
That is the real deal Holyfield.
Totally.
People sleep, dude. They're like, oh man, you're so lucky. You get to stay home all day.
So yeah, this is again part of the story. This is from studyfinds.org. The researchers theorize that the added responsibilities and stresses that come through parenthood make it more challenging for fathers to maintain a healthy lifestyle through habits like exercising regularly, eating nutritious food, and so forth. However, the study also uncovered an intriguing paradox.
Okay.
Despite having poorer cardiovascular health, fathers actually had lower rates of death from any cause compared to men without children. One potential explanation is that fathers benefit from stronger social support systems and having future caretakers in the form of their adult children down the road. So in other words, you're probably a little bit more, it's like 25-year-old me, I wouldn't do this anyway because it's ridiculous. 25-year-old me, from Ryan's age. Dude, you want to go paragliding off a cliff?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a bungee jump? Sure, bro. Let's go somewhere to do that. I'm not doing that.
You slowly stop living
You don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, my kid's got a t-ball game. You know what I mean? That gets a very different thing.
Absolutely. And while you couldn't tell based on, my diet, you do make decisions where you're like, I can't do that.
Right.
That could be bad. Like, I need to be here for my kids. I'm not going to go bungee jump this weekend.
I haven't skateboarded in a while, but that rail looks promising. I'll do that. No, you stop doing that.
Beltway Blitz is next. We'll give away those tickets to Old Glory Rugby in DC as well on Grant and Danny. The Grant and Danny Show is sponsored exclusively by the law firm of our friends Kondori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, or probate administration. Schedule your consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys now. Visit kmlawyers.com to do so. Make sure you mention we referred you so that you can score yourself a discount. kmlawyers.com. Ahead of the Blitz, caller 10-800-636-1067. Congrats. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets, Old Glory Rugby DC. Saturday, June 8th, coming up next weekend against New England at the Maryland Sportsplex. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com. Let's go blitzing. Michael Phillips, Odyssey in Richmond. Miguel, where to begin with the Commanders? Let's start with the name. 5 years from now, is it still Commanders?
Ooh, that's a great line. I said it at the over-under at 3.5. I think it's a new name with a new stadium, right? Because I think everybody's like, oh, Dan Snyder's gone, like things are great again. And that's true in a lot of ways. There's a ton of excitement. People came back, but there's going to need to be a second wave of enthusiasm too of, hey, I'm Josh Harris. This is what I built. This is the stadium. This is the complex. This is the team. This is my team now, my identity. And I think that's a great time to put the rebrand on is when they move into a new stadium. And, I can't dare predict the political process, but 5 years does feel about right.
So, Miguel, my theory currently is by them not acting, they're waiting and giving themselves the possibility of, if they actually win some football games, that enough of the simpletons will give up the fight and they'll just say, well, the new name, they won, so I like it now. I mean, it ignores those of us that hate it to its core, but I'll still root for the football team. But I think they're seeing if they can win some games and then not have to change it because it's a big undertaking. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a simpleton, and I laugh every time I hear this argument. So because I don't like Commanders. I think they should change the name and not back to the old one. I'm not one of those people. And people say, well, what if they win the Super Bowl? Then you can't change the name. I'd be like, deal. I'll take it. That is the best problem I could possibly have in life. Like, if they win the Super Bowl and the net effect of that is they don't get the name changed, you'll be looking at one happy dude. I will not waste any time crying about that hypothetical situation where they win a Super Bowl in the next few years. That would make me quite happy, actually.
Michael, comment on this idea that I have that they've got to say something and they've got to do it soon. The kicking the can down the road isn't working, in my opinion, because you see what you want to see. People like me are going, they're definitely changing the name. We've had other people say they're definitely not changing the name. Story today on Pro Football Talk after the comments yesterday from Jason Wright and Marjorie Harris was door remains open for an eventual Commander's name change. Don't they just have to say something?
You can't say we're changing it in 3 years, though. Like I get.
So you do view it as evidence that it will be changed?
I think right now they are leaning towards changing it. I don't believe that's 100% set in stone, but I think Josh Harris intends to change the name of the team down the line. Yes.
All right. In terms of matters of football here, Miguel, how patient are fans going to be? Rookie quarterback, huge roster turnover, new members of the staff up and down. Everything's going to be different. If they don't get off to a good start, like say it's a bad month of September, like or a Rivera-like start, or actually a typical Redskins start where they're 3-6 or something. How patient will fans be?
Well, fans aren't patient. That's why we get our bills paid every week, and that's nice that we have something to talk about on the radio, and we don't tell people to tune back in 2025. But look, it's realistic. This is how you lay it out in the first four, right? I don't think they'll win in Tampa. That's not a reflection on the team at all. That's a veteran team in Tampa playing at home in the opener, a team that's going to have playoff aspirations. Game 2, Giants, you can win that one. Not a given, but I think you can win that one. You're not going to win in Cincy, and then your short week, flying back from Cincy, flying to the West Coast. It doesn't stack up well to go back to Arizona. I know everybody wants to circle that as a winnable game, but it's a tough week. You can ask anybody who's been a part of that short week West Coast situation. Doesn't always add up well. 1-3 is kind of how this draws up for me, right? And 1-3 is not let's fire up the bandwagon sound for Jaden Daniels. That's why last year this time, Danny, Grant, I know you guys were saying it. I was saying the most important thing: figure out who your quarterback is. Figure out if Sam Howell's the guy or not. We figured out if Sam Howell was the guy. Now it's time to figure out if Jaden Daniels is the guy. I will take any record if it comes with Jaden Daniels having success.
My guy, Michael Phillips, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you.
Take care.
Be good, bro. Let's keep the blitz moving. Toby Altizer.
Tobias.
Toby, I was just reading. You host a podcast apparently that was named #1 Nationals podcast in DC. Also, the #3 podcast covering baseball in all of America. #9 podcast in all of the world.
Wow.
Can we clap it up,
Dan? In
Dan?
the world?
Clap it up.
In the whole world?
Yes. Toby Altizer, the podcast is Bustin' Loose Baseball.
Man.
People should go check that out.
I tell you what, it doesn't compare to Locked On Yankees, though. That one's the one that I really listen to and dial into.
Yeah, me too. Especially when I want to hear Ryan's take on, what Verdugo's been up to in his early inning at bats lately. Tobes, why don't we dive in on Mackenzie Gore? What a night last night for him. 10 punchies, pitched into the 6th. I thought they could have let him finish the inning. Davey went and got him at 5 1/3, but just the earned run and the ERA dips well under 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so impressive this year. It's been so fun to watch. And last year you watched him and you saw the stuff and it didn't always match the numbers that you saw. This year you're starting to see the stuff match those numbers where he's got an ERA under 3. You'd like to see him be a little more efficient like his last out and get through 7 innings. But even just 5 1/3 striking out 10 guys against a good Braves lineup, you feel really good watching this guy every time out. And I think it's just little bits and pieces and little steps and steps and steps, and he's looking more and more like an ace. And the closer he gets to that, I mean, you add that with the rest of the pitching staff, and it's just been such an encouraging year for that unit.
Toby, who should hit in the middle of the order? It's a different guy every night in the 3 spot, 4 spot, sometimes 5 spot, almost playing matchups. It just tells you they don't have a dependable dude. How should this lineup be structured? What's the optimum for you?
James Wood, is that a good answer? It feels like that's who it should be. Obviously, he's dealing with the injury right now, but I mean, you've got C.J. Abrams batting leadoff, and for whatever reason, it seems like he's not comfortable batting anywhere but leadoff, so you leave him there. Lane Thomas batting second, and then I don't know. Keibert Ruiz looked like he got a little bit going, but maybe you got to see a little bit more there before you start moving him up. I sure as heck don't like seeing Joey Meneses constantly hitting third or clean up. That's someone that hasn't really produced, so maybe a Louis Garcia. I mean, it's kind of ride the hot hand. Jesse Winker was awesome in April. Now he's, kind of up and down. Eddie Rosario's been kind of up and down. So it might just have to be the hot hand and rotate through. But to me, it wouldn't be Joey Meneses like they constantly pencil him in there.
So I'm with you on Abrams seeming more comfortable in the leadoff spot. What about a little Jacob Young second, Lane Thomas third, just to try to lengthen this a little bit at the top of the order?
Yeah, I don't hate it because Jacob Young, to me, needs to be somewhere towards the top of the lineup. Batting ninth is nice when you have a lineup full of guys, but they don't have a lineup full of guys like we're trying to talk through here. So I want to see him get more at-bats because it seems like when he can get on base, he can make a difference. And even then, I mean, you saw last night he has this weird-looking sword-like swing for a 2 RBI single. Like, he finds a way to drive guys in when they're on. He just does what's needed. He's a good ball player. I would like to see him up at the top of the order. I'd love to see him lead off, but for whatever reason, CJ is more comfortable lead off. So, yeah, maybe batting him second makes a lot of sense there.
By the way, Jacob Young got hit in the face last night, and it was the scariest thing ever. Now, it actually technically was the helmet. He got caught right in the ear
thank
flap,
goodness.
But, my God, was that scary. Fastball up and in as he's squaring to bunt, and he gets hit right in the helmet. He stayed in the game, and as Toby said, he delivered 2 runs with a knock a little bit later on. Pretty amazing. A 32-year-old Trevor Williams has an ERA of 2.29 as he toes the rubber tonight. What do you make of what has been an incredible first 10 starts for Williams, who they basically asked to get through 5 innings, and then they yank him from the game?
It's so weird, Grant. If there was one person you would have told me was going to have a renaissance and get everything going, it would not have been Trevor Williams. Would have been my first choice. He's been someone that has been a welcome surprise, and it's one of those things where you keep sending him out there, you keep throwing him 5 innings, you keep hoping that ERA stays where it is, and you trade him at the deadline. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with Trevor Williams. But, I mean, you look at a couple of guys on this staff that have been really effective for this team, one in the rotation, one in the bullpen, and they're unconventional by modern standards in terms of they're not throwing 95 to 99. You think of him and Dylan Floro, and you wonder what's the difference this year in the pitching staff because you've seen a lot of guys be more effective, and Jim Hickey's still the same. The one difference is Sean Doolittle. So you tend to think that Doolittle's had a really big impact on this staff, and whatever it is, I don't care if it's Doolittle, I don't care if it's Hickey, I don't care who it is. I just hope they keep it up.
Toby, thank you as always, buddy.
Absolutely.
Hit the little DC Defender sounder super quick for me, Darius. Coach Reggie Barlow joins us to talk about the local squadron. Coach, what's on tap this weekend?
Man, we are just working, excited to be coming back to Audi Field and to have a chance to play in front of our fans for this last time for this season.
Yeah, last home game, last opportunity for folks to get out to Audi Field to watch the Defenders. Noon game, the 2nd of June this weekend. So that is Sunday afternoon. So if you want to get to a Defenders game, it's now or never time on Sunday as you're playing the Arlington Renegades. Last time you guys played Arlington was a 29-28 thriller, one of the best games of the season. What should we expect this weekend?
Yeah, much of the same. That team, Arlington, they're playing with a lot of confidence now, more confidence now. Bob Stoops has done a good job of getting these guys, where they are right now. Their quarterback is playing outstanding. So much of the same. And we are. Our offense have, thrown up some good numbers here recently. Guys are a little continuity. We had some issues with O-line and changing guys out. So now, our guys are playing fast and Tamu is leading us, and we're hoping to score a lot of points and, get some stops.
Yeah, offense has looked a lot better. Was in some ways, as the year started and got going, the undoing of some of the hopes this season. For people that don't know, you guys won't be in the postseason. And when you look at the year, where did things go sideways?
Man, honestly, AB, he got hurt in training camp, which, he led the league in rushing last year. That was a big blow to us. We did, felt like we had some guys that can step in and do that, but it has taken some time. And, AB was, he's a bona fide dude, and he allowed our offense to be successful because we was able to run the ball, and that's what made us successful. But, like I said, things have kind of shaped up for us. We've had, some injuries and stuff, but all that stuff shouldn't matter. Just trying to win. And I think, this week here, preparation has been good. And the guys are excited. They really are excited to get out to Audi Field. The fans there are amazing. We're looking forward to all of them coming out and supporting the team. We go as they go. So we need them there being loud for us.
How different was this year versus last year in terms of, players, teams, rules, and everything else? How did you find it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little different. Obviously, the kickoff rule, right? Last year, we were 10 yards apart from each other. So that was a huge change. Kicking it from the 20-yard line, that's a long ways. But, obviously, they encourage and run back. So, but there again, I think we were leading the league in kickoff return average. So, it was a plus for us, and they changed the 4th and it's 4th and 12 now. It was 4th and 15. So there's been a few little rule changes that has occurred, but it's still the rectangle. It's still between the white lines. It's still a shape football, and we just have to go out and compete with whatever rules they give us.
Yeah, the 4th and 12 for people that don't track. That was the old 4th and 15, as Coach said, basically in lieu of an onside kick. So late in games, you score, you want to keep the ball. It's like make it, take it. You had one untimed play where you got an opportunity to go get 12 yards. If you did, you take over wherever you got your first down, 12 plus. If you didn't, then the defensive team came out onto the field, got the football, short of the sticks wherever you ended up. Which of your players do you think deserve and should get real looks for the NFL? If you could highlight, if you don't mind, a couple names for us of guys that either you already know or that you think will be getting a chance at training camps.
Yeah, we were blessed to get a lot of guys last year, maybe about 8 guys that went to training camp or signed for mini camps or something. But I think Yarcia Durant, offensive lineman, 6'7", 300-some pounds. He can play guard. He can play tackle. He's poised. He's smart. He deserves it. Malik Fisher, defensive end. He's leading the league. Well, I think he's leading the league in sacks. This guy has an outstanding motor. He can play on all special teams, and he is just a really good football player. Matt McCrane, our kicker, who, has had a few 50-yarders this year, done a good job for us. Anthony Hines is another one, linebacker, younger guy, extremely explosive, can run about 6'2" and a half. And he's really developed over from last year. And I think he's really ready to, get another opportunity because he was already up there. DeAndre Baker, our defensive back, is another guy. Isaiah Johnson. So there's names. Ty Scott, our wide receiver, playing in the NFL and being around pro ball. I've seen what that looks like and what it should be. And those guys that I mentioned, and that's, I'm sure there's others. I hate to leave guys out, but just to name a few, those are some of the guys that I think should get an opportunity.
Yeah, I was going to say, Coach would know. He won a Super Bowl. I mean, he was in the league.
Right on.
Coach, thank you as always, man. Great luck this weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
You want to check out the Defenders, you got to do it this weekend. Their final game, Audi Field, noon on Sunday. We're G&D. Earlier today, the Junkies talked to the attorney for the two women alleging sexual assault and a civil claim against Commanders kicker Brandon McManus. I want to get into that next on The Fan. At 5 o'clock, I want to get into a poll I've got going right now on the old X machine at Grant H. Paulson. We're closing in on 6,000 votes, boys. That's a pretty good sample of the DC listening audience of Commanders fans.
I mean, the poll we've been talking about for a couple days was almost 1,700 DC area residents, sports fans, in other words.
Are you serious?
Yeah, more scientifically done.
Of course.
But I'm just
Better
saying.
poll.
And I'm not trying to knock your poll. I'm saying they're like scholars, like academics did this, they worked together in a newspaper. Yeah. But the Grant Paulson situation, it's got more responses.
Actually, we're over 6,000 votes right now. At Grant H. Paulson, go vote. Is the name Commanders hated so much because it isn't Redskins or because it's a bad name? Is it a victim of being the first guy to replace the legend? Is basically the question. Now, a lot of people correctly and understandably, including our buddy JP Finley from B. Mitch and Finley in the middays, and others are saying both are true, which I believe is accurate. Yes, people don't like the name, and also they wish it was Redskins. But if you were going to choose one of those two as over 50% of the blame pie, like which has a bigger sliver, that it's just not Redskins?
Yeah, I voted, and I know what the answer is.
Or that Commanders is a bad name?
It's the second one. It's a bad name. That's the part that everybody ignores. I understand that there's some who only want it to be Redskins. I also understand that some things will be solved if they win. There's still a big old chunk of us just sitting there waving our arms. Pay attention to me. It's a bad name.
6,000 votes in. 64% of people are saying it's unpopular because it's a bad name. 36% are saying it's because it's not Redskins. But we'll get to that next hour. The Junkies this morning. Very, very, very popular. Brand new morning show.
It's hot. That's what the people are talking about.
They did their first radio show about 2 weeks ago.
4 friends.
4 friends. It's not. This is just this idea is not going to work. If we're being honest, it will not catch on. But it's a cute idea, and I got to give Odyssey and our program director a little credit.
It's brave to try. Let's seriously get outside the box and try. Thank you for doing that.
Junkies today had Tony Busby on. Same attorney who represented Deshaun Watson in his case. Excuse me, represented the women.
Accusers, yes.
Who accused Deshaun Watson in his case. Now representing the 2 women accusing Brandon McManus, kicker of the Commanders, of sexual assault in a civil claim against him from an airplane in a flight. So for those of you that don't know the story, quick backstory. The allegations are that last year when he was on the Jaguars, when they were flying to London, team flight on the charter to go play the game in London, that allegedly Brandon McManus sexually assaulted multiple flight attendants. They claim that there was a lot of alcohol flowing. There's not supposed to be any alcohol, first of all, on the international travel, but specifically because of the NFL, they're not really allowed to have alcohol on the planes. They did, supposedly. McManus, according to the claims and according to Busby today, and his suggestion was intoxicated, was part of maybe the decision-making, allegedly. And some of the claims are that he grinded against, that he tried to kiss, and that he assaulted these flight attendants. And now the Commanders are digging in on this. They put out a statement. McManus and his attorney said this is false and it's not true. And the Jaguars are also working with Busby on this to try to get to the bottom of everything. So a couple of things that the attorney for the women said today we want you guys to hear and we'll react. Cut number 1 here on the plaintiffs and how he originally heard from them. Did they come to him at the same time? Did they come to him one after the other? How did this all come about?
The cases were sent to me by another lawyer, which is pretty typical. Lawyer that I didn't know, but I sat down with them and listened to what they had to say. And like every other case, vetted it, found out if they had witnesses, et cetera, and decided to accept the referral.
Cut 2 here is Tony Busby talking about the flight and Brandon McManus.
In this particular instance, I was not very familiar with transatlantic flights, with the way the athletes are transported. But what I came to learn was that alcohol is you just are simply not supposed to have alcohol on those flights. And I came to learn that athletes actually bring out their own alcohol on the flights. And one of the allegations in this case, according to my clients and other witnesses, is that Mr. McManus brought his own alcohol. and the flight attendants who did participate in the revelry ultimately were terminated. You should know that. The ones that didn't, that is my clients who alleged that they were assaulted, were on the flight back, were put on the upper deck of the plane away from Mr. McManus and others. So there's a lot more to this than people know, and all that'll play itself out in the court process in Florida.
So I got the sense listening to the interview live today, Danny, that it was important for him to establish the alcohol on the plane, and then McManus had brought alcohol because he was already breaking a rule, number one. And number two, because it seems like he is painting a picture of basically tomfoolery.
Yes.
And this idea that there was this wild party atmosphere where rules were already being broken and a couple of flight attendants got fired because they were taking part in this big party and having a good old time. If you read through the claims, allegedly he was throwing $100 bills at the flight attendants and asking them to dance and, basically appease the players and whatever else was going on. And he's saying that a couple of flight attendants got fired for taking part, and the ones that didn't, his clients allegedly, are the ones that are pressing the charge.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to the alcohol in the planes thing. Remember, a couple of years ago, Taylor Heineke and Washington got in a little bit of trouble. Not much. I mean, it's obviously minimal. I think there was even a fine that took place because there was that video, remember? He's shirtless after the Kirk Cousins chains thing went around. So now Heineke had like a Busch Light or something on the team plane. Again, not a huge deal, but it is a violation of NFL rules. So what he's trying to do to me, and I'm obviously not a legal scholar, but I think you said it very well, is basically trying to establish a way to come back from, well, there isn't supposed to be any alcohol on team flights. That's a league rule. And him basically saying, we're starting with a violation here. We're starting with bad behavior where they're already breaking rules. This is not a law. This is NFL team rules.
It muddies the waters enough that you go that they're already trying to have a party.
Exactly. To let you know that that some level, it's more than zero impropriety was taking place.
So he is, as I said, the attorney that 20 plus women, almost 30 women, if memory serves, came forward against Deshaun Watson. He represented them all. And a lot of people, I think, right away just kind of lumped his involvement in this, his involvement in Watson, as this is a guy that doesn't mind going after NFL players. But I actually thought it was interesting when it came up that he talked about the differences in this case from the very high-profile Watson case. So let's hear cut 3 here. This was Tony Busby on with the Junkies this morning.
The Deshaun Watson thing, as you mentioned, was, had a lot of press legs and a lot of angles to it, and was there's a lot to that case. This case is just a simple situation where, one individual who's alleged to drank too much and got out of hand. I think we saw a newspaper article yesterday or the day before where some anonymous player who was on the plane said he was very uncomfortable with it, and the team was angry at McManus for the conduct. So, I know people have strong beliefs about these kinds of cases because I've had these cases before, as you know. But this is just two women trying to do their job who should not have had to deal with that kind of foolishness. And apparently the NFL has cracked down on that kind of thing in the past. And so we'll see what happens here.
This is not me giving an opinion on what happened or like picking a side, but here's what's so different. Kind of gets into that there, and this came up in the conversation. In the Deshaun Watson thing, you've got two people in a room where nobody else is, right? In this very private setting, where there is also just naturally this gray area of touching, and it's a different situation. While I'm not saying what he did, if he did some of the things that were claimed, was okay. This is public, man.
Yep.
There's people just sitting next to you watching. In this paperwork that you can read in the filing, at one point the flight attendant says she looks over and another player makes eye contact with her and non-verbally is like, "I'm so sorry for what you're dealing with." That's part of the complaint. My point is there's people everywhere. There's so many witnesses theoretically. There might even be cameras and videos and pictures, although he said he's not aware that there are any of those at this point. But he did say they have a lot of evidence that they don't plan on letting the public know about until this goes to court, if that's what happens. But it does feel very different in that way, yeah? I mean,
right.
There's a difference between Deshaun Watson and I were in this room. There's no cameras. There's no body.
All we have is Instagram DMs.
My story and his story on what happened while he was naked laying on a table. And I was doing my job, doing a meal service, and this guy grinded on me, and people saw it. Right? I mean, there should be witnesses that can corroborate.
Sure. You would think this is, again, my rudimentary legalese, should be easier to prove one way or the other.
Yes.
Right, is kind of the way I think about it. So, yeah, certainly there are differences. And again, just because Tony Busby spoke on the air doesn't mean that everything happened. And if the defense attorney comes on tomorrow and says the opposite, doesn't mean that's true either. Again, I have no idea. But there are, I think, folks that do. This is one of those things where we are so reactionary and definitive. We swarm on something, declare something one way or the other, and move on to the next thing. And it's just, unfortunately, that's not how this is supposed to work. But that's our news cycle. It's no one person's fault. It's just, that's the world. So to me, like, I know it's frustrating where my wife asked me about this, because what did you think of this? And I said, I have no idea. It's the normal thing. If he did it, it's terrible. If he didn't, that's also terrible. Like, I have no clue. We need to let the facts play out. And that answer frustrates everybody who wants to, like, have the instantaneous justice, wants to, like, see it. And it's like, the trial that Scarecrow was running in Dark Knight Rises, where it's like exile,
But
like that's what everyone wants.
In a really bad spot.
Talking about Washington?
Oh,
for
course.
sure.
Yeah. I mean,
for sure.
Because I think this is one of those situations. Number one, if you're an ownership group that takes over post Snyder, who had all of the allegations and the issues and the workplace harassment and sometimes the complaints about himself specifically, but certainly the culture, you are trying to move on from that at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is your first crossing, in the road moment, crossroads. Where do we go? We've got this situation, but you also, to your point, you got to let this play out. You can't just be brash. You can't cut someone on an allegation, or you probably shouldn't, because there have been enough times where after the fact you come back and you say, well, you probably shouldn't have, right? But at the same time, you need to go to the end of the earth to try to figure this out. But you're just a football team.
Mm-hmm. You're good at putting on football games.
Adam
not
Peters
this.
is a general manager, and Jason Wright is a business guy trying to sell tickets. Like, you are in the football business, and now we're asking you to get to the bottom of this maybe faster than the courts and the law does, right? People are like, make a decision. Are they keeping him? Are they cutting him? What are they going to do? But Busby on with the Junkies today, podcastable if you want to go hear the entire conversation when we're done tonight at thefandc.com. There was a picture about one of the Commanders starters that went all over the internet viral this weekend. We've not talked about it yet, but it definitely got our attention. Next on Grant and Danny. Top of the hour, we'll get into the poll that over 6,000 of you have voted on as it pertains to the Commander's name. Is it unpopular because it's a bad name, or is it unpopular because it's not Redskins? It's the first to follow a legend, and it just wasn't going to really get a whole lot of love because of that. We'll do that top of the hour here on Grant and Danny. If you missed our interview yesterday with the wife of owner Josh Harris, we talked about Josh. It was actually really entertaining and fun.
She was great.
She threw the ball around, was really, really cool. You should listen to it. We're going to re-rack it for you at 6 p.m. tonight. It was very early in our show. We didn't have a lot of time to promote it. Kind of popped up. And so many of you may have missed it. So we'll replay it today at 6 right here on the Fan. Make sure you're listening at that time. Danny, you, I'm sure, have seen the picture of Emanuel Forbes that came out over the weekend. Emanuel Forbes is at a football camp, I believe. He's taking a picture with a high school football player. Now, this is the biggest high school football player in the history of the world. I said that, and everyone's like, he's not that big. I'm like, we look up, he's like 6'4", 240 or something crazy. Like, high school players should not look like this guy looks. He looks, if this guy isn't going D1 and just ready to go wreck Saturdays at some college in the area, I don't know what to say. That's a big dude. I didn't play against high school football players that look like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, 6'4", 205 is what the listing was. Big dude.
Big high school kid.
Pretty big dude.
You're still doing the underselling thing. Why are you doing that?
Because he's not that big. He's not a lineman. He's 6'4", 205. It's a big dude. It's bigger than me.
For a high school football player, you don't think that's big?
It's on the taller side. But yeah, high school. I mean, go to watch Gonzaga play DeMatha. That's a bunch of 300-pounders running around.
But yes, if you go see some of the great high schools in the country with the best prospects, you'll see bigger guys. I would just say generally, a lot of people listening go to high school football games every single Friday night. If a kid was 6'4" and over 200 pounds, or if you're a high school football coach,
he would stand out. He's a bigger guy.
Go, that's a big guy. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And you keep no-selling me so hard.
Yeah, it's because he's not that big. The point is that Forbes is small. That's really the point.
Two things are true.
Yeah.
You won't let me have both points.
You're so desperate to make this guy the biggest high school football player ever, and the game has changed. Everyone's bigger, faster, stronger. I don't know why you're so focused on the size of the high school football player. He makes Forbes look tiny. It's the tininess.
We'll get there.
Okay.
You could see what happened to me the other day. Getting no-sold on this 6'4" high school athlete. I'm going to get to the point though, because we're just going to go back and forth on the high school kid for too long. It sounds like. Emanuel Forbes is so small.
He looked like a little kid.
Here's what's crazy. First of all, is there any chance this picture's altered? Because people do this sometimes, where they will literally alter pictures and send them around, and then everyone talks about the picture, and then we find out later that it was altered.
That it was fake or something.
Percentage chance that you think this picture's altered in some way.
I now think every picture there's a 40% false factor. So that's shtick, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I've seen enough what I think are NFL type people posting it that it seems real enough.
The thing that makes me think it could be altered is how tiny Emanuel Forbes looks. Do you understand?
Yes.
He can't possibly be this small.
No NFL players' legs look like that.
Well, it's the legs, dude.
It's the legs.
So, like, he doesn't look like, if you just look from belt up, like right around the torso up, you go, that's too small to be an NFL player. But it's the legs.
You're going, this high school game this weekend, he's going to get exploded.
His legs look like they are the same width as the handle of a tennis racket. You know, like that rubberized, like you grip around it. Like his legs look like they are the same width of K-Bert Ruiz's bat. He's just got two baseball bats as legs that he's walking around on.
Yeah, it's like those Instagram hitting coaches that have guys with like weird PVC pipes doing these like slow-mo angles to fill your swing. That's how thick it looks.
Now, I have heard, by the way, that I think we might have talked to him once for a couple of minutes on the show.
He was awesome, yeah.
Really, really good dude. And like great interview, nice guy. If this is coming off as joning, I don't mean that. It is like, I guess anytime you're talking about someone's physical appearance, it might come off that way. That's not my intention. But it is hard to fathom how you could kind of live with the Giants on the NFL field at this stature. You think about like A.J. Brown.
Yep.
You know how big A.J. Brown is?
That's a big dude. 6'3", 6'4", 2-something, 230. I don't know.
Giant wide receiver. He was the one that got him benched last year. He's listed at 6'1+ and 226 pounds. So let's round up and say 6'2", 230.
Yeah.
On a good day for Emanuel Forbes, he's 6'1", 225. To just think about having to cover him on an island, get him to the ground,
You can't do that.
or God forbid, you've got to come downhill on a pin and pull, on a toss coming around the edge. It's you out on an island, and here comes who's a Derrick Henry.
They play the Ravens this year.
Derrick Henry coming at you.
Here's a pitch to Henry around the right edge. Oh, God.
A.J. Dillon.
13 is in the stands.
The quad father coming right at you. I don't know, man. Like,
yep.
To me, if your legs are that size, that you can't go in the top 20. Right? Maybe I'm talking out of my... I think a lot of this is based on he struggled last year, and maybe if he had a hell of a year and he had 3 pick sixes, we don't care. But I know he played in the SEC. Everyone says he played in the SEC. He was healthy. He was fine. Okay.
This, again, I should not be in charge of drafting people. I have a terrible track record. I could hear whatever anybody said. I could take what the scout told me. I take what the cross-checker told me, what the national scout told me, my director of scouting told me, okay? They could give me the most glowing report in the history of reports. They could turn it in and they go, must draft. This could be on your Post-it note. Emanuel Forbes, no matter what. I'm telling you, we love this kid. I would meet him. And when I shook his hand, I would glance down at his legs and I would go, we can't draft that guy. I'm not even doing a bit. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. He may be great. I'm not going to be the one holding the bag. He'll be great for somebody else.
I think I could draft him. I think one of the beauties of sport is that it's shapes and sizes, right? Everybody.
Sure. I grew up with Darryl Green too.
Everyone's looks different. Everybody has a different body type. Like, you're either good or you're not. You can make it work. I legitimately worry, though, when you go into the trenches, and it's not like he's playing on the edge or setting the edge or something. But at some point, you got to tackle Derrick Henry. Right? I mean, in the division, like, dudes are coming downhill at you. Saquon Barkley with the Eagles, still weird to say.
That's weird.
Is not a tiny guy. That guy's legs are trees.
Yep.
You realize that, right?
Yes.
I don't mean you.
Oh, one does, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I do.
Like,
pretty big
yeah,
legs,
no,
yeah.
I agree with you.
The big thighs, yeah, big deal.
Devin Singletary with the Giants now. Not a big guy by any means. I think he's 5'7". You know what he weighs? 205 pounds.
Yeah.
He is a bowling ball, that dude. He's coming at you.
Well, Morris Jones-Drew action.
Who's the biggest player non-Derrick Henry that he would have to tackle in the open field, do you think, this year?
Oh, top of my head, gosh. I mean, maybe A.J. Brown, honestly, as big as that dude is.
Kyle Pitts. I mean, they're legitimately, right?
God forbid a tight end gets free.
I was going to say, he's a DB. So, like, occasionally, there might be a tight end running in the open field coming right at you. And I'm sure he's not worried. Like, he doesn't play scared. He's not worried. He's like, oh, I'll take that guy down. I'll tackle him. No problem.
You imagine Keenan Allen giving him a stiff arm when they play the Bears?
That picture is tough, bro.
A.J. Brown got even bigger this offseason,
Did
by
he?
the way. He's on the DK Metcalf workout plan.
Oh,
if you
there's a
haven't
good
seen
one,
him.
by the way. Remember when they played them last year?
Oh, yeah.
DK Metcalf. Side by side would be like a Judge Altuve situation. 6'4", 235. You just got athletes like DK Metcalf on the edge, and then across from him is my little guy, my little buddy.
Imagine that Ravens game,
Our
right?
little baby Emmanuel.
Where they run a pitch play to that side 5, 6, 7, 8 times or whatever,
It's
right?
incredible.
And Derrick Henry's just downhill.
It
And
is.
Then imagine a little play action and Mark Andrews escapes into the secondary.
Do you want to post it? I don't want to post it.
What's that?
The picture for people to see.
Yeah.
I mean, you could search X or search
You'll
online.
find it.
You retweet it.
I'll post it.
Danny will post it at Funny Danny if you want to go see it. It is tough. And by the way, Danny is just no selling this. 6'4", 210 is a pretty big high school football player. I don't know about you guys. I know you, Catholic school in D.C. where all the athletes are. Little guy from King George Public School in Virginia here. 6'4", 210 is pretty big.
I know we were discussing whether or not we think the picture's edited or not. Have you seen the actual edited photo?
There are edited ones, and they're tough.
It's really tough.
They're mean, is what they are. Now, the internet loves to be mean.
Sure.
Sometimes it can be funny.
It's their handles of brooms.
Which one particularly are you referencing?
The one where his legs look like pretzel sticks.
I've seen that.
That's the one that I've seen. I haven't seen any others, actually. If you have others, send them my way.
No, I don't have any. The pretzel one is mean.
Send them my way.
Emanuel Forbes. He'll gain 20 pounds in his rookie year, though, they say.
were so excited to draft him.
But remember, all
Ron.
the people were like, this guy's really small. Are we sure? And they're like, he's never been in an NFL weight room. He'll be 185 by next year.
He'll be regular tiny by next year.
185 still makes him one of the smallest players in the league.
Yeah.
He don't look 185 to me. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All right, let's get to our big poll of the day. Why is the name unpopular? G&D coming back. The Grant and Danny Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate, administration. Schedule your free consultation with the Fairfax-based attorneys by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to mention that we referred you so that you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. An announcement was just made that Hard Knocks this summer. We have a drum roll for this, Darius. We have not previously known, Danny, which team Hard Knocks was going to be following for training camp. And now we do. As a reminder, all I have ever wanted is the Washington Commanders to be on Hard Knocks. My number one goal. Thank you, Derek. The team that'll be on Hard Knocks in 2024 in the summer was one of the first teams to draft a quarterback in this draft. They are an NFC team that routinely plays on Thursday Night Football against a bad team.
Oh, wait a minute.
The Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
The Chicago Bears are your Hard Knocks team in the summer of 2024. Come on down. Caleb Williams, first training camp, traded for Keenan Allen, drafted Rome Odunze in the top 10, signed DeAndre Swift to be in their backfield, brought in safety Kevin Byard, who finished last year in Philadelphia. They've got a new offensive coordinator in Shane Waldron. They've got a head coach, still weirdly and inexplicably, in Matt Eberflus, who goes into the season on the hot seat. They have a potential top 10 defense. They are very Detroit Lions-y from a couple of years ago in that it feels like they are ready to explode. This is an ascending team. Maybe you spray some of that cologne all over them from Hard Knocks, and America gets behind them and starts rooting for them a little bit.
Yeah, as you said, it's the Lions formula, right? I mean, the reason they were the darlings that everybody predicted, and it turns out they earned it. They followed through. I thought they were overrated. I was wrong. They were really, really good, and within a score or two of going to the Super Bowl. They started out the year great against Kansas City, but that cologne was on them simply because they became kind of the national story because of how endearing they were on Hard Knocks. Now they're trying to change the fortunes, a long moorbound franchise trying to get right. Sure enough, there's the story, right? There's your narrative. It launches people into the stratosphere in terms of their careers, their Q rating, what people think about. It's such a no-brainer. I know it's a pain in the butt probably, but if you're trying to walk that walk, you should do that. And there go I almost called them the Browns. There go the Bears.
You can opt out if you have a new head coach, and presumably Washington chose to do so. The Bears are also probably a better fit because they have the number 1 pick. Washington is the number 2 pick, which would be the main reason to want to do the Commanders with the Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels. But I continue to state, and I will reiterate until I'm blue in the face, it is a missed opportunity of epic proportions. It is a missed chance to market this organization in a helpful way. It is necessary for them to start viewing the possibility of Hard Knocks as a win. Make yourself cool again. It is not that complicated. It is not that difficult. Please, somebody over there at some point, do the right thing. Now we cross our fingers and we hope for in-season Hard Knocks NFC East. Because remember, in season, where they've started to do this Hard Knocks bit, starting like around week 7, it airs, right? Instead of having one team, they've done the Cardinals and some other clubs, the Dolphins this past year. Instead of doing it that way, they're going to have a whole division that they follow. A little less intrusive, maybe. They won't have to cut as deep into each team. It'll be an inch deep, mile wide on 4 different teams. So it'll give you a little more content, maybe improve the quality of the show, more to pick through, perhaps. NFC East. And then we get the Commanders. Won't be what I always wanted, where they get their own summer and we get to see cut down day. We're inside the meeting rooms and get to see the coaches talking about players. But at least it'd be something. It'd be an appetizer.
It'd be a little amuse-bouche, right? Just a little something to nibble on, just to set the mood and the scene. Yeah, it's not the full thing. And my hope is if it goes that way, then Washington doesn't get out of line. I don't mean like misbehave. I mean say, all right, now we're at the back of the queue. Don't pay attention to us when it comes to Hard Knocks. Like part of that probably is they want to get their ducks in a row. You know, like the thing that we keep hearing about is we're not ready to do the name thing now. I think you should be. I think you should get ready and do it. You have 7 million owners, but whatever. But maybe they want their house to be in order. Maybe they're not ready to show everybody all the different sights and sounds at the facility or the stadium or otherwise. Maybe they'd like to nice it up, freshen up a little bit before inviting some people in with the all access type stuff to show the 32nd ranked facilities out of 32. But I digress.
Speaking of digressing, it is time to get to the poll that you and I have been monitoring throughout the day. 6,200 of you have voted in. The question: is the name Commanders hated so much because it isn't Redskins or because it's a bad name? 64% of people are saying it's because it's a bad name. 36% are saying it's because it's not Redskins. Do you agree with my point that no matter what they named the team when they changed the name from Redskins, right now, 2 years in, people wouldn't be liking it? Other than, I guess I'd have a caveat of like Hogs maybe or something team related, because that would have cushioned the blow for a lot of the Redskins diehards who are furious.
Here's the way I quantified it. It's not exactly what you're asking. Let's say for most folks, Redskins was a 10 out of 10 name. Commanders is a 1 out of 10. They could have picked something that's closer to 10. You're never getting the 10 back. You could get a 6.5. You can get a 7.
Okay, 2 slice pie.
And that's my point here. That's go ahead.
2 slice pie. That's all you get. You get 2 slices. What percentage of the name being hated? And that's not anecdotal anymore. We have a poll. The reason we're talking about this today, it's not just because it's May 30th and nothing's going on. There's a lot going on. We can talk about a lot of things. The biggest story in town this week in sports is that the Post dropped a poll saying almost 60% of fans of this team don't like the name, which is pretty unbelievable. That's a huge number.
Big number.
Gigantic. Why do 60% of people hate the name? That's the question. So if you're doing a 2-piece pie where the only options are because it's not Redskins and because Commanders as a name is brutal, what are the percentages?
I think there's 35% of this fan base's population that is just holding their breath till they turn purple, going Redskins, and that's it. And they'll never relent. It could be the greatest name ever invented. It could be the most perfect thing. Not that such a thing exists, but they will never budge off of that. I think that's a 35% hardcore. You can never take this from me. I grew up with it. I was there for Riggo. I was there for Daryl Grant. You can't change this. No.
That's a big percentage.
I think it's a huge percentage.
By the way, so we're saying they feel the same probably, that group of people, about Red Wolves,
all of it,
Commanders, Monuments, Sentinels,
whatever.
All of it.
Yeah, they think the name should never have been changed. Everyone who wanted to change is wrong.
And
you'll never take it from me.
Like, there's not a sliding scale of like your 1 out of 10 thing. Like they're all ones.
That's right.
Because it's a binary.
That's
it's
right.
not Redskins.
Yeah.
So you're saying 35% for that.
That's what I think.
Which leaves
65%
65% of people that are willing to adopt a new name. They doesn't mean they're happy about leaving Redskins.
You may not love it as much.
Which I think this is my group, by the way. Like we've talked about this. We've leveled with people. I did not properly calibrate how damaging to this fan base changing the name would be.
Same.
I knew that it would have an effect. I did not know to the extent that it has. And it has done irreparable damage that can never be fixed. I really believe that. The ceiling is still high. It's an NFL team in a powerful city where people care about football. So it's going to be really good again when these owners get this thing right, when this team wins. But the ceiling is lower than it was when they were the Redskins. The way I feel about the team has changed. And I think that most people feel that way. It doesn't mean that you're not a fan. It doesn't mean that you can't become more of a fan as the years go by or that you're not a diehard or something. But maybe it's just young versus old, too. I don't know. Maybe as you get older, it changes a little bit anyway, naturally, even if they were the name the same thing. But Redskins mean something to me with memories and nostalgia that Commanders just never will be able to, no matter what happens between me and my son with this brand moving forward. I think a lot of people relate to that. So even though I'm in the second group where I am open to a new name and I don't happen to like this one, like you, I would, if I'm saying Redskins was a 10 name, Commanders is way lower. You've got it as what, a 1?
1.
I'll give it a 4, 3.5.
Okay.
Something like that. I think they could have done worse, which it doesn't sound like you do.
No, I think this is it. This is because all I hear is Dan. I just hear Dan Snyder, and we can't get rid of him. He's still here. All we have to do is change it, and he's gone. But so, and this is the thing that frustrates me about this entire conversation. You get several throngs of people. They come at you from different sides, right? So the first group is just win. That's all that matters. All that matters is winning. Once you win, the winning and win, and then a little bit. Shh. 2 different conversations. I'd like them to win 2. We can also root for a team that's got a name that we like, that is more fun, that I want to buy the gear for, etc. Right? Commanders isn't that. So yes, I'd like them to win games, and if they win a bunch of games, I think arguably it'll stay. So the who cares people just win. I'd like for you to go away while the grown-ups talk. Okay. Then the next group is I like it. I like Commanders, and you'd like the next thing. You'd like sewer rats, you'd like haircuts, you'd like microphone glass, whatever they did, because you're a homer and you're like, you support your team though. Again, you can slide to the side. The adults are talking. For the rest of us, then the next group that's like, it should be Redskins. Good. Yell as loud as you want. You can slide to the side too while the adults are talking. For everybody else, to me, there's so much room for better. There's so much room for upside that I don't know why this isn't more of a no-brainer to folks. I guess that's kind of my summary here, because I think it's pretty clear that whether or not you think I'm right or wrong or otherwise, for me and a lot of people, it evokes Dan. It evokes Snyder. Whether or not it should or shouldn't, it does. And that's so toxic. That's so bad. That's so fixable. This is one of those controllable things. Just them having a business practice that's left over, that's harder to fix. That's harder to change. Those kinds of relationships, those sorts of tactics and HR things that they're cleaning up over there all the time. I get that's a lot of legwork. That's a lot of uphill. This is one of those more easily controllable. It's hard. Doesn't mean it's not worth doing, though.
We can open up the phones at 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067. So same question where I gave you the 2 pieces of pie. I'm going 60% is that it's not the Redskins anymore. And I don't.
So you're almost double mine.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that's just people, by the way, that are like, they shouldn't have changed their name. I think there's people more like me who are going, I was okay with changing the name. In fact, I even said they probably should change the name at one point. But I didn't know how much differently I would feel about the new thing. I didn't know how much differently putting a different name on the can would change how I felt about the product. Fair?
Yep.
So like it could even be a subconscious thing where you don't like the new name. Why don't you like the new name? Because it's new. Because it's not Redskins, right? And that's not necessarily the same as the guy who like refuses to call them Commanders and still says Redskins every time because he's angry that they changed the name and thinks that they shouldn't. And I'm not belittling that guy. You are entitled to that opinion and those feelings. I'm just saying that group is out there and it's not 60% of the fan base. But I think you can still not like this name because it's not Redskins and not be like a never anything elser. Am I making any sense?
That does make sense. So included in this bubble let me play this out here. Included in this big Venn diagram in the big bubble, there's a huge portion that's Redskins or nothing.
Yeah,
right?
Like never anything else.
Then there's another, for the sake of argument, 25, 30, 41%. I have no idea. That's not that it's Redskins or nothing, but it's not Redskins. It's not the thing I grew up with.
Exactly.
And anything that's not that is not going to feel as good.
And they might be wearing the same jersey on game day. Like they're on the same team.
Yeah.
It's like
they're part of the big part of the bubble. Yeah.
Voting for a candidate or something. There are people that vote for someone they don't like because they're well, this is my side, right? So like the person who's never anything but Redskins and the guy that's like, oh, you could be something other than Redskins, but I got to be honest, I don't like it. And it's because I'm not used to it. And it's not the thing that I preferred in the past. Like there's different ways to get there. You arrived at kind of the same result. And I think that if I was to vote on this poll, and again, you can go vote at Grant H. Paulson, 64% of people are saying they don't like it because it's a bad name. And only 36% are saying no matter what the name is, basically, they wouldn't like it because it's not Redskins. I think it's a higher number than that, even if people don't realize it. Like they're going, Commander stinks. And I'm saying, You think Commander stinks because it's just not the thing that you liked. And if it was the Warhawks right now, or if it was the Red Wolves, people would be hating it because it's not Redskins. But I do think that those other names would be more popular, to your point. Whether it's a 1 out of 10 or 2 out of 10 or
Right.
3 out of 10, those other names were in the middle. They were much closer to reasonable. But let's see what the people think next. 800-636-1067. Why is the name hated in this city the way that it is according to this post poll? Is it just because it's not Redskins, or is it because the name itself is not good? This is The Fan. In 30 minutes, right here on The Fan, the wife of Josh Harris, Marjorie, joined the show yesterday. I want to make sure people hear that conversation. She was very, very entertaining. Talked about owning the Commanders and adding the team to the portfolio. Of course, the third team that her and Josh own, as well as the name. Some of the key issues facing Josh Harris moving forward as team owner here in Washington. So make sure you're listening at 6. Question for you guys is, after the Post dropped a poll yesterday saying basically 60% of fans in town don't like the name. Why is that? Is it just because any name wasn't going to work, or is it because this one's bad? Let's go to Joshua in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. What's up, Josh?
Hey, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Real quick. So, I think it's mostly because the name is bad, but there are 4 more camps you guys should be factoring in here. First, folks who would have liked Commanders a little bit more if the rollout wasn't so bad. It was abysmally bad. Everything's about momentum, man, and nothing says momentum like Doug Williams and jerseys on a mannequin, right? And so, it was just like a really, really horrible start. The second thing is, what factors in here is your proximity to Cowboys fans. If you're around a lot of Cowboys fans, you cannot let them know that you hate the name Commanders because it gives them an opening to joan on you. I go to my barbershop a lot, and I have to like Commanders more because there's Cowboys fans all around me, and I can't let them know that I don't like it. And third is a cultural divide. There's a cultural divide here. If you listen to Left Hand Up, and it was kind of fun to you, or either you kind of liked it, or you jokingly liked it, or you like fun in general, then you kind of like Commanders a little bit more because these haters can't stand us, Left Hand Up, who are we the Commanders. If you are a person who doesn't like fun, like Danny Rouet, who doesn't appreciate Left Hand Up at all, then you hate Commanders, and it's a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10. And so that's another factor that that factors in here.
The fun
Love it, Josh.
part,
Thanks.
yes. If you like fun, I think that's important. You obviously don't.
Right.
And so you obviously don't like Commanders, which is so weird because there was a time where you did like Commanders.
Never happened.
And Darius, you remember this. He went to our boss.
No.
I remember you stomped right down this hall. His office is 2 doors down on the left.
Lawsuits.
And you said, I want to be known around here as the lieutenant of the Commander Army. Flip-flopping. Let's go to Rami in Falls Church. What's up? How are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing, guys? I think there's 3 aspects to it. I think first we all feel like we were robbed, right? We were robbed of our history. We were robbed of the name. It got taken away from us. It was our team. We didn't feel like it was racist, although I'm not saying it isn't, but we just didn't feel like we were just rooting for our team. And then it was an issue, and then it got taken away. So I think that's one aspect. I think the second aspect is there's just such a disconnect from the past. Like, the word Commanders doesn't have any kind of connotation or relation to our old team. And they could have done a better job if the jerseys looked a little bit like the gold face mask or the stripe, or kept some continuity. It's just so lazy and disconnected. And then the third aspect is, like, we just got rid of Dan Snyder. We got a nice team, nice front, office. Like, just get rid of it. It's the last piece of him. And
so your on. Team, you're Danny's side, which is team Commanders is Dan's thing, or reminds me of Dan.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what percentage that is for people. I really don't
either. I do. I think it's a great argument. Like, that's it. I mean, there's not more there. Like, I think,
but I don't know how many people feel like I do.
I wouldn't want to have to try to win a case against you in court if you came at me with, Dan was here when they picked Commanders, I'd like to get rid of it.
And so I wonder how I would feel if the process. So somebody said, well, what if they'd chosen a more popular name for the sake of argument? Remember, they said we can't do Red Wolves because it might be hard. What if they chosen Red Wolves? Would I feel the same because it would happen during Dan Snyder's time? I don't know that I'd feel the same. I think it's a big part because the process was so garbage. The rollout was so bad, to Joshua's point a couple calls ago.
The rollout would still be terrible,
yeah,
as Joshua pointed out.
Everything included in it. Yeah, everything included in it. Maybe it wouldn't have been like that had they said, you know what, it's Red Wolves, and we're going to pursue this to the end of the earth because we know you guys want it. For the sake of argument, right? Like, we saw the polling, we saw the data. I don't care that the Minnesota Timberwolves are real mean. We'll give them some tickets and a suite and not pour sour milk in it and give them some money, and it'll go away, and that'll be that. It felt like this dismissal, hand-waving, very Snyder-esque process. So I don't know. It's hard to put my head in that space.
You know this about me. I've mentioned it so many times. But for people who haven't heard me say it, I don't think Dan Snyder chose Commanders any more than you did. And I don't think Dan Snyder likes the name Commanders. I'll bet he can't stand it because it is evidence and it is a reminder
It's
that
a loss.
he
Yeah,
lost the name
he
that
lost.
he wanted. So to me, this idea that like Commanders is Dan's thing, wrong. Not a thing, in my opinion. Now, if your point is they changed it under his watch and they should change everything, okay. They're going to have a new stadium. That you should change the uniforms, figure something else out. You should then that's fine if that's the goal. Everything's a fresh coat of paint. But I just can't get behind this idea that like he was in a boardroom leading the charge for Commanders. I don't think that's a thing. Shooty's in Gainesville. What's up?
How you guys doing?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, man. So I want to say it's for me. It's both. Even though I voted in that poll and I said it's a bad name because it is a bad name. I know that when they were initially doing out these names, I felt that when it was floated as an idea for the name, I thought that was the most generic name I'd ever heard. I did not want that. And I think just the way that it was revealed before the big reveal, where you saw a helicopter just say, oh, well, here's the Commanders. And then the next day they said, oh, we're the Commanders, I think was just flat out embarrassing. I think that also with the name, with Redskins, I mean, even people can feel and that people want people to move on. But the thing is, it's like you're asking people to move on from decades of history. You know, the Super Bowls were under the Redskins. Most of the iconic players were under the Redskins. When the last year's home opener, Riggo came out, opened his jacket, everybody was cheering because they saw the Redskins logo. So to ask people to just divorce themselves of, okay, we're the Commanders now, everything that happened in the past, no more. We're new. It's kind of unfair to people, and, you know, that's all I have, you know.
Appreciate you, buddy. I think a lot of people think the answer is both, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not Redskins, so people weren't going to like it. And also, this isn't a good one to try to get people to like.
Right.
Robert in Fairfax, you're on the Fan. How are you?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I think if they start winning, you're not going to care about the name. I'm in that camp. If they get to a Super Bowl, you will probably be rocking your Commanders gear. You're going to be singing "Hail to the Commanders" at the top of your lungs, and it's all about winning. And if the stadium is rocking and shouting "Commanders, Commanders," and we're undefeated, you are going to get behind and you are going to fall in line and you are going to love and embrace the name Commanders.
So I'll root for the team, and I still will this year. I want Jaden Daniels to play well. You know, like I could separate that, but I think you're right by and large. And by the way, I believe, just for the record, I think that's exactly what this ownership group is counting on now. This is my working theory.
Make the NFC Championship game next year, hypothetically, and the whole world.
Yeah,
changes.
all the Dannies of the world will shut up, and they'll get they'll swallow what we give them and go buy a stupid jersey.
And you'll just start. I don't think you'll ever like Commanders.
No, I won't.
You won't necessarily say Commanders all the time. Eventually, years from now, a la Wizards, which you just got used to, you'll start saying it. But I think you'll just go with Washington. You won't talk every day about how you hate the name, change the name.
Right.
And it'll just slowly become more a part of the furniture in the room.
Agreed.
I remember my professor at George Mason University, a guy named Steve Klein, I really, really liked. He's a Michigan guy who worked at the USA Today for a long time. He was like my journalism professor. And he used to talk about commas and like quotes and basically punctuation. And he was basically, as an instruction one day, was like, no one ever notices them when you're reading. When you're reading, you're just reading words and you go right through it. Like, don't worry about is this comma or like the quotation. Like, put them in. Don't worry about it clouding up the writing because it's furniture in the room. You walk in, you don't notice where the chair is positioned, or unless you're sitting in it, it's just there, right? And I think eventually the name could become that if they just basically take the air out of the ball long enough. Javel's in Culpeper. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, so I'm kind of in the minority, but I don't have an issue with the name, honestly. I think people have a lot of time with change. Granted, you just mentioned with the Wizards. Nobody wanted to go from the Bullets to the Wizards, but over a period of time, nobody talks about it anymore. I think winning will have a lot to do with it. If the team is successful over the next 7 to 10 years, nobody will think about it anymore. I believe it's the demographic of age and culture. But you think sometimes of name changes, as in Cleveland with the Guardians. We're not in that market, but I wonder if that backlash from that fan base is as bad as we have here.
That's a great question.
Great question, Javelle.
We should get someone on from Cleveland and ask them that. That's a good point. Like, do
Yeah.
they still hate Guardians, or is it just they're used to it?
Right, and you look at some of the newer teams, you know, as the Kraken in Seattle. I'm sure some people in their fan base like it. Some people may not.
Mm-hmm.
We heard a couple of weeks ago of the 20 names that they have for the new team in Seattle, the new NHL team. So I just feel it's give and take, but I really don't have an issue with the name. And, you know, just take, for instance, what if the Packers were the Green Bay Redskins and they had to change their name to the Packers now? You know, everybody be like, oh, that's a horrible name. It's so generic. But because of their longevity and their history and their championships, everybody thinks that's a great name for Green Bay. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I was
just
texting with
feel
a friend today about this, Javelle.
Thanks, Javelle.
And they were like, you know, the 49ers would have been a cheesy, terrible name at first. I understand the sentiment, kind of going through some of the names. And that's very, very true.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how applicable it is because, yeah, people wouldn't like it. That's kind of the point, right? Now, if you're just saying eventually it won't be as weird, sure. Like anything, you get used to it. If you move to a house you don't like and you know you can't leave in 15 years, you just get used to not liking it. But should that be the goal? That we're just used to a name we don't like? Like Wizards fans, by and large, still want the name to be Bullets.
We're just used to it.
Don't like the name Wizards, but they've just gotten used to being in a relationship that they don't really like that.
Yeah, I stopped fighting. That's what happened. That's the best endorsement for it.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in? We'll get you some news and notes from around the sports landscape. Get you ready for Nats baseball as we continue on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fin. Welcome back, and thanks for making the show part of your day. Couple of news and notes from around the sports world this afternoon. Hard Knocks will feature the Chicago Bears and top pick Caleb Williams. Danny, there were a couple of other options that have been bantied about. I don't want to say no-brainer, but this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The Bears have all kinds of steam and
A
momentum.
lot of juice, yeah.
After the draft, especially. 2 top 10 picks, one of the best receivers in the country, Roma Dunze from Washington, adding Caleb Williams, who's a superstar, won the Heisman a couple seasons ago, coming off of a really good year. And they had the number 1 pick despite being one of the tougher teams to play down the stretch in the NFL, which is rare. They got a chance to be a playoff team. I thought it was a good pick.
I do too. Listen, there's the it's like that. That's the perfect storm. Not the perennial team, not the team that's always good. The up and coming team on the rise that's sexy. Let's get kind of deep inside. I'm all about it.
Drew Brees spoke today. Said if not for his shoulder and arm problems, he planned on playing another 3 years. That would have gotten him to 44 years old with the Saints. Now,
Wow.
kind of a funny thing to say because quite literally the reason he couldn't play anymore was his body breaking down.
Yeah, the cracked ribs.
That happens at an older age, and so maybe it's not. It's like saying well, if we didn't have all those problems, maybe we could have stayed married or something.
That's right.
Kidding. If your body didn't break down on you would have kept playing. But we're seeing Aaron Rodgers now into his 40s, coming off of an Achilles. Obviously, Tom Brady's the one guy that's closed in on 45 years old. But the way these quarterbacks now take care of themselves, the money that they invest, the time and the energy they put into the craft, guys like Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins on record, that they're spending upwards of $1 million a year just to make sure they're constantly available. Guys can play into their 40s. It's a real thing.
Indeed. And I did a bit earlier because our former friend and colleague, Matt Paris, who's down covering the New Orleans Saints, said the Saints announced that Drew Brees will go into their Hall of Fame. And I retweeted it and was like, do you think he's done enough? As a bit. And then a bunch of people were like, yeah, he totally has. I was like, okay, I'll probably log off today for a little bit. Yeah, the guy that threw for over 80,000 yards, the surefire first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the great passers ever to live, he did. In fact, he could just go into the Saints Ring of Honor just on that one game that you and I saw down there where he beat Josh Norman 17,000 times for 1 million touchdowns and 500 yards.
I would say he always had great games against Washington. He pretty much always had great games against everyone.
Had a lot of great. If they're are they playing? Here's your checklist. Are they playing inside? That's a great game. That's it.
Hall of Famer, man. Like the way Bruce Allen yelled it that one time.
There goes Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. Jalen Waddle got paid good money today. $28 million a year. Top 5, highest paid wide receiver in the league now. Interestingly, his best year from a catches standpoint was 2021, his rookie year. I think that's because they go and get Tyreek Hill. Obviously diversifies the way they spread the ball around. But he did go for 1,350 yards his sophomore season, another 1,000 last year. So 3 straight seasons with 1,000 yards. Led the league in yards per catch 2 years ago. He's an awesome player, 25 years old, presumably only getting better. Well-deserved here. The reason I think this is so interesting, though, is not that he got paid as much as with him getting $85 million, about $28 million per over 3 years. The rest of the wide receivers that want money, very, very compelling. Cincinnati's tandem, both T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, putting their hands out going, it's time. Where are you at, Bengals? Justin Jefferson and the Vikings, clock is ticking. Brandon Ayuk in San Francisco, at odds. CeeDee Lamb and the Dallas Cowboys. The wide receiver market is exploding in front of our eyes, and there is a lengthy line of superstars who are next.
And by the way, there are just so many good ones. We are in the golden era of the wideout, honestly. Obviously, there have been so many great players throughout history, whether it's, Randy Moss or Jerry Rice or Terrell Owens or otherwise. But there are so many incredible wide receivers at this point, and they're all about to get paid at the exact same time, it seems.
On the diamond, the Nats looking for a 3rd win in 4 games in Atlanta to wrap up their series tonight. Let's get you your starting lineups and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Batting for a shortstop seat. Jake Abram is batting second in right field. Lane Thomas batting third at first base. Joey Meneses, cleanup hitter. DH Jesse Winker batting 5th, doing the catching. Keibert Ruiz hitting 6th and playing third base. Nick Senzel, second base. Ildemaro Vargas batting 7th. Eddie Rosario in left field batting 8th. And Jacob Young batting 9th.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Joey Meneses was batting 3rd.
I certainly did. That's Joey Meneses batting 3rd.
He of his .603 OPS. Trevor Williams on the bump for Washington, 4-0 with a 2.29 ERA. He's actually been maybe their most consistent pitcher this year. he's a 5 and dive guy. They don't let him go beyond 5 innings, 2 trips through the lineup, and then no matter what, he is pulled from the game. But with those kind of kid-gloved rules, it's worked.
It's been effective. Yeah.
He is facing Ray Kerr, the 29-year-old lefty for Atlanta in this game. This is a bullpen game for the Braves. I don't believe Byron Kerr is pitching. I think this is Ray Kerr.
Ray Kerr.
But I'm hoping it's Byron Kerr. With all due respect to Byron.
I don't know that he's got any stuff left.
Because then we could, hopefully he'd walk some people. The Nats could just get a bunch of base
I feel like
hits.
Byron Kerr would be pretty hittable. Don't you think? With all due respect to our guy Byron.
I like Byron Kerr. I think the Nats could hit him around a little bit.
I think the pro hitters could knock him around.
I think it's Ray Kerr, though,
Ray.
on the bump for the Braves this evening. Let's go get a series win, Nats. Marjorie Harris yesterday joined this show, the wife of Josh Harris. It was a really fun conversation. We were impressed. Want to let you hear that next on G&D.